She's a Frankie or Heidi.
Test, test.
And new shoes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good evening. Welcome to the meeting, the select board meeting for Raymond for October 10th. We have a quorum. Sam Gifford's in by Zoom. First item on the agenda is welcoming Chris Howell, the superintendent of RSU 14, and give us a presentation on the plans of the new middle school.
Great, and thank you for inviting me tonight. It's actually been, I think, 2 years since I was last here, and at that time we were talking about whether or not we should consolidate the two middle schools.
Yeah.
And had actually a lengthy discussion on a couple of community forums on that. So really providing you a 2-year update on that and where we are. Also just want to thank Rolf, who has served on our building committee for the last couple of years, and for the insights and for his time and helping to kind of shape that process. Just a reminder, everybody, RSU 14 is one of 9 school districts that is participating currently in the state construction program. In the past, the state has been able to do up to 20 schools in a cycle. This time, it looks like only 9 are going to get funded. And so having state support for a building is an absolutely amazing thing to have. And just the best way I can describe it, it's almost like a community, and the community's Wyndham Raymond winning the lottery. And in this case, receiving over $131 million in state aid to build a building. And specifically in these times when we have districts that are around us that are looking to do buildings on their own, and probably I think everyone saw this example, Scarborough's looking to do a new combined elementary school, $161 million of local funds. And so just giving an idea. Along with that, though, goes working through the state process. And this has been a process which has been a good process for us, but it's forced us to look at things such as consolidating in middle schools, whether or not that's a good idea, forced us to look at all sorts of different spaces. But just a reminder to the public, this actually started back in 2016, so we're already 7 years into this project, and we still haven't gone to referendum. So it's a lengthy process. And part of that process is also based on the state has a certain amount of money that it can spend on any given year in school construction, and where we fit in with the bond cycle for the state. And at this point, we're looking like we'll hit state bonds in 25 and 26. They actually want to have us issue them in 2 separate things. And in essence, I'll get this in the finance, we actually may end up with 3 bond issuances in this project, which allows us for, I know, select boards and town councils think about tax rates, to actually ease our way into a final impact on the mill rate several years out before that happens. But it's been a lengthy process, and through this process we've done a tremendous amount of educational planning, visioning, working with community members and parents, and what I've also loved about this process, a number of students, and students have given a considerable amount of feedback in the planning process, specifically about the building. We have gone through new versus renovation studies. We've done through a kind of consolidation study. We've done a district study of all buildings. We've looked at 109 school sites in Wyndham and Raymond and gone through that process. And then eventually we've gone into a concept design which has received approval. So things about our current middle school project, and I hope at this point, 7 years in, people know that at least we're thinking about building a new middle school at this point. But in both buildings, Wyndham Middle School, which opened in 1977, and Jordan Small, which first iteration I think was 1964, and then has gone through several iterations where it's been remodeled to be a middle school. But it's missing educational areas, the organization in both buildings. And also, for instance, in Wyndham Middle School, many of the classrooms are only 600 square feet, and the state standard's 900 square feet. And so 600 square feet with 25 bodies in an 8th grade, a lot of kids that are jammed in. Again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're one of 9 districts. The next rating cycle won't go out till 25, 26, which means that some districts, even if they get rated next cycle, won't see money till probably 31 or 32, which is quite a ways out. Looking at what they can do for outcomes, community assets. We are aware that both communities, Wyndham and Raymond, are interested in the existing middle schools for future use and other components of that. The other pieces that really will help us out long term with this project is that it looks like universal pre-K as being a requirement is coming down. Not a requirement for people to attend, but for giving it as an option to families. The state was wonderful in this process to allow us to go from a 6-8, with Jordan Small being a 5-8, to go to a 5-8 model. Allows us to move our grade levels around, and also will allow us to offer universal pre-K. Currently have about 80 families on our waiting list, and I think you're aware our current pre-K program is at Raymond Elementary School with 32 students. That's maxed out. We did add 3 community partners over these past couple years, 1 in Raymond, 2 in Wyndham, who are providing preschool services to our kids. But this project allows us to open that up to families. And then also something that I think you have been aware of as a select board, I know the RSU 14 board, we have one school of 190 middle school students and another school of 630 middle school students, and trying to provide equity of programs and services and things that we can offer in both buildings. It's been difficult over the 14 years we've been in RSU, so to finally bring all of our middle level students under the same roof. And I know some of you have seen this, but the concept design, or the site location that's been approved, is 61 Wyndham Center Road, which is located at the roundabout on River Road. It's between the Wyndham High School campus and the Manchester campus, and as the building committee started to look at a consolidated, looking at sites in between, this is property. So the local component will be $300,000, and that purchase price is all based on a formula of how many students are in the building, with a minimum number of acres for the property. So it ends up with about a $300,000 difference. Coincidentally enough, that piece of property for acreage 35 plus that was going to meet, it was one of the few properties for sale. Moving along, this is the concept design, which has been approved by the state school board. That will be going to the voters. The only difference between the design that you see here, and I think the designs on the most recent posters that have gone out publicly, is that looking at a power purchase agreement for the roof so that we can provide solar, which hopefully will reduce some of our electricity costs, which I think all of us are seeing. In addition, it may also help us with our electricity rates. You may or may not know this, RSU 14 is already in a power purchase agreement. We own 2% of multiple solar fields across the state of Maine, as well as 4 hydroelectric dams that were part of an agreement that was bargained with the UMaine system, Pratt Whitney, New Balance. We were kind of the token school district they threw in there at the end. Allows us to reduce our electricity costs, but that's one component. It is a large building. This is a 260,000 square foot building, and just for frame of reference, Wyndham High School, which I know everyone's been to, is about 220,000 square feet. So it's roughly an acre larger. It's built to accommodate 1,200 students, and just giving an idea of coming in from a front entrance, what this might look like. Just an idea of scale. Each one of those windows is about 6 feet tall, so roughly my height. So as you start to take this larger building, kind of pop it out, and I'm just going to go through some additional exterior components before I get inside, because I think when I get inside, you're going to see a lot of what we talked about 2 years ago for how we wanted to see the structure of this building. Number one thing we heard from kids as far as the outside of the building, tell me where the entrance is and make it easy for me to get there. Also, the other thing for kids was we want some areas that we can hang out outside that we're waiting for parents or practice is over. A nice safe place where we can sit on a bench, have a conversation with a friend while I'm waiting for my parents. The other thing that they didn't ask for that we made sure that we looked at is that we realized that the entrance to a school is also a safety area, and to make sure that this is as safe of a building location as possible. And so this particular building has a school resource officer right at the front door. In addition to that, has the office with multiple eyes looking outward. This is the one entrance to the building, so one place coming in. It also has the addition of school guard glass, which is an impervious glass to somebody trying to break in, trying to break things, to make it far, far safer for our students. Other components to this building is that a majority of our students, it's a 3-story building. Downstairs are our applied arts and our administrative areas, the library, the cafeteria. Our students in their academic time are on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Again, it's another safety feature which Anytime you have an intruder, what you're trying to do is minimize where they can go, how fast they can go there, and by having our students second and third floor actually makes it a safer building. Kind of flying around, it has a playground.
Is the entrance coming off Wyndham Center Road or River Road?
Let me go back to that slide. There's two separate entrances in this, Joe. It's actually a good question.
What's the address again?
61 Wyndham Center Road is the current property. If you go on Zillow right now, look up 61 Wyndham Center Road, you'll get some great aerial shots. This building has, or the complex has two entrances, one on Wyndham Center Road, which is on the northern end. It says utility field. And for those of you who remember this property, the property actually had a soccer field on it at one point. Where the owner spent between $300,000 and $400,000 to build a soccer field in there. We're revitalizing that field. It also has a secondary parent entrance on River Road, and that entrance was obtained through a land swap with the Presumpscot River Land Trust, who owns the adjacent 17 acres. And they agreed to give us an acre for an acre and a half, and that gives us access to River Road. And River Road has wonderful sight lines. It's about 1,200 feet in one direction and about 800 feet in the other for traffic coming in and out. Wyndham Center Road has some challenges. You come down over the hill, kind of take a left, and so we're really using that entrance for buses and for staff, trying to minimize the public
You
coming
definitely
in.
back far enough from that rotary too, which makes it nice. There's no confusion.
And it will require some traffic calming on River Road. For those of you who've driven River Road in the mornings, know that people do go through there quickly. I'm also amazed at the people who miss the roundabout and drive into it. So we'll require some traffic calming and some lights on both ends there. But again, playground, 5th through 8th grade students, and I know both Michelle and Greg, who are our two middle school principals, both believe in getting kids outside for a break, and actually both schools right now are running 5 through 8 recesses, which is great to get kids outside and have that break, provide opportunity for that. Outdoor classrooms, which are something that we have now in both of our middle schools. You'll see a basketball court there, kind of a grass kickball play area, in addition a greenhouse. With Jordan Small has an absolutely outstanding greenhouse program. And also Manchester School does. Wyndham Middle doesn't because there's not a great space for one, but looking to expand that as part of the property. Coming to the back side of the building, this building includes 2 gyms, one auxiliary gym, which is a full-size gym, and then a regular gym, which is 2 full basketball courts. Both of those spaces are being fully supported by the state. That's included within the formula. What's not included, this is the fun part of negotiating square footage, are the end lines. So basketball court may have 6-foot end lines, but you really want to go to 10 to 12. That extra 6 feet you actually have to pay for as a local expense. And so looking at how do we do that, but again through this process we've been blessed to get $132 million to then look at that 6-foot and looking at what the investment that it would take to do that. But the other pieces to this, down at this lower southern side, that's the music, so that's our band, chorus, orchestra. Both middle schools have wonderful music and performing arts programs. The Big Black Box is a big black box, small auditorium. There are, between the 2 middle schools, close to 200 students who participate in drama. Both productions this year, one school doing Wizard of Oz. I'm not sure if anyone had a chance here at Jordan Small to see that, or The Descendants at Wyndham Middle School. Huge participation from kids. And there are times currently with the Wyndham High School auditorium, especially the spring, where we can't get the middle school in. So the building committee felt very strongly to include that. Again, coming up, outside entrance. We know families, both rec and for school sports, will be accessing this. So great access to just the gym, which allows us to then close this down. Looking at how this building is stacked, again, this is a 3-story building, compact on the space, gives you greater efficiency. The amount of roof space that you can reduce actually just gets you more energy efficient. But looking at the building organization, again, first floor, School resource officer in the health, so the nurse being right there at the front door. We learned in COVID, quickly get students into the nurse's office and get them out as quickly as possible if they're sick. So having that separate exit, but you also see admin, student services, some specialty education areas, which include a build lab, and then also the library. And off to the right-hand side, we have our Bridges program, which would be life skills, our health rooms. Moving to the back of the building, athletics, the music room, and then kind of a small auditorium that will seat roughly half the students that are there, all centered around a standard center learning commons, because a common thing we talked about through this process is that we don't want any spaces that are only used once a day. So cafeteria, oftentimes you see in school it's used for an hour or two. The rest of the day, not much is happening there. We want to continue to use and cycle as much space as possible. Something else you'll notice about this building is that it's efficient in moving of students. And to the extent possible, we took as much space and made it educational space. So in a typical building, circulation, which is hallways, is about 15 to 20% of your floor space. This building only has 6%. So every possible square footage was used to actually make it academic space. So this would be, imagine you're on your second floor, 2 grade levels, so this might be 5th grade, 6th grade. Something that we talked about when we were talking about consolidation, how did we take such a large school and really individualize it for kids? And I think I showed this to you, a similar model on the Oyster River building we looked at for grade level on the left-hand side. Let's call it 5th grade. 3 teams of 75 to 100 students who'd be located within that team area. They'll have their science, they'll have their social studies, they'll have their English, they'll have their math, they'll have their intervention. They'll also have close by their applied arts, so their art classes, their STEM classes, which would be, call it your traditional shop class with other science pieces that are in close by, so that those professionals can go ahead and integrate with teams and connect with them. And if you notice, if I'm on the team on the far left, I can actually access my art class because it's right next door. I can kind of slide in. If I'm on the team across, I can slide across. So looking to organize this to make this as personal as possible. The other piece that I love about this building is that those 6 teams that you see on that, there's 6 staircases. So if I'm on the team on the far left, I come in the morning, head to my staircase, head upstairs, I'm in my team. I'm not walking through the halls, I'm not walking through other classes. If I'm the team in the middle, same thing. And then if we layer that with the 3rd floor, 2 other grade levels, I'm just sharing my stairs with another team. So again, this repeating pattern of 12 separate little neighborhoods of teams, especially for middle level, having kids that feel connected to a smaller group. The last thing we want to have, again, kids came in and they said, we want to know where we're going, how do I get to my team, what's the easiest way. In this model in a large school, there's not a lot of wandering that's necessary. You're heading to your team. Getting an idea of what a team looks like. So that left-hand side, you'd have an English language arts room, you'd have your math room, science room, social studies. There's an intervention space, a special ed space. But it's all centered around a common area, and that common area can accommodate a couple classes. And so it allows for classroom teachers to have kids working out in a central common area. There's presentation space that's there. It's a kind of a shared spot. You'll also notice restrooms are located within the team. It's all single-use restrooms, which allows them, kid needs to use the restroom, they're right there on team, they can go, and then they can come back to their classes. Other pieces to kind of point out is there's a lot of glass in classrooms, but there's also safe areas. And in the case of this particular classroom space where you see in blue, is a safe area that if you had a lockdown, kids can't be seen, staff can't be seen, and we'll actually have a different flooring color so that you know if something's happening, head to the blue floor and you're in a safe spot. You can't be seen. So looking at, are there safety ways or safety things that can be integrated into the building, into that larger team area? But again, great example that's there. You can see down in the kind of the lower right-hand corner, all the bench spaces. That's a STEM lab where kids might be doing model rockets, or they might be working on a bridge project, or a class I visited today was trying to make maglev trains, which I thought was pretty cool. That teacher can be working with that team, but if those kids need to go to that team, it's a real short commute. Again, building small areas of community and replicating that. We've seen school models which replicated this up to 2,200 students, up to 3,000 students, where again, it's this model of 100 students being replicated over and over again. Just give you an idea of some inside shots, and again, we're just at that artist rendering. Should the referendum pass, then things actually go to blueprint, and that's when we start to get into some greater detail. But this large central common area for dining with the cafeteria, lunch area off to the right. It also provides some space for some quiet eating because kids don't necessarily want to eat in a big group. So some opportunity that. Down in the far left-hand side, you can see the office, lots of glass, lots of availability for supervision heading over to the cafeteria. In addition, this includes, it's called an agora stair or a learning stair on the kind of the northeast corner. Serves two purposes. One, it can serve as a presentation space. So if a class wants to go down and do presentations for student work. In addition, kids can eat lunch there. And as a former principal of Windham High School, we had kids that ate on the stairs, we had kids that ate in a small calf, we had kids in a big calf. Plenty of opportunity for kids to kind of find their place. Kind of going down that central spine, on the northern side you have a full gym, which actually does have bleachers for all students. Again, point of reference, that's about the same size as the Windham High School gym. All covered within the formula. The smaller gym in that upper corner, that's an auxiliary gym. We have 3 PE teachers, and so it provides 3 PE spaces for the class. Again, state-supported space, and then moving on, an auditorium space that's down towards the bottom. Safety is obviously an issue for all of us. Main entrance, lots of visibility. The school resource officer and Officer Hudner, I'm not sure if you've met him. Kids at Jordan Small, Windham Middle know him very, very well. Bit of a rock star in the middle school world. But him being able to have a space that's visible to not only see visitors coming in as a resource for kids. He has a lunch area because he does have kids come in and do lunches with him, but also has a private space if he needs to meet with parents who are concerned about an issue. Again, gym space, bleacher space for 1,200, so that this is the only spot in the building where you can do a full school assembly. In the formula, the state will pay for 600 seats. So to go to 1,200 to actually have a place you can have everybody, that was an additional local cost. And again, just a simplified view of what the auditorium might look like. It is a compact space with a balcony, which at the middle level allows kids that are sitting upper to be closer to the front where they can actually see what's happening there. So another milestone, September 13th, State Board approved subsidy of almost $132 million for this concept. And that was a unanimous vote, as was a unanimous vote for the land purchase, which does create a local share in this project of $39.8 million. And I'm just going to jump here to the budget for a second. And I'm sorry that it's so small. I think there was a copy in your packet.
It was.
Because I can't even come close to reading that from here. And my screen, it's so small. But gives you a breakdown. It's about $104 million. I'm going to do my best to read this. $104 million in actual construction costs for the state, about $30 million local, and then for administrative costs and fees and services, architectural fees, that makes up the other $9 million and the local costs that are associated with it. Building committee was very, very active throughout this process, and just kind of gives you a breakdown of some of those local option parts. So first of all, community and athletics. One of the things that the committee felt strongly about is that, I don't know if you remember, because some of you were around for this, when Wyndham High School was built, it was supposed to have an indoor track and didn't because of cost overruns with ledge that was out behind the building, and that was cut out of the project. The steel was recycled and put into, actually I don't think it was ever delivered, and never ever happened. This building does include a walking track, running track for both indoor track at the high school and middle school, auditorium and support spaces that are along with that, so that everything that kids would need for storage and building and all the other components for auditorium. Learning commons, some of those central spaces, some of the local additional, some of the outdoor learning spaces, that $300,000 in site costs, and then some additional space at the main lobby. But visually, because I think it's the best way to see it, gives you an idea of what's being funded by the state and what's a local cost. So everything in green is being funded by Maine Department of Education and the Major Capital Construction Program. Everything that's in blue is what the committee has recommended to the RSU 14 board to put on the referendum as a local cost. And you notice in some spots it's hallways. In the auditorium, the state pays for the stage, but doesn't cover the cost of an auditorium at the middle level. So that becomes a local cost around it, but we get the stage component. And then in the gymnasium area, you can see where the blue lines on the end are some of the extra space. And the auxiliary gym gets paid for. There is a mechanical room that's in that kind of northwestern corner, which is a local cost. One thing that the state did move on is did give us some additional square footage for mechanicals that were not in the formula based on the size of the building. So I'm going to try to stay with my time. If I'm going too fast, let me know, because we're going to get into money.
You're good.
Okay. So give you an idea again, in this particular drawing, the central common area is a local cost. All the classrooms that go around it, including the restrooms, that is also paid for by the state. So gives you an idea of the square footage. Moving on to kind of that grade level area that sits out between the applied arts rooms and the 3 different teams, which again is a meeting space, production space, workspace that is not covered within the formula. It becomes a local additional square footage cost. So giving an idea of what approximate tax impacts, and I'm going to walk through some further breakdowns. Roughly 77% of this project has been proposed is state funded. 23% is being proposed as locally funded. Believe it or not, it's about the same percentage that Wyndham High School was done at, which was $27 million of state money and $7 million of local. When Wyndham High School was built, the cost per square foot was about $72 a square foot. It was the most expensive building when it was opened in 2004. Right now, cost per square footage in this building is $431 in construction cost. So a bit of a jump that's taken on beyond that. So going from 72 to 431. This will be the most expensive building built by the state of Maine until the next most expensive building comes
Next year.
along. And there are some $300 million plus buildings in the pipeline. And again, I think probably the greatest comparison right now is you have Scarborough looking to do a locally funded consolidated elementary school at $161 million. Some other components here. There's a cost sharing formula between Wyndham and Raymond and how costs get appropriated. So out of that local funding under the 39.8, 20% roughly, because that's roughly the student population that will be heading into this building, would be to Raymond, and the other 80% of that local funding cost would go to Wyndham. Approximate tax impacts. This was done middle of the summer, and actually interest rates have improved a little bit. 79 cents per thousand in Wyndham on the mill rate, and actually the amount has gotten a little bit better, and I've got some updated slides, and about 56 cents in Raymond. Raymond's number's a little higher. And this goes back to when we were talking about whether or not to even consolidate the middle schools. With Wyndham and Raymond, they're both treated differently in the state funding formula. Wyndham receives state subsidy, Raymond does not. Raymond's a minimum receiver. And in order for Raymond to unlock its share of the $131.7 million, it actually has to spend $300,000. And there's a circuit breaker that kicks in at $300,000 that kind of caps out. That 56 cents does include the circuit breaker built in, that $300,000 that's located there. If we did not do this through the state program, Wyndham would have been about $3.76 per thousand on the mill rate, and Raymond would be about $2.18 on the mill rate. And actually, I've got some better numbers to show you. The town in which I live is looking to do a locally funded elementary school, and the discussion right now is $1 on the mill rate for 5 years. So $5 on the mill rate.
How long is this one for?
That is for the 20 years of the bond.
So the Wyndham High School bond must be retired next year?
The last payment on Wyndham High School local is next month,
Wow, all right.
That's good.
which is about $370,000, which will be, that's already rolled into this amount that's here. So when this building comes online, it will be, that Wyndham High School debt will be retired. Even that 56 cents is going to take probably 3 years to even get to the 56 cents. And I have some updated slides that I'll show here in a second. But again, gives you an idea of, at that 79-cent number, what the tax impact would be on anywhere from a $250,000 to $450,000 house. But again, I want to give you some updated numbers. But before I do that,
Yeah, we should update the home values because nobody can get anything.
yeah, gives you an idea of
True,
what
true.
this would have been like without state support. And again, that's at about that 79 cents. Interest rates have changed a little bit. And with that change, and then also ramping up, and this is a 2-year ramp up, for Wyndham, it looks like the first year would be about 28 cents. Raymond would be 33 cents. The reason why there's a little bit of a difference, when I put this number in, I just assumed that the state would require the $300,000 ramp up for state subsidy in the first year. That may not be the case. This may be actually a lower number than what's there. My feeling with throwing numbers out is I never want to say go up. I told you this and it's going to actually be more. I'd much rather under promise and overperform with, when it comes to this, to actually say we've been already working with some bond brokers to go independently outside of the main bond bank, which we actually can do better percentage wise. Also, town of Raymond has outstanding credit. Town of Wyndham's credit is just, I think Raymond's what, AAA? Wyndham's AA going to AAA. And so we do have outstanding credit that we can actually go ahead and work against. And I know the town of Wyndham and town of Raymond have been using some independent and not always going through bond bank, which again increases the percentage rate. Also provides opportunity independently to refinance should interest rates get better farther down the road. So year one, worst case right now, we're looking at 28 cents and 33 cents. So this is most likely.
The 300,000 to Raymond, is that per year or is that a one?
That's per year.
Per year.
Yeah.
Now, this is only the building impact, not the operational budget impact.
So operational, we're predicting right off the bat it's about a $300,000 savings
Savings.
by actually closing 2 buildings and moving into one.
Okay.
What our greatest increase of cost is going to be is in electricity, because this is a building that's doing air source heat pumps versus fossil fuels and others. So our electricity rates are going to go up. But it'll
Is
be
there
a much-
you said there was, at the beginning you said, is there solar for this one or not?
Yeah, there is solar, but it's not enough to cover the operations of this building. But there will be some operational savings, and that's not been factored into this
Okay.
at all. anytime that you can go from 2 buildings to 1, and then also you always increase efficiency when you can have a greater number of students in an administrative structure, 1 principal versus 2 principals, gives you a saving. And then going into year 2, so this is not 52 cents more for Raymond, this is 20 cents more than what I showed you before, because the circuit breaker has already been valued into this. And again, this is looking
So you
at,
don't have to pay the circuit breaker every year?
in order to be able to access subsidy, it requires an additional $300,000 from Raymond.
Per year?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, as a minimum receiver, until Raymond reaches a point where it has spending each year.
Oh, you're saying the first slide at 33 didn't have that in there? And
No,
this one
it
does?
did have it in there.
Oh, they both have it in there?
Yep, they both assume that $300,000 payment.
Okay.
That's factored in. And just looking at how we're gonna finance, it all depends on when we can break ground. It's our hope with a positive referendum that we can possibly break ground with a separate site package the end of next summer.
Wow.
DEP permitting is the kind of the limiting factor and whether or not a project can move along, and then so we could end up with a small bond next year, another bond in 25, and another bond in 26, which would then put your maximum payments probably hitting in 28, 29, when you would ramp up to 52 cents on the mill rate. But that's also assuming that valuation for both Wyndham and Raymond stays constant. So as valuation goes up, tax impact actually is going to drop because you're increasing the amount of tax base that you have, assuming that there's additional growth in both communities, which Southern Maine real estate market people are.
Yeah, we just got our new valuation shot. I mean, it went way up.
So this is based on last year's.
Yeah.
Based on last year's and where we're at. Just to give kind of a point of reference, that 52 cents, which again, looking at 4 years out, it's gonna vary greatly. That is assuming right now at 52 cents that we would be taking on this debt next year within the budget, and again, it's several years out. So we're hoping that through this process and through 3 possible bond sales that we're ramping this in, so it's not 1 year that you see a 52-cent increase. The first year you might see a 30, then maybe a 40, and then a 50 as you move up through. This is a 20-year bond. The state does provide opportunity now for local portions to go to a 30-year, but the amount of interest that's spent in a 30-year bond versus a 20-year, given where we're at, you're basically paying double for what you'd be financing, and it does increase the amount of debt that would be put onto individual. Scarborough's project is a 30-year bond.
Yeah.
And so-
I'm doing it themselves, yeah.
They're doing it
Looking at
themselves.
where they're at.
Crazy.
Sustainability, this is one of the savings also, Joe, is that we have 2 buildings that do require maintenance. And so being able to reduce maintenance for the first couple of years. The question that people are going to be voting on actually says a $200,000 savings. And the reason why it's a $200,000 savings where it's been 300 is the law says within the first 2 years. Well, during the first 2 years when this building is being built, we won't have any kids in it. So not a lot of savings that are going to take place other than some of the maintenance projects that would take place if we were still going to use these buildings long term, we wouldn't be doing. So again, looking at high quality products. Another key component here, that energy use index, which is looking at how much energy you're using per square footage. Our buildings in our district are used about 60 to 70, as their EUI national average is 100 for schools. This building's we've already had an energy modeled at 34.9. With solar on the roof, the EUI actually drops down to about 17. This is not a net zero building, but drops that down. And Ralph was actually in on some of the conversations. We were looking at insulation factors, wall insulation versus roof insulation versus envelopes. Part of also the local additional is actually going from 2 pane glass to 3, because long-term, greater payback, greater efficiency. In fact, I think the payback period for the windows was less than 10 years. I say 8 or 9. It was a quick turnaround to be able to pay for that energy code. And then healthy buildings. Both buildings were built at a time when air turnover was not a priority. It was heat the space, not necessarily turnover air. So great air quality, natural lighting. We heard that from kids and the staff. To be able to have this building as energy efficient as possible. Just actually going back to energy efficiency. Also looking at ways that the building can actually store heat. There's some energy batteries that are out there, which does everything from storing cooling to storing heat, and looking at ways that we can actually harvest heat from the building. So instead of losing it out through windows and other places, saving it for the next day, or transferring it between areas of the building, which is technology that is actually within the standard budget that's done for this building. Natural lighting, lighting that actually can adjust throughout the day, which uses your electricity. Acoustics are good, and we find that healthy buildings, lower absenteeism, learning spaces, mental health, and a reduced carbon footprint. So on November 7th, the community has the opportunity to weigh in on this particular project, and we have 6 months from that September date to pass a referendum. And if it doesn't pass and the community says it's not the thing to do, the money moves on. Instead of 9 schools being done this time, it would be whoever's school number 10. And at this point, school 9, which I think is an Augusta Elementary School, may or may not happen. We'll wait and see. And then the list is going to be shut off. 25, 26, they're going to go back out and rate all the schools. And just because you were number 10 doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be number 1 in the next rating cycle, because another school may jump up, and they go through the process again. So that's where we are at the moment. Been a lot going on the last couple of years with this project. We're excited about it, and if all goes to plan, then it would be opening in the fall of '27. And at that point, I think we need to have a conversation I know there's been interest in Jordan Small, and what the turnover process might look like for that, and then do some planning moving forward.
Chris, there was some talk online, some comments back and forth about people still wanting to keep Jordan Small open.
Yep.
And I know we as a board made that vote to consolidate, because if we're going to be in RSU, let's do it. Mm-hmm. And personally, I also felt that any of the kids that would be in Jordan Small School would not get that opportunity. And correct me if I'm wrong, we had that one shot to do it, whether we were going to be part of that school or not, and we would still have to pay for it. So I guess I want people out there. I know the bus rides are going to be long. Mm-hmm. I get that. But what you guys are putting together for these kids in school is huge. It's huge. So to I guess tell some of the people that do like the Jordan Small School, you guys can never offer, even if we kept Jordan Small School open as a school, you could never offer what's being put in that middle school. And I mean, and the extra money that would have to be paid out to try to bring it up and everything else, but just looking at this here, there's no way. So I want people to research, I guess, and see what is for the kids. And yes, the ride is going to be longer, but what they're being offered in school is a lot more.
Yeah, there's a couple of comments I'll make to that. So first of all, and this actually came into discussion, and Derek, this actually goes to your question of the 300,000. If Raymond had decided not to join a consolidated school, Raymond taxpayers would still be paying $300,000 towards the cost of that new school.
Right.
Because of the way that the state funding formula is structured, it would have been a cost. So students in Raymond would have had the option of, through interdistrict, could have gone to it, but kids in Raymond, or families in Raymond, taxpayers in Raymond still would be paying that $300,000 towards the cost of the building. So that part would be there. There are elements of programming in this, and also just to mention is that the Jordan Small leadership and teachers have been part of this process since that decision was made, so they've actually helped design, as have the Raymond students. In fact, Michelle Brand, who's the current principal, at Jordan Small and Greg Stein, who is the principal at Wyndham Middle, are going to be doing a joint presentation Thursday night, talking about programming. So the opportunities that were there. You know, it's funny, I came across some building documents from 15 and 16, which was the last discussion that was talked about, do we build a consolidated middle school, or do we renovate Wyndham Middle School and renovate Jordan Small? And at that time, it was $7 million to renovate Jordan Small, and it was $28 million to renovate Wyndham Middle School. And that was 15-16 construction costs. So for those two, what was the 15-16 cost is actually the local additional right now. And at that time, to do a consolidated middle school was close to $60 million in 15-16 money. And so we're not going to get an opportunity at this price point to build something for $171 million for $39 million. We will never, ever be able to match the programming. That's been one of our struggles since 2009 becoming a district. A program that's offered at Wyndham Middle to be able to offer it here, and something that kids have here. There's advantages to kids that are here that we can never offer to Wyndham Middle. So to be able to provide that opportunity across kids, yes, absolutely, we need to work on busing. And you know, it also is going to be some opportunity because the trade-off now that we need to do on the buses, where down at the ball fields when kids have to transfer buses to the expresses, we won't have to do that any longer because we'll pick up some time because all middle school, high school kids will be heading that direction. So some opportunity that's that. But we may need to add some additional bus runs in Raymond in order to be able to do that. And similarly, we have kids that live out on Forest Lake in Wyndham that have to go back through Cumberland to Falmouth to back into Wyndham. You know, for being able to offer them some rides and things. So transportation is definitely a component of this.
Wow, okay.
You may want to mention too your Zoom meetings that you're having, and you know the dates on those and what's being covered each one of those.
I have a quick question on the renovation one. So that 2015 price of roughly 35 million for both of those to combine, none of that was state funded, right? That's all local?
It was all local. It was all local at the time, and the decision at the committee at that point was to take a look at do we put in an application at that point or not? Because of the previous rating cycle, Wyndham Middle School, which is the one that went in the application, was number 42, and it jumped from 42 to number 5. So it was a big jump, but 30
it's close
million.
to probably 90 million now.
Yep, in order to be able to do that renovation. We have been offering some sessions. We did one last week on the financing portion, which tomorrow I'll be sending out something to community and families. They can actually go back and watch it if they've got 30 minutes of boredom or sitting in a car for a game, to talk about the finance portion. This week, Michelle and Greg will be doing programming and going over, here's how we're going to structure programming, here's what a day in the life might look like for a middle level student. That will be Thursday night at 6 on Zoom. The following Thursday on Zoom will be performing arts, sports, and then some of the extracurricular activities that go along with this project. And I know we've talked a lot about buildings. The other component that goes along with this is that the athletic fields are part of the state funding formula. Because the other question that I also get a lot, Teresa, which is that from the Wyndham side, why don't you just build this on the Wyndham High School campus?
Right.
And two reasons. One is this is consolidated, so we wanted to look how close can we start pushing to getting to Raymond. If this had been built on the Wyndham High School campus, we would have lost 4 athletic fields. And so middle school kids would have come out to go to practice, and guess what? They would have gotten on a bus to go to practice somewhere. High school kids would have gone out, gotten on a bus, and gone to practice. This allows now for a fully developed campus at Wyndham High School. So for those Raymond kids who go there, they go out to practice, they go out, all those fields now are Wyndham High School. Kids on this, we now pick up as a district a 56-acre campus, funded largely by state dollars, and I do realize those are taxes to everybody. I live in Cumberland, I'm paying a portion of this because we're not getting any state funds in our project. So to pick up a 56-acre campus that's there, all new fields, and the typical formula for state is a baseball field, softball field, and 1 utility field. We were able to negotiate based on the side of the school. You notice there's 2 full utility fields. And if you get a chance to drive by this campus, that lower baseball field, utility field, you actually can't see from the road because the property goes up and actually crests over. So there's a whole other field there that you can't see. So great opportunity, and again, 9 acres additional the town of Wyndham will be signing over in December, should this be a positive referendum. So it's a good thing for kids, and it's a good thing to bring equity across Wyndham and Raymond.
So it'd be 2027 would be the first.
Kids that are currently in 1st through 4th grade would be the first classes that would be in this.
First to the fourth. We got a couple in there. Yeah.
Yep, they're sitting in classrooms
Yeah.
right now.
Hopefully not.
Any more,
We did bring it.
any more questions for Chris? Anyone in the audience, questions for Chris? Chris, good to see you.
Good seeing you as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
This looks great. And 2 is you working together with Sue too, which is gonna be great.
Yep.
A whole different
Yep.
thing.
So this referendum is on the ballot November 7th.
Yep.
We're gonna approve it tonight, just, to go out, so.
And
You're
I
off.
apologize for all the signatures. I don't know what's different this year, but the attorney is asking for multiple signatures on the documents.
Okay, not a problem.
These are mine. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we do have a
We're
few
we're
things.
way in the back
Oh,
on this
no,
one.
they only have.
All right.
But they do.
Yes, because there's an attestation on there for me,
Perfect.
so I sent the other copies away with Mike and said, no.
Ah,
All right,
cool.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seriously.
All right, minutes of previous meeting, can I have a motion?
Move the minutes from September 12th.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, unanimous. All right. Richard, do you want to hang around? Because this could be a long meeting, or would you like to introduce yourself now and be able to take off?
I think the second off.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Doe. I'm the new library director for the Raymond Village Library. I'm happy to be here and
Oh,
happy
cool.
to, make the library a great place to be. So, thank you for this opportunity.
Welcome.
Thank you
welcome.
very much,
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. How's it going so far?
So far, so good. It's only been 3 weeks, but just getting smooth. We're back to our regular hours for now, so it's
Oh, good.
yeah.
Good.
A lot of people in the community, and they're all very happy about the library. So,
Great.
Yep.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming tonight.
yeah, of course.
You're welcome to hang around if you want. You can see how the town of Raymond operates.
And maybe next time.
All right, well, thank you for coming. Really
Thank you so much.
appreciate meeting you.
Appreciate it.
So,
Yeah,
Bye.
That's awesome.
all right. Consideration liquor license application, East Shore Tavern. Alex, why don't we start with you?
Good evening.
Hi.
So we still haven't noticed a violation out there that has not been cleared up.
Mm-hmm.
Any progress? Have you heard from Kyle at all?
No changes since the last meeting.
Is there 1 violation or 2 violations? Because I sent that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's technically, if you look at the NOV, it is technically 1 section from the ordinance, but we had originally noticed him on the expanded seating area out back and the parking area, which is on the abutting property. The parking area is still being used as parking area, and the seating area, Kyle did submit an after the fact permit application. That permit's still on hold in our system for, we just needed proof of right title or interest in the application, so just a copy of the lease or an email from the property owner. So that's the only thing that's outstanding.
And we have not received that.
No. We have a copy of the lease agreement for the parking area on the back section.
Not the building, but not the
itself.
expansion.
And I'm not sure, maybe he's purchased it since then, I don't know. But Yeah, that's the only thing that was outstanding on that.
When was that?
Last fall, last October.
So it's been a year.
Yeah.
And currently, where that expansion goes, the outside property, it's fenced in, like a fenced in
seating area,
rectangle.
yeah.
And thank you for sending out those maps, because looking at that map, the way that the line goes across is where the new area is, his property for the cafe is right there at the end of that. Is there any kind of setbacks in there at all on those two
Our
things?
commercial district doesn't have setbacks.
Okay.
We don't have normal setbacks.
But noticing that property ends, that fence ends right at the property line. So anybody that's going to be going around the building will be going on the commercial property.
No,
of the
residential.
Residential, sorry, yes, behind them.
Yep,
Okay,
that's correct.
okay.
All right, Alex.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Kyle,
Evening,
when did you put those no parking signs up?
this afternoon.
I thought you were gonna do it the next day.
That was
A month ago, Kyle.
Yeah, that was contingent on my liquor license approval. That was part of the contingency.
That's not what you said, Kyle.
I'll
Kyle,
have them up tomorrow.
let me just tell you something, Kyle. I'm getting tired of your running around and lying to me.
I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm
We
not.
could go back and look at the meeting minutes, and we have it on tape.
Good.
You said you were gonna do it the next
Part of
day.
the approval of the
No,
liquor license.
no.
You said that-
No.
No, you said you were gonna do it the
Can I
next day.
speak or am I just going to be overtalked?
Kyle,
Am I allowed-
don't give me attitude.
I'm not giving you attitude.
you
but
are.
This is also a discussion.
You have not cleaned up anything you said you were gonna do. We have pictures
A lot of pictures.
from last meeting to now of all your violations. Okay?
And the violations are.
You're parking out back.
Okay,
Parking
so
in an area and not
if we
supposed to
can
be
speak to
parking.
that, we can get to that right now. Here's the notice of violation right here, 1248 Roosevelt Trail on commercial land. This doesn't happen on commercial land. This happens on residential land. So you're citing a commercial code and commercial zoning on a residential lot. We talked about this last time.
But what you're doing is you're taking customers and are parking back on that
No, I'm
property.
not. You're
Yes.
assuming that I'm doing
No.
it.
Oh,
We have
no, we have a
pictures.
lot of
We have
pictures.
Do you have pictures of people parking
Yeah.
back
Yes.
there?
Yes.
That's right. Is it illegal for me to park registered vehicles on a piece of land?
You said that you were going to park there.
Excuse
so
me.
wait a second. So what happens is last time we were here, last month, I said to you, you have two buildings. I said, how are you going to stop people from parking back there? I said, what's going to stop you from having your employees back there? Because if you have your employees back there, or Kyle parking, it is considered commercial then on that property.
And I never stated that the employees are parked back there. You guys are making
you
you are
said
making
you
an
would
assumption.
not
You're
have it
making
parked
an
there. They said
assumption
your
that my
stop.
employees are parked
Stop.
there.
They said your vehicle would be back there. You said you had a right to go back there because
That's
you
right.
have a lease on it.
That's right.
But it's not just you, Kyle. It's a lot of people parking back there. And in fact, I got another picture today that somebody had, and it's not one person sending them. There's several people that are
Okay.
sending these things. And you know what's crazier is Tuesday night you came in and we were going to work with you. We told you to put up the Jersey barriers.
No, you
and-
didn't. It was signage.
No. Stop. Just give me a second.
Are we going to talk facts or are we going to talk?
Stop.
She's not done. Just let her
Kyle?
finish up.
Okay.
Listen up while she's talking.
Okay.
Rolf gave you a break and said to put up no parking signs, and you said, great, I could put, and we said, gave you 14 days. And you said, I can put them up within the week. They just got put up today because there's been so many pictures. You came in here and we were willing to work with you. We are not the police. We are not DHS. We are not any of those. We are dealing with town business with you right now. And what's happening is Thursday night, I get a video to my text message, and you've got an axe throwing out back on that commercial property. Residential. Yes. So, are you saying there wasn't one?
I'm not going to go ahead and finish what you're saying so I can speak.
Then
I
I'm
can't
getting
answer.
videos
No.
of other cars back there that are not your cars. And in fact, I thinking, okay, are these people just setting this up or what? I drove down there and there was a trailer with this purple blue truck back there that's down there. And there's others. I've got so many people sending these, and you stood here and you said no. You wanted to be able to have access to your leased property.
Right.
And we told you you cannot have people parking back there, and you said you wouldn't. And it's all been a blank you to us right now from you.
Just let me know when I can respond.
Go ahead.
I stated last time that 10,000 square feet of area is a privately leased lot separate from my operation. I can have a truck and trailer. I can have anything I want back there that's not in connection with that commercial business. You're making an assumption when you see vehicles and trailers and everything else. You're assuming that I'm letting customers park. You're assuming I'm letting my employees park. But there's nothing there to suggest that that's actually what's happening. I have a leased amount of area that was going to be planned for an expansion that no longer suits the business needs. It can't be done. I'm locked into a 5-year lease. I can have my contractors that work for me park there if I please. I can park my trailers there. I can park whatever I want to park there. And you guys can't make an assumption because you see vehicles that these are going to be customers to my business. And that's all we're going off is an assumption that you guys drive by, you see some vehicles, you're making the assumption that those vehicles are customers in there. You don't come into that facility. I saw you out there looking around and taking pictures. You could walk in and ask, but not one of you people on this board in 3 years have walked into that facility. Never introduced yourself.
That's
No,
untrue.
Oh, really?
So,
Untrue.
so the funny thing is,
I've eaten there quite a bit.
right out front of your establishment,
Sure.
axe throwing. And what do you have out back of your building? Axe throwing. That people have been in there drinking, which they are not allowed past.
No, nobody's drinking on that trailer. Nobody. And first of all, the insurance wouldn't allow it with the vendor that's on the outside
So
that
somebody
presides.
signed their name John Henry on there.
What?
So when they were doing the axe throwing. So this is the stuff, and it's. I'm not going to sit here, I guess, and be lied to and be made a fool of, because I feel like that's exactly what you're doing. And then you put something on TikTok that says walking into select board meetings is like knowing that you're going to tip
That's
off
a personal
98%
opinion,
of it.
and that obviously is what happens here. Look at the way that you're acting. Look
Because
at the
you're
way that I've
lying
been
to us,
treated.
Kyle.
No, there's no lie. You're assuming that I'm lying to you because you've seen one thing. You don't come in to
Kyle,
talk
I
to
asked
me
you
personally.
last time we had this if you had any commercial activity going on in that personal property, and especially with the dumpsters, and you said no.
There wasn't, yeah.
So there's dumpsters, 2 dumpsters on that property that are not being used for any commercial.
The dumpsters are mine, and I rent the property. So I can dump all my trash there as I want. It's under
I'm just-
Valley Holdings LLC.
I'm-
That's the landholder. I use that for my trash.
Okay, well, I'm asking. I asked last time. I'm asking now. You don't use
That's it.
no trash from the commercial property goes into the dumpsters on the personal property.
We use that in conjunction, yeah. But where does trash out? And if you want us to slide the dumpsters forward, no problem. Just say that. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys are sitting here. You're telling me that I'm a liar. I'm not a liar. You're telling me that I can't park.
I asked you last week
Can
if
I
that was
speak?
used
Can I finish?
commercially,
I mean, can
and
I
you
finish
said
this?
no. It wasn't.
It's not
Now
used
you're
for-
saying yes.
You guys are
But-
assuming that. So
Do you put trash from a commercial property from the building?
from time to time, yes.
So it is used
Okay.
commercially, and
It's
you
not
said no,
used.
it wasn't.
That does not. Just because there's a dumpster on that property does not consider that commercial property. It's residential property. It's every
Right?
residential
I didn't ask
property.
you what it
If
was,
every
what
resident.
kind of property it was.
There's
I
a
said
lot
you're
of
using
res-
your trash from your commercial building and putting it in those dumpsters, and you said no. Before you said they weren't even there.
Is there an ordinance that says that? I
I'm not
can't have-
asking ordinances. I asked
Then
you
what
a
are you
question.
asking?
You answered it, and now it's the opposite. You're saying you are
There's
using
2
it.
dumpsters there.
Right, and you said they weren't.
So does that
used.
constitute commercial operation on that residential lot?
I'm
Alex?
asking you. If
you put commercial trash in
The
it-
code enforcement officer's right here. Can we ask him?
Commercial trash in it, it is now commercial.
Really? Is
Once
that
you
how
put
that's the
commercial
with
trash in
dumpsters?
it is now used.
No, it's not. We're gonna get up and we're gonna. So he is the code
It's what?
enforcement
Alex?
officer.
So the axe throwing thing that's parked there, that's
Let's
not
stick to
commercial
one
too?
thing, the dumpster first, please.
I'll-
Can we get through each one
I
without
would love
everybody-
to, but you changed your story from last week to
No,
this
I'm
week
not. I'm
just
talking
on
about,
that.
I'm talking about a dumpster.
Okay,
We're
hang on,
asking if
hang
it
on.
constitutes a
Hang
commercial
on,
property
hang
if it's
on.
dumpster.
Alex, please.
Hi.
So he's throwing commercial trash into a dumpster on
Yes.
private property.
Yes.
Does that make it commercial use?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commercial use, totally.
So we can slide the dumpsters forward, put it on commercial property. Problem solved.
The axe throwing truck.
Just like you were gonna put the signs up the next day, Kyle.
It was my understanding that when we left here, and if I can finish, please, because you keep asking questions and then you interrupt me. My understanding was that you, when you approved my liquor license before the nonsense that happened in the last meeting, that you would approve the liquor license contingent that the signs got up within 14 days. I told you 7 days. I didn't leave here with my liquor license. So that's not I lied to you. That's not I'm being rude. you stated on the video that contingent to my liquor license being approved, that I would have to put those signs up. I left that evening without a liquor license. Actually, you approved it and you rescinded it afterwards.
And then you got it the next day with the letter.
You got a 30-day.
You guys
You
had
should've gone
60
7
days
days
to
from
make. You
there.
guys had 60 days to make a decision on it, and Larry Sanborn told you that. You were in a position where you either had to deny it or file for my extension. Those were the two options.
We filed for your extension.
That's right, because
yes,
that- you
but
had-
then 7 days. And if it was me under fire the way you are right now, I would have had signs out there. I would have had signs all over the place. So you're saying today, with those little signs that you have out there that somebody
No
said to
parking,
me,
as we agreed on.
there's
Yep.
like 5, 6 people out there and they're doing construction at 4:30 in the
What
afternoon?
I'm saying is it's not right for you to assume that you know
That's
what
why I'm
those
asking you right
and I've
now.
told you, there are people down there that I know that I could park there. There's people that leave their vehicle there so they can go and carpool with other people. There's multiple reasons why there's vehicles down there. And
wow.
the assumption that you are
There's no
trying...
assumption with an axe throwing trailer that's on the. It
If the-
takes up the entire spot. You have a huge sign that says axe throwing Thursday nights. So I don't. You can't tell me that's not commercial.
Is there any parking that was around that commercial trailer that you're speaking of? That
I'm not
actual...
talking about that truck is parked. Yes.
It's blocking
truck
the whole
is-
back
So-
end.
It's parked.
This whole thing is about parking. We're not talking about commercial. We're talking about parking.
No, it's commercial use on a residential lot. That's
How is that
what
commercial
It
use?
is parking. The guy's not driving around. If you're driving around while people are axe throwing, it's kind of dangerous.
If he's
He
parked-
there
if
with
he's
a trailer, and your customers are out there throwing axes. There's
Yes.
a giant sign that says so.
Yes.
And it's all on this residential lot.
Okay, so I had a vehicle out there that was parked, correct? That's what we're coming down to, because
No, I just told you what I said. What
Right, there was a
you're
ve- an
literally
act-
doing your bar.
This whole thing.
Yeah,
I'm not playing word games, Kyle.
we
You
don't
know
have
where
to
we're
play
at.
word games, but we're not going to
You
play
can't
assumptions.
sit up there and tell. There's no assumption.
There
What
is.
What's the assumption of people throwing axes in a trailer and you have it out front that
The
are?
issue with this,
Why,
the
why is the axe throwing trailer?
You want to
there?
issue me a
No, why is
violation
the
with
axe
actual?
throwing
You
trailer
want
there?
to issue me a
Why
violation
is
for
the axe
commercial
throwing
use on
trailer
residential
there?
property? That's fine. This right here.
Why is the axe throwing trailer there?
Can I speak now?
Yeah,
I'm
you
done
can answer
having
the
you.
question.
I've already answered your question. I
You're
know how many
right.
times you want to answer.
You haven't answered why
If
the axe
you want to
throwing trailer
issue
is
me
there.
a new violation for using commercial use on a residential property, that's fine. This right here, this is valid. It's not valid. If it was, you guys should have moved on it. And the bottom line is, this should have never been issued. It was a commercial property that wanted to extend into a residential property. We abandoned those efforts. I'm stuck with the land. You're trying to assume that I let parking for my establishment happen there. I'm telling you that it's not. Unless there's some kind of evidence that you guys can provide that those people are solely there for the use of my facility, I'm not sure what grounds you got to
Pretty
stand
black
on.
and white. There's a giant.
It's not black and
trailer.
white, it's an assumption.
Derek.
And this right here is, if you look at it, no site plan approval for non-residential use of structure, except for single-family dwellings, duplex dwellings, accessory uses to single-family or duplex dwellings, maintenance of an existing facility or building, or interior renovations to an existing building or facility which do not change the use or increase the amount of parking. No building permit should be issued for a new building, new facility, exterior renovation, existing building, or facility. Any alteration or addition of impervious areas or substantial change to the use of an existing building or facility and is planned require a site plan review. So this violation is to say that I didn't go in front of the planning board to approve site plan review. I do not require site plan review to have a private piece of land that parks my vehicles or people that I allow to park there. This does not stop me from doing that. This is not valid. And it cannot, I don't know what more we could talk about. This isn't even addressed to, it says it's on my commercial lot. My lot that I leased that you're talking about is a residential lot. That parcel ID number, that's not the residential lot where it's in question right now. So you guys are taking two separate issues. My commercial operation and my leased land, and you're trying to put it together as one.
Because that's what you're
You
doing.
applied for a permit and you didn't file.
No, I did not apply for a permit, and he just told you I didn't apply for a permit. I sat down and I spoke with him about this.
But he's still using
Okay, before we continue, we probably should point out the fact that this NOV can be appealed if he feels that there's any errors.
Right.
Did he appeal them?
No.
No, there was no appeal filed. So
Right. So
we
it's
have to
still a
assume that
violation.
he got the NOV, he reviewed the NOV, and did not feel like appealing the NOV at
Right.
that point. So we don't need to get into the weeds on the technicalities on this NOV. We can go through point by point, be a great exercise if we want to go through this section.
No, but
talk
this
about how
isn't
it applies.
this isn't the venue to do that.
It's not.
Exactly, so that's not ours. So what I'd like to do,
Let's keep going first.
well, what I'm saying is, I say a motion to table this until next month again, because we have two things on the table. We have a lot of evidence right now that shows that he is mixing them compared to last month's meeting that said he would not, because I specifically asked if he would let staff and other people park back there, and he said no. So I am making a motion to table this until next month to see if anything is done. He has to go through Alex to fix this. This is not the venue to do it.
I'd rather not entertain that motion right now, so we can continue to just have some discussion and then arrive at whatever we need to arrive at. So, Cumberland County Sheriff's Report.
Sure, let's get into that.
You had 15 violations in 2022,
No, that's incorrect. And I want to also speak to how you pull that report.
and you have 14 issues so far in 2023 through September 12th.
I think that it's interesting that the way that this was worded and calls for service, speaking with the records department and speaking with the local sheriffs, these logs are simply pulled based on the name being added. So if there's a traffic violation, which says traffic offenses, in front of 1248 Roosevelt, or Cafe Sebago, or East Shore Tavern, it is simply noted in the call log as a location that the incident happened, whether it be a violation with a moving vehicle, whether it be contact with somebody that they're looking for. This in no way, shape, or form is any definitive evidence that these people have came to my property, these have been an issue on my property, or any of these calls were directly linked to the East Shore Tavern. Furthermore, I pulled up my own records through CCSO, and I went through the proper channels. And the proper channel said that I can show you the actual report for East Shore Tavern if you'd like, because it differs very greatly from the copy that you guys put out.
Was that East Shore or is that Cafe Sebago? Is that both? Because you have to look at both too.
That was both.
And I have copies right here.
East Shore.
And
It's East Shore.
this was obtained from CCSO Records Department.
So was that.
No, well, actually, they don't have a record of anybody from the town of Raymond pulling up this. So you did not get it from the records department. So wherever this was pulled from, that I can listen. Christopher Piles has confirmed that he's looked through the log. The town of Raymond has made no such request through the records department for this data. So wherever you got this information is not from the records department. It's not through proper channels, and it's not documented.
Not through proper channels?
Go ahead.
The proper channels would be through the records department, so it could be logged in. That's what I did, and my log will be there. And my records, here it is. It says from the sheriff's department. It differs from what you guys have there greatly. And I can read
Where
up.
did you get these from?
I called Mark Marion, who was our contact at the Cumberland County, and he contacted the records department, and he had them create these reports for me.
Thank you.
And here's a copy of the records request that I've made to the sheriff's office that have Raymond and East Shore Tavern that are drastically different. So I don't know, again, what you want to look at, but these were never designed to definitively say, oh, there was a traffic stop at Cafe Sebago. There was attempt to locate at Cafe Sebago. Simply used as landmarks for incidents that happen. So this could have happened on 302. There could have been somebody pulled over across the street. The officer sees 1248 on my sign. They see East Shore Tavern. It's logged in there as a log for reference. I also, furthermore, after the last meeting, I spoke with Sergeant Marion and Sergeant Parody. They both are sergeants that patrol this area. I went directly to them and had a meeting for 30 minutes apiece and asked them about a lot of the things that was said by Cary Grant and her boyfriend and some of the other things that were floating around. I can tell you right now that those two meetings resulted in, there is no issue with me and the sheriff's office. Both of those patrol sergeants said they're not looking into me. They're not concerned about the amount of people that I have, the kind of people that are there, or the incidents that happen, because they've only been there one time in regards to me in the last 365 days. And that was more recently, and it was about 2 months ago. So these people, they're not seeing increased OUIs. They're not seeing increased fighting. I'm telling you what you're not seeing on here. You're not seeing assault. You're not seeing multiple intoxication. You're not seeing traffic accidents out in front of this place. These cannot be used to show that I'm doing something irresponsible, simply because this is a call log. My place has been used as a reference. And furthermore, if you want to look into your version versus my version, traffic offenses, 911 hang up, citizens assist. There was a theft. A gentleman lost his wallet there one morning, called the police in case it turned up. I mean, this isn't nitty gritty stuff. And those calls are not calls of service to East Shore Tavern.
So, again, the police have theirs. DHS has theirs. The state liquor board has theirs. We have ours in our own town. So, again, I want to put that motion out there.
Hang on 1 second. So Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
So we've had this notice of violation for a year. It's never been appealed.
Yep.
So the appeal would be to the Board
Board of Appeals. Yep.
Okay. Which meets when?
They meet as needed or once a month.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone can still make an appeal, even though they're beyond the appeal period. But there's no guarantee that it'll be heard.
Right.
So, but how do we fix the parking out back?
Good question.
We put the Jersey barriers up. But again, it's stuff that he has to discuss with Alex and not here.
So would the violation reach the point where we deny him a liquor license? That's the question in front of you. And then if he would have to appeal that to the liquor enforcement, who would have a hearing at that point. That's.
I'm just saying, he's had a month. He knew what we
No,
were
he's
asking.
had a year.
Yes. Yes. He also knew what we were asking, and to sit here and say that.
This violation is not applicable
Hold on a minute, I'm not done.
to East Shore Tavern.
I'm not done, Kyle. For you to stand up there with a straight face and go at us like this and say that these are all contractors or whatever behind you is the biggest
That's your opinion.
craziness. It is my opinion.
no
You're right.
opinion of
Wait a
it.
second. Hold on.
It is. It's all your
So,
opinion.
listen, I'm not going to have you stand up there and make us fools. I'm not.
I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to
did,
think that
because
maybe.
again, that axe throwing thing out Thursday night, knowing full well what we were asking of you, and knowing full well that you were driving from commercial property onto residential property to go around or to even park it, is a violation. So, to me, we were just saying no. We said no, and again, we went to the state liquor board and wrote them that letter that says, hey, give them 30 days too while we investigate this stuff. Rolf even said just put up parking signs, and then you put up parking signs today? Really? Out of 30 days?
Yeah.
Wow. Take
It's-
that one, select board. That's pretty much exactly what you did.
No, I didn't. No,
You
I
did.
didn't. No, I didn't.
So
Again,
again,
we were contingent on
I-
putting those signs up if I left here with a liquor license. That's what it was. You could roll the tape. Why would we even talk about it?
Oh my God.
We're not going to get into that.
And that's fine.
Okay.
I am.
So
Each month that goes by, he has to work with Alex and get it settled as to what the code is and what is correct as far as not using that property behind you for any kind of commercial use. That is why I am saying table this for another month. But I'm not going to have it on my shoulders that his employees are not working, because that's something you should have taken care of right away. So if you don't have a state liquor license because of it, it's not my fault.
I just don't understand how this could be commercial. It's 1248 Roosevelt Trail. Show me the violation that happened on 1248
you have a
Roosevelt
notice
Trail.
of violation in front of you.
That's
all
right,
you
but it
need
doesn't
know.
apply
You
to
did
a
not
resident.
appeal it. You had a year to appeal it, Kyle. You didn't do it. You gave us the finger. That's
Yeah.
what you did.
No, I did not give you.
Yes.
Okay.
So
So,
a motion
I see.
to.
A motion
Ta-
to extend the liquor license for 30 days.
No, I do not want the liquor license extended. We did that last month and he didn't do it.
What are we doing here? Are we trying to cut out my
We're talking-
livelihood over this?
No, we're not.
Of
But
course
we're
you
also
are.
not going to sit here
Of
and
course
have you
you
go
are.
bleep you to us either, Kyle.
I'm not. You
Because
guys are
2
taking
nights
two
later,
separate
you went down
things.
there with that axe throwing truck.
The operation that you're licensing right now has nothing to do with your dispute on that land. Nothing.
Yes, it
Until
does.
then prove it.
Because it's
Time to
no-
go.
Your
it's a-
tape, you got dumpsters that are still there. If it was me, I would have cleaned up the thing that next day. I would have moved the damn dumpsters to where they're
Everything.
supposed to be. They're not on there. I would have put up that light thing, and I would have had it all done that next day, like you said you could do. I could have that done the
Yep.
next day. You didn't do a damn thing. You said, the hell with them. Well, I don't care what they do.
No, I did
You know,
not.
You did, in effect, because you did nothing.
In effect, I did
gave
nothing.
you-
No, I
gave you
had,
the opportunity
I had to spend my time fighting
I gave you the
to
opportunity
try to get my
to
liquor
figure out
license
that you did
renewed,
not.
that you guys wanted to
That's the
withhold.
problem.
That's what I was busy doing. The next day, I spoke with the liquor inspector. The liquor inspector called you guys and said, you have your 60 days to make a decision. You either give him his renewal or give him a denial. That's where we're at today. If you guys choose to deny me here, that's well within your rights. But you're not going to table it. It's 60 days past. I can appeal this right now as the time sits. This is a
You can appeal what?
This decision. Do you realize that I can go right and appeal the decision if you deny it tonight?
Yeah.
But you need to make a decision. There's no more tabling it. You had 60
You're right.
days. You either
Motion to-
deny it.
Then I'm gonna make a motion to deny his liquor license, and then he's got 30 days to get things right. That's my motion on the table. Because we gave you 30 days.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Sam?
I think his hand is up,
Okay.
yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
Unanimous. You have 30 days to appeal. You can appeal right to liquor enforcement.
Sure. I'm gonna need something in writing to make sure that I can document why you're denying this, and I'll need that by tomorrow.
Because you have a violation that you haven't taken care of.
Okay. Well then, we'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry to put you in that.
Actually, can I just ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
In case he comes. So if he has the violation resolved tomorrow, for example, then you're good.
Yep.
Let me ask you, how does he resolve that?
Loam and seed it,
Yep.
and
Like
you
we
can do that
have.
tomorrow.
Or
Or-
put Jersey barriers in.
To stop people
Could,
from going around
yeah.
back? But
Problem with that is they could be moved. He could move one, and then in 6 months he's got parking back there again. I don't know.
And-
I'd like to see it either loam and seed or get site plan approval.
Yep.
okay, then make that your goal on that. Do you know what I mean? As far as that's what needs to be done. But I saw videos the other night of people ramming those Jersey barriers pretty hard. So
Yeah.
Sue wanted something.
The motion wasn't to, if he fixes it,
No.
no. So he would
Is-
not get his license back.
It was a
by
motion to
simply fixing
deny. He has to now
What was the
appeal.
30-day thing? I heard there was
He has
something
30
about-
days until we have another meeting and he can put it back on the agenda. That's what I'm
He's
assuming.
appealing. He's got 30 days to appeal.
No, he appeals to the liquor
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
He has to appeal to the Department of Liquor, yes.
But we still can say no on the
But if he fixes it
License.
tonight, that doesn't give him his liquor license back.
He can, we can have an emergency meeting if
Yes.
need be. Okay?
Yes.
But that's what it would require, yes.
Right.
keep forgetting Sam's up
Yep.
there.
Okay? It's been a year.
It really has.
All right.
Do we want to take the business license application out of
Yep.
out of turn?
Moon Enterprises, that you guys? All right. I bet you can't wait to come to town now.
Okay.
No,
Well, so last month we had the same issue last month, and there was other people here that were doing business, and they're just like, "Do you want to get up and talk?"
I've been in town meetings before,
Yeah.
before this in other towns, so I've seen some
All
stuff
right.
going on.
All right,
Why don't you
come on.
step up and introduce yourself and
So we're on 5 days.
My name is Tyler Monahan. I'm the owner of Moon Enterprises. We are trying to open up a retail marijuana shop at 1259 Roosevelt Trail, which
is the old B&B.
which is the former, so we took it over,
Yeah.
so now I'm doing the approval process of it.
Are you actually in the building now?
Yes. I
Okay.
have the lease right here.
So the other place is out.
Yes.
So you have electricity and all that now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the generator's not hooked up anymore.
Okay, all right. Okay, and it's solely medical.
It's for now. I think that's just because we'd like to do adult use because that's just the way that's the way it's going right now. Medical's kind of,
Yeah.
adult use is what everybody's doing. It's kind of,
But you do know Raymond doesn't allow adult use.
I do know that.
We had a referendum.
Yeah,
And they voted it no.
they voted.
So knowing
Yeah.
that, are you guys still up for that? Because it's, yeah.
Either way, we are still up for it. We are medical.
Okay.
Just,
So just realize that you
Go to
can't
the
do
thing.
regular retail,
yeah.
adult use.
So the referendum's a town vote pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay, cool.
And that was a year ago?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay.
Yeah,
Because it's either opt in or opt out. We did cite the
Right.
public and they said no.
right.
Okay.
So, yeah, are you okay with just doing?
Yeah, we're medical as is, so it doesn't really change much for us. It's just the way that it's gone is medical is kind of a dying thing.
Right.
And adult use is just, everybody's transferring.
Exploding. Yep.
Pretty much what's gonna happen is all medical will most likely go away. That's the way it is in most states, and then it just kind of transforms into adult use. So,
Yeah.
So
but-
how do you do, first off, are you guys anywhere else or is this going to be your only store? And second, how do you do that knowing that yours may fade out and we're not doing adult use?
well, I guess medical probably won't go anywhere for a couple years. There's still good money in it. Most likely, most towns will probably opt in over time. Over time, it's growing, so things change. I don't see
It would
Raymond.
require a whole new vote.
Right.
And
It would require a vote, it would require,
a change
it
in ordinance.
would require an ordinance, it would require a town meeting vote.
Yeah, you'd have to get back on the ballot. You'd have to get
Yeah.
so many signatures, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So do you guys have another store?
Yeah, we have one that we're building across from the Hannaford at the Five Corners,
Five Corners.
Poland?
In Poland?
Poland. Well, it's actually technically Mechanic Falls.
Oh, yeah, the
So,
little one. All right.
I have a store right there.
There's a little florist.
That's right by the school, right?
Yeah.
I'm 505 feet away, but yeah.
You make it by 5 feet.
Yeah, no, we are
Is
very.
it that corner store that's there? Is that
No.
or near the propane place?
No, you go down.
It's the Chipmunk storage. It's like it's a
Oh.
storage facility
Oh, on 9/11
on 26.
on 26.
Yep.
Okay.
5 feet.
This is Wes. He's gonna be the manager of the store.
Pending
So.
approval, I'll be the manager of the location in Raymond. So our plan was to get approval for medical, and then down the line, potentially, there's another space for rent in the suite next to us, and that would be if it was allowed future adult use, but that's not our plan for at least a few years out. So it would be pending approval, obviously, and do the medical thing correctly and do that first, and then if we could down the line add that, but one suite and then the other suite would be.
Yeah, we're just trying to warn you ahead of time that there's very little chance that Raymond's going to approve adult use marijuana
Well,
for quite a few years.
but here's another thing. That building down there was just the building. And then what happens is the gentleman that was in the store before you guys, he came to the select board meeting and said they actually built that addition on for adult use and wanted us to opt in. So they said they were all ready to go because they built that spot, especially for this. So they went and spent money not going through the process and everything else. So yeah, we don't want you blindsided.
No, we're aware of that. It's a lot of towns don't opt in.
Wayne, when we went, the other guy that was gonna go in there,
They actually Sean built Brody.
we started down the inspection route and whatnot.
to opt in.
Huh?
So they said they were all ready to go because
Sam?
they built that spot,
Well,
especially
we're
for
getting the
this.
recording
So
back
they went and
closed.
spent money
Sam?
not going through the process and everything else. So
It's
yeah,
Wayne.
we don't want you blind.
Where are we?
Oh,
Maybe mute him.
Wayne.
Okay, Wayne, have you done an inspection there yet? Because I know when we went through it, started down here the last time, you'd done part of it and there was some issues and whatnot.
get in.
Have you been back in there yet?
We met today on site and did a preliminary inspection because he's still doing some remodeling of the space. So we would need at some point to go back in and do a final inspection based on the things that we saw today and the verbal corrections that we discussed with the applicant.
Okay, and so you know the things that need to be done?
Yeah, it was a couple small things. It's not a big deal. So.
When do you plan on opening?
Well, probably by Christmas, hopefully.
Okay.
Optimistically, who knows?
All right. I have a,
So, all right, a motion to approve the application of Moon Enterprises LLC doing business as Eclipse.
Condition.
Yeah, but it's conditioned on, based on doing everything.
passing the fire
Yeah,
inspection.
with the fire inspector.
Okay.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you. Easier than the first with the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
don't take a year to get with our
Yeah.
fire
Yeah.
chief and.
Just don't stand up there and lie to us.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
meet you guys. Thank you.
You too. Welcome to Raymond.
since we've kind of thrown the agenda up in the air and let it come down wherever it may,
Yeah.
could we allow Sharice to wander?
She was
off?
next.
Yeah, perfect.
Consolidation or consideration of update of the post-issuance compliance policy. Everybody have a chance to read it?
That's on theirs.
Yeah, I guess, the only thing that, let's see, let me get to where that was.
Where'd we go, D now?
You speak into the microphone.
C, yes.
Oh, sorry.
I guess the only
Oh, C.
thing that I would suggest that we do there, in addition, just in addition there, it's in regards to, now I gotta remember where it was. Where it says something, something there, that says, you know, the compliance officer or the
Or its
or the
designee.
compliance officer's designation.
Yeah.
I would like to also add in there, or
Town
select-
manager.
the select board designee. And the reason being, you know, you can get into a situation where the treasurer is, for one reason or another, is not there. And so now you really don't have a compliance officer, but the select board could appoint one. So that should be added into that policy.
Okay, so is that
And I'm trying to
number
remember,
4, perhaps, prior to the change in use? Or anywhere it says the compliance officer?
no, it was a general thing. It said, you know, I'm trying to remember where it was now. I had it and
It should be.
I marked it someplace, but I didn't mark it on this.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
It's under general provisions. The town treasurer or the treasurer's designee shall serve as the compliance officer. So just, you know, it would be town treasurer, the treasurer's
see, yeah.
designee, or appointed by the, you know, I'm not sure exactly how you want to word, but appointed by the select board, just to give another avenue there to fill, you know, to have that position filled in the event that something happens and 1 and 2 are not there.
Don't you think the town manager ought to be involved in this
Yes.
somehow?
Because they're the one that's overseeing all of it and that technically the town treasurer and whoever else and the compliance officer are all underneath the town manager, so it needs to be.
I mean,
approved.
or if you did the town manager, you wouldn't have to say the select board.
Right.
Yeah,
Because the
it's
town
already
manager
appointed.
Yes.
operates under the direction of the, you know,
So-
Exactly.
yeah, so I mean, you could, yeah, so you could,
You could do either.
Because something comes down and something goes wrong.
Yeah, it's
gonna
under
be-
general procedures number 1. The town treasurer or the treasurer's designee.
That
I
needs
think
to
you would
change.
say the town treasurer, the
And-
town, or the town manager shall serve as the compliance officer.
Yep.
or the town, or the town manager's designee. I would say the town manager's designee, because the town manager may
Yeah,
not have the,
sure.
I mean, I would say the town treasurer or the town,
Yeah.
or the town manager's
Manager's
designee.
Yeah.
Yes.
That just, you know, that gives, because, you know, if something happens and the treasurer isn't there, they can't designate
That's what
someone.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
understand. One other point of clarification. because, and I don't know if Sue had mentioned it to you folks.
No.
On page 4 of the Blue Line document, under B, 6B, it says prior to posting of a final official statement, the town board of selectmen will review the same, and only after their authorization shall the final official statement be posted. So we are due to close on this $1.1 million on, I think it's November 1st. We need to, the bids will be opened on November 1st. And the final POS, the final official statement would be posted the next day. And that's why it was suggested by our advisor to change that to prior to posting of the preliminary official statement instead of the final, only because of our timeline on closing this 1.1 million.
We have no problem meeting real quick for an emergency meeting. We usually could get 3 of us.
Well, I mean,
together.
there's 2 ways you can approach that. The one is, I mean, the one is, you know, I'm assuming this came from legal counsel someplace.
Yes, yeah, and I just
Yeah,
was looking
and
at
so
our
the, you know,
timeline.
So the one avenue to do it, so that this doesn't run afoul of the November 1 date, is for us not to approve this until after that's done.
Right.
Therefore, you're operating under the old auspices, and if it said that or not. So you could still.
But the old policy does not comply with
But,
the legal components of the Securities Exchange
but,
Commission and posting of documents on the municipal securities website, as well as what they call EMA. It's an electronic municipal posting. So those were additions to our current policy to be in compliance with that. Or I think Teresa's suggestion of having a quick meeting.
Well, and Zach suggested that instead we send the final version out to you folks by email, you sign it, and it come back, as long as you don't have any discussion whatsoever
Right.
amongst yourselves on
Yep.
the email.
I'm fine with that, and then our names are on it and not
Yep.
somebody else's then. Yep.
Just send it out with DocuSign and, yeah,
Okay,
And you'll-
so we'll leave it as final.
yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna change that 1.
Okay. So when you send out the the statement is when we're gonna sign it? Or are we saying you're gonna send out the policy for us to sign?
Which one was it?
The
I'll go
policy
back and-
first.
Yeah, it's the policy first.
So we can approve the policy right now, and then you send us a statement that
Yeah.
we could sign,
we just approved the policy
right?
based on
And-
that one.
And we could approve the statement based on this policy by
On an
DocuSign.
individual basis
Yes.
via DocuSign.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
That work for you?
Yes.
Prior to November 1st.
So
Yep.
that was the only change we have, right? Was
Yep.
the designee thing? So,
Okay.
So can I have a motion?
Move to approve the policy as amended.
My second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
So we're not signing this one?
No, well,
No, because it's
no,
needs to change.
It has to be changed.
yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Sue will tidy it up.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Question through to the chair.
Yes?
I had on my agenda, the Beacon for consideration for their
Yeah,
liquor
we-
license.
We're just not there yet. We're gonna go there next.
We're
Oh,
making
okay.
you sit longer.
Sorry, Wayne.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure I didn't
Yeah.
miss it.
No. All right, a liquor renewal license on the Beacon. Any issues, Wayne, on the inspection?
So, we're scheduled to do the inspection for that, after the hood cleaning on the 17th.
Okay. 17th.
But I mean, that was the only deficiency was the hood? Uh-oh, he froze.
Shouldn't have scratched his head.
That's a hard scratch.
Sam, can you hear us?
Wayne?
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
All right, Wayne, you're
You're
back.
back.
Scratched your head. Don't move your hands.
Don't scratch your head again, Wayne. You froze.
Okay. Yeah, it's freezing up on my end. I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
Is there any
So,
other issues?
did you?
No,
No,
we
so
didn't hear
we
anything.
didn't hear what you said.
So we talked about the grease, and were there other issues?
There's nothing that I have other than we need to make sure the grease hood is cleaned and inspected like it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Okay. So, and you said that's going to be on the 17th is, the 17th is when they're cleaning it, and then you'll be in like the next day or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would move to approve the license, subject to the hood cleaning and final inspection by fire.
Second.
Second it. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thanks, Wayne.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
could I ask one more time to change the agenda to let Kevin go because he's hanging out for the cybersecurity policy?
I hung out to read that whole thing.
Yeah.
Kevin, are you there?
Kevin.
I am here, yes.
So Kevin, are you going to be an author? I mean,
Oh my God.
200 pages?
Hold on a sec. Okay, just resetting my sound, okay.
200 pages?
Yeah, so this is actually, you know, I've been in this business like 50 years. So I wrote my first program like in 1973. So using, this is actually a pretty cool project because using my knowledge and an AI, and it's not Chat GPT, it's called Claude.ai. I was able to do the work that would normally have taken me probably 3 or 4 months in a period of 2 or 3 weeks. So this document uses all the sources for the best practices, things that are required, things that the insurance people are looking for, things that the bond rating people are looking for, and just general, best practices for IT organizations.
It's quite thorough, I have to tell you.
I mean, I went through it, but I guess there's just, and maybe I went over it because there was a lot there, and maybe I went over it. But is there anything in there, and if not, we need to put it in there, that says any information put on on town-owned devices is the property of the town?
Yeah, that's in there.
Is
There's
it?
a place in there that and I can't remember where it is.
I remember seeing it, yes.
Definitely, if you're an employee of the town, anything that's created, in your time at the town and put on the town's servers or anything else like that would be created. Now, we also, part of the policy is that can be restricted from people using that to a certain extent.
Ta-da, you're back.
my computer.
We're going over the computer policy right now.
Sorry.
There you go.
So, and this, as I don't know if it is in the email that I gave Sue, the policies are the first part, and from the policies then come the standards and the procedures, which are basically the technical parts.
Yeah.
And I've, started to work on those, and that's gonna take probably another, a couple of months of work, because there's a lot to that.
I have to say, if Kevin wrote this and everything, I am not even going to question it because Kevin covers everything. So
Every possible scenario is covered.
Well, I'm
probably
sure
seen
there are
it.
some things that, and I'd appreciate if you guys do read it and if you think of something that is missing, and because I thought of a couple more that I could add already for policies, but this is a living document,
Really?
Yep.
and we will keep track of versions, and as a new version is created, you will have to approve each version before it obviously becomes active.
So this is me reading one thing in here. Schema documentation should define network addressing, DHCP scopes, NAT setup, Wi-Fi networks, and VPN configurations. Huh?
You don't know what any of
Well,
that.
those are kind of technical at that
Yeah.
point, but that's saying, in order to control your data, you must, follow some of these policies.
Nope,
And then
but-
there'll be standards and procedures that actually say how to follow those policies and what are the actual acceptable policies.
And I know with Kevin, I call and I have an issue, but he's there. Yeah. So nope.
Kevin, I really appreciate all your work.
Yes.
This is quite something. I've never seen anything like it, and it's quite thorough, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and like I said, we're striving to do. It will be valuable when you go to get a loan or bond,
Yeah.
or the insurance.
good.
For
we
this.
we were asked for this for the bond process.
Yeah, I know.
And Kevin worked his tail off to.
I
make
know in
this
my
work,
business, our insurance makes sure we have a policy and cover everything that's in that handbook.
Wow, Kevin. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the Town of Raymond, Maine Comprehensive Information Technology Policies, Procedures, and Standards Handbook.
I have a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Sam? Yep. Unanimous. Thank you, Kevin.
Kevin, thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay.
How many
Trying to
pages is this?
figure out where I am.
100?
All right, consideration of new street name, Sheila's Way.
That is a street name that Bruce did run through the protocol for E911. It makes it, it was their second choice, their first one didn't, and it is for a new street.
Okay, and that's off 85 somewhere?
Yes,
Oh, where?
where I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for not knowing.
All right,
A move to approve Sheila's Way.
I have a second.
Or the street
Second.
name, let me rephrase that. Move to approve the name Sheila's Way.
The street named Sheila's
Sheila's
Way.
Way.
The street name Sheila's Way,
Right.
not the
Second.
street
And I
name.
got a second. Any
Second.
discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you.
Do we have to sign these?
Because
It just doesn't really have any place. We can just sign it anywhere.
But we need to, well, there is a place that says selectmen, I think, at the bottom.
Oh, selectment approval.
Yeah, so that form needs to be
I didn't want it to
recreated.
be interpreted in at all that we
Right.
approved the road.
Right. Exactly. All right.
Shut up.
Consideration
They
of
asked
MOU with the New Raymond Professional Firefighters Association, IAFF. I assume that's International Association of Firefighters.
Yes,
Local 5278.
yes.
Bruce Tupper and Michael Kraus.
Yeah, they have been working with the IAFF for Raymond to become their own local. They were in with Wyndham, a few difficulties arose, and they chose to go out on their own. So the one thing that needed to change in the current union contract was the fact that it was for local 5278, not the number that was for the Wyndham-Raymond combination.
All right.
So it doesn't change any of the terms in it or any of the things that you folks negotiate.
So this MOU will just be attached to the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought when we negotiated the contract, though, it was with them and everybody else.
Well, it was,
No.
they
it's-
were part of the
They were part of the,
Wyndham firefighters.
they were part of the thing, but the contract is between
Raymond.
It's just for
Raymond with the
Just
fire.
for Raymond.
Just for the Raymond members of
Yep.
that local.
So-
And now they are their own local.
So
Yeah.
what happens later when we negotiate this again?
You're gonna negotiate with this local 5278.
And you won't be negotiating with
And Wyndham
members
is out.
from Wyndham. They are no longer members of Wyndham. So the contract headings and whatnot are incorrect right
Right.
now.
Okay. You have the MOU right there?
Yeah, I believe so.
I do, but I'm still lost on it. But
Okay, so, Move to accept the MOU with the New Raymond Professional Firefighters Association,
No.
IAFF Local 5278.
I don't have it.
Second.
Sorry.
That it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
It isn't in there?
No.
Unanimous?
Check through those, please, just in case. There's the Moon Enterprises motion. Cannabis, nope. Post-issuance policy, nope.
It should be before the cybersecurity policy and after the
I'm not seeing it.
cannabis.
All right, so it's not under that.
What is this?
Sounds good.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah, it's the deed, quit claim deed. Okay, this one here is, I'm just wondering if it got stuck.
Yeah, my,
Fire marshal,
Hold on.
post-issue, no,
No.
that's the post-issuance.
That's yours, right.
Oh,
No,
I should
Right,
be able
it's
to
all
find
that.
it and print it again and have it for the end of the meeting.
no, I'm not seeing, let me pull these out though, hold on. We got the short claim,
These two
short
quick
claim.
claims.
Yeah,
What is that?
that's for the school.
Okay.
The warrant. Nope, sorry.
All right, it's been approved. The
Just
MOU.
gotta get there to sign it.
You just, yeah, if you want, put that on the
Oh,
back table.
Well, I can print it right now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, cybersecurity, quick claim deeds.
All right, motion to accept the quitclaim deeds without covenant for, Susan Stanley, map 15, God, I can't talk, lot 78. Do we have to read all the books? No?
I think you can.
I never put that in the motion. I
Right.
just put the map and lot in the motion.
Okay, and, it doesn't say how much, but they got caught up, I guess. All right?
Yeah.
So you need a
Second.
All right.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous? Next one?
Okay, motion to approve the quitclaim deed without covenant for Catherine McKenna, Catherine Lipton McKenna. And it's map 19, lot 20B.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Yep.
Unanimous?
Okay, and then the next one is the warrant and notice of election calling.
Not there yet.
Oh, sorry.
Is that right? Okay, quick claim. Oh, yeah, okay, warrant.
All right, motion to approve the warrant and notice of election calling regional school unit number 14 referendum.
Yeah, that is, they didn't get that to me until, was it last Friday? So it was sent in. But, and that, I hope my experiment doesn't backfire. I didn't program the machines this time to count these. We're going to count that. It's just a yes, no by hand.
You gonna count it by hand?
Yeah, because I didn't realize that this vote would happen this November. I thought it was happening next June.
Oh.
So I didn't budget for it.
Okay.
Was one part of the decision. The other is the state's going to have multiple questions, and I wanted to use the machines for the
Yeah.
state to try and speed the process.
All right,
Like somebody stuck a
public
computer in
comment?
something.
Anyone wanna make a comment?
Seem to be out of public.
Okay, selectmen comment?
Thank you to the staff. You guys have been great, and I wanted to say thank you. And I hear you guys enjoyed your picnic.
We did. Did you get the thank you card?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, good.
And you just sign off.
Yep, that was very nice. I hope everybody really enjoyed it.
I heard a lot of very good, positive comments. It was
Good.
nice.
Okay, we appreciate you guys.
And we appreciated you folks doing that for us. Thank you.
All right, town manager's report.
I just have a reminder that donations of candy can be made for the Main Street Halloween at the library or at the town office, and donations of money to help out with candy can be made at the town office.
Does he know about Halloween on Main Street?
Who he?
The new librarian?
Yes, he's been working with Joe and with Nathan and Bruce. We had a meeting together.
Okay, only because it's crazy. I worked it. Yeah.
All right, So the next meeting's November 14th. I'm kind of hoping,
Unless we don't need one, just pass.
no, the one in December.
No. Last time you said no on a meeting, we had like 3 in 1 month. No. If we have to cancel it last minute, let's cancel last minute, but
Alright.
yeah.
Just put down November 14th for now, and then we'll look ahead from there.
Oh my
alright?
God, Joe. Here?
On Zoom probably. Actually, I might be back.
All right,
And we do have an election up and
yeah, absentee ballots are available?
They are available right now. I was waiting to post everything until I got this warrant for the RSU.
Okay,
All in here.
all right. And I think we're finally in adjournment. Is that right?
Yes.
Sue, thank you for your multi hats that you are wearing. You're doing awesome.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I just
Really
want to throw that in
appreciate
there.
it.
You are
Yes.
welcome.
Motion to
My
oh.
phone call wasn't, I hardly ever get phone calls.
That's good.
It's great.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Wait.
Thank you, Sam, we're done.
Sam, are we out?
Thank you, guys.
Oh.
Addition of new trees to replace those taken into account and what the overall allowed percentage is of the space? Like, does that make, a year prior make a difference or not within that.
That's a good question.
Address that, since there were some removals, and I specifically asked because we just had to take a tree down and I'm not complaining about replacing trees for sure, but knowing we have a greater number of trees, right, in the area that we're trying to replace one that we needed to take down that was rotted, just figuring out, okay, so now all of this is being removed, percentage needs to be replaced. Obviously, we're closer in shoreland zone, closer to the lake, but then also, I guess, kind of clarification of the understanding of where that sort of line of shoreland zone ends, right? Is it at the edge of the lake, or is it at the edge of the water for the wetlands that extends further back? Do you understand? So like where sort of the Jordan Bay ends, right? But there's a big substantial portion of a wetland that protrudes back into the, so are we counting how far back it is, 200 feet, 400 feet, based on the edge of the lake, or is it being based on the edge of the water, which is a shore in itself, because it does
I think there's two requirements here. There's one from shore and one for the wetlands, right?
Yeah, but the zone is set based on the ordinance.
set from the edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, wetland buffer. And then I think somewhat addressed, I had questions about any future changes, since, this did change from a multi-use building to a storage building, but still keeping the same footprint, and whether or not intentional or in jest. Every meeting before, Mr. McSorley has slipped and said restaurant or joke if it was passed, plan that isn't going through, but just knowing that if there were subsequent changes, right, if this switches to multi-use, it's storage, and then on a different level something else, that would be going before the
that would have
planning
to come
board,
back.
right? So I just wanted to get assurance on that. And that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Any other comments? Is there anyone? Is anyone phoned in, Bill? I think that is a no.
Sandy, anyone phone in?
Oh, Sandy.
You're muted. Sandy, you're muted.
You're still muted, Sandy.
We haven't had anyone phone in, but we have people on Zoom that I can check if they want to speak.
No, well, if anyone on Zoom wants to speak, they can sign in right now.
It's on the screen what to do.
Yeah, okay.
They can raise their hand.
Yep. All right, then I am going to close the public hearing. I did do this a little bit out of order. So if you do have...
This is Barry. I want to talk.
Yep.
Barry McKay?
Yep.
Hello, this is Barry McKay from 22 Indian Point,
Barry
Raymond,
McKay?
Maine. Yes.
Go ahead,
Well,
Barry.
I don't know if you can see me, but
We can't, but that's okay.
Couple of concerns I have. Number one is the water runoff into the high vegetation wetlands. Right now, it's a nice trickle flow, well, except for yesterday, and it just feels like we've put bilge pollution in there. Excuse me. We've put some bilge pollution in there. I mean, there is bilge coming out of those boats. Now we're going to compound that with warming the water and putting some bacterial, bacteria into the water from warm water. I have concerns about that, but I don't know how to address those. My other concern, my personal concern, selfishly, is I'd like a visual barrier between myself on 22 Indian Point and the boat storage. Last meeting, Mr. Chair, you dismissed me as having cars looking at cars, and now they're going to be boats. Well, that isn't entirely true. There is a parking lot there, but right now there is one car in it, and that person lives right next to the car. No other cars all week. Sometimes a lot on the weekend. But at any rate, in the winter there are no cars in there. We're all closed, and that's when the foliage is gone, and that's when these boats are going to be visible to me. So I'd like to request a visual barrier between me and those boat storage. And that's all I have. If you have any questions for me,
Okay, thank you, Barry. Is there anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I am going to leave the caveat open, though, if you do have questions as we're going through. I did do a little out of order, but I thought it might work better as far as an overview of this project we've been seeing it a lot. I felt everybody was fairly familiar with it. So if you do have questions going through it, please go forward. Just let me know. All right, so now I will go back to you, Will. If there is any, for any input in your outstanding memo here, which I've lost.
Yeah, so we had a couple additional comments that we included in the memo under section 6. One was related to the retaining wall at the lower end of the lakeside of the outside boat storage area. Just some questions about safety concerns there. I think the wall is roughly about 8 feet tall. So we had some concerns as to whether there might be some need of a barrier or railing system along the top of that wall. And then the other comment that we had was relative to the building. And I couldn't find in at least the information that was submitted, and maybe it was in there and I missed it, but I couldn't find any specific information on the height of the building from the rear and the height of the building from the front. It's kind of it drops down in the back, as we all know, so I was hoping to get some additional input from the applicant on that.
Okay. All right, Rob, back to you.
Yeah, first of all, addressing Will's comments, Will did an excellent job reviewing the project and pointing out some stuff through the review process. Based upon the comments, I believe we adequately answered all of them, and then Will came up with a couple additional comments. And to discuss those, the retaining wall, where that is only going to be for boat parking that is only handled by staff on site. There's no public about to be over in that area and whatnot. We'd prefer not to put any type of barrier there or guardrails or whatnot. We don't really think it's necessary because all we're going to do is park boats adjacent to it, but we will defer to the judgment of the board on that. And relative to building heights, I thought I had put that in the original submittal. Prior to us coming back to you, we had worked extensively with Alex relative to making sure that we interpreted the code correctly. And as stated, there are two different building heights on the building. And the reason for that being is we have that 35-foot from ground to peak in the shoreland zone. And so that establishes that elevation all the way over to the commercial zone line. And then it's 25 feet from grade to the midpoint when you have a peaked roof. And so we did all the calculations for that. And much to the chagrin of the architect, we told him he had to meet that. And we actually had to do some modifications on the original building to make sure that we addressed that, in addition to some of the architectural considerations that we had pointed out in our presentation last time. But I can more clearly put those in a memo or email and explain that situation again. So basically the 35-foot restriction in the shoreland from grade to the peak, and in the commercial zone from grade to the halfway part on the roof, 35 in the shoreline zone, 25 in the commercial zone. Relative to the items that were brought up relative to the buffering and landscaping. I believe the part of the code is referring to if a buffer is not currently in place and you have to reestablish it. That is guidance for reestablishing the buffer. The buffer area there's a minimum natural area buffer which we will exceed, and it is quite hardy, you know. So we meet what the code is relative to buffering. Relative to the question relative to the parking and meeting the parking and the requirements for parking the building. Once again, we went over that. This is a storage building. There's nothing in code relative to that. The board does have the ability to waive that. You can go through the individual 5 criteria. I think we will meet all those criteria. Relative to the basis of what we're claiming, originally, when we did the expansion to the marina for the docks, there were statements made that we are over parking the site, we are causing parking problems along 302 Roosevelt Trail, and in order to show that we weren't doing that, we specifically set up a camera system so that we could count or observe all the parking during weekends and major holidays. And we did that. And I do not believe that was during COVID, but the interesting thing during COVID, people didn't have a lot to do during COVID. So they went out on their boats during that time. So the marina was quite busy during COVID. So, but anyways, that which we provided as per that condition demonstrated that we have not a parking problem on the site, nor do we create a parking problem on 302. Relative to the runoff, of course, all of our property flows downhill currently to the wetland. That's the natural course of things. When we develop a project, we have to keep as much as possible, or we do have to restrict ourselves that we're not putting water where water didn't go before. So I can't take and all of a sudden drain it to a different direction, which may impact another property. So when I look at my development, I have to design it such that when I develop it, I'm not putting any more in the peak off in the direction than it went before. And that's what we've done by the design of the systems, is make sure that we meet that peak runoff for, of course, the 3 design storms. Those are what the criteria is. And of course, a couple of years back, those numbers changed because of the update, the rainfalls that you got to use based upon historical data. So we designed those to meet the criteria based upon the current rainfall amounts. There was a question relative to, or a statement that we were putting warm water into the lake. Well, if you know MDEP stormwater rules, very keen on a couple things: water quality and the temperature that you discharge stormwater to a wetland or an offsite water body. And Maine is the most restrictive in the types of BMPs, or best management practices, that you can use. And the underdrain soil filter is one of those, which the water has to soak through a media and soil, which takes and helps take out the nutrients and cools it before you discharge it. There's no more of the old time ponds that you used to have, a pond with a pipe that stuck out. Well, even on a pond, you have a bench that the water seeps through. And the whole idea behind that is to cool that water on discharge and whatnot. Relative to the volume of trees, we haven't counted any trees down on the site. I'm not sure what trees were commented on that were cut. We're well below the percentage. And I don't believe the rules state that if you cut down the maximum amount or less than the maximum amount that you have to revegetate, unless, of course, we were doing some buffer, removing a buffer, which we're not removing a buffer. You know, we're leaving the natural buffer there. Relative to change in use, once again, if we want to change this to any other use, we will be back before you. If we want to all of a sudden put maintenance in there versus storage of boats, we'll have to come back to you and say, okay, we're going to change the use of this building. We're going to divvy it up so that we're going to have storage on the back part, and then we're going to do some maintenance on the front side. Or we're going to change it to some other more intensive use. And the whole purpose of that is, of course, so that we don't come back and put in a nightclub, which is going to need, you know, buku amounts of parking, or some type of more intense use that needs more parking. So we know that we have to come back to you on that. Relative to the ongoing development of this parcel, one of the key things is, as you know, that there are triggers for Maine DEP relative to when you need a stormwater permit or when your project triggers what's called a site location of development permit. And through all of the work that we've done, some of it has been considered redevelopment, and there are different ways you count that impervious. And because we have several parcels that are next to each other, we do have to count those individual parcels when we look at the overall project and go to DEP. In the shoreland zone, specifically the lake zone, the trigger for stormwater is 20,000 square feet impervious. We hit that, so we have to comply with stormwater. Relative to site location and development, we have specifically spelled out in their emails on record with the DEP that we've shown how much development that we've done over the years, including this. And before we submitted this project into DEP, we got confirmation that we did not trigger the site location and development permit, that we would still be under stormwater law and the Natural Resource Protection Act, because we would be affecting wetlands. So, and I think that was all the comments that I heard, but I'll be more than happy to answer anything that I missed.
Yeah, Rob, would you, water runoff obviously has been an issue, come up a couple of times. Could you give us a, in the interest of everybody, from your site plan there, kind of show us where the water is actually running from and to, and where it's captured, and where it eventually winds up, and how it eventually winds up there?
Yeah, okay, so
go ahead, I just want to make sure these ladies can see.
Okay. Okay, so the whole site, once again, drains to the wetland and then goes through an existing connection that goes to the lake. You okay?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so we have to basically collect this stuff up, and there are two percentages that we need to meet minimum treatment for, both impervious area and total site, and that's indicated in our calculation. So most of this site right here will flow into the detention area over here, and a portion of the site will flow directly over across the existing Portland pipeline easement, so that we pick up in Will, of course, reviews. We do a pre and post map, which where we delineate where all the water's going to go, so that, you know, we don't have everything come here and say that we're splitting it evenly. So we dictate or show how much of this is going here, and specifically for that amount, we do the water quality treatment for that amount in here, and then we route those 3 design storms in here for those amounts and make sure that we're not exceeding the peak. The same thing over on this side. We take whatever is going in here, we do the water quality for the amount going in here, we do the water quantity or detention for the same thing, and then we look at the whole discharge for the site to make sure that we're not exceeding what had been going out previously.
And then where does the water go?
Goes to the wetland where it went before, and then it goes down through the wetland area here and directly down to the lake.
At the same rate that it would be coming off of the land?
It does not exceed the pre-rate. So before I develop, if I had 5 cups of water going out per minute, after I develop, I can only put 5 cups of water out in that same minute. There's,
Yeah, Rob, could you just briefly describe both of those treatment practices, BMPs, are under drain soil filters?
Yeah.
And just briefly describe, I mean, the majority of the storms, the water goes into those filters and filters down through, provides the cooling that you mentioned.
Correct.
And discharges out through an under drain on those. It's the larger storms like yesterday where not all that water is necessarily going to filter down through, and you'll get some spillover through the outlet control structure, but just describe that briefly, I guess.
best way to describe this is, I like to consider it as a reverse septic system type design, because you're basically putting water into the ground to get it to flow out. So you have a network of pipes underneath that once the water goes through this media that's 18 inches thick, it sits on there. It takes a while to get through there. One of the things is there's very specific criteria that it doesn't just, it sits there. And so that water quality might come up like a foot high. And none of that can discharge except for going through the ground and then out through those pipes that drain everything. Above that, we capture what's called the design storms. So there's 3 critical storms: a 2-year, a 3-year, 3,
10, and 25.
3, 10, 25. I gotta remember I'm not in Florida anymore. So we put that slug of water over a 24-hour period. We have a program that routes it. And typically what happens with a rainstorm, it builds to a peak and then comes down like that. That's your typical rainfall distribution that we design on. And so we designed for the storage of that above that water quality elevation. And then we have this structure over in the corner, and it may have a little bleeder about this big, so that at the water quality elevation, where I can't drain anything through the structure, I can start draining that excess water. And then I may drain some through that and then some over the structure where the top of the structure is. And that is all restricted. The amount, that's my 5 cups a minute. I can only put 5 cups a minute through that little hole in the side in the top of the structure. And that's for those 3 design storms after I meet my water quality storage.
And then when it comes out, at least I believe, I don't remember if it's on both of them, but you have a level spreader that spreads that water out into the wetland?
Yeah, we come down on both of these. We discharge through a pipe, and then there's a area of riprap. One of the things we don't want to do is to put a slug of water out there too fast that will erode the land and whatnot. So every place where we discharge, we have a riprap area which slows down and dissipates the energy from that water that's being discharged. And then we have the same thing. There's an overflow mechanism for both of the systems for what's called the catastrophic, the 500-year events, which I don't know when the last one we had, but we've had a lot of large rainfall events. The rainfall events we have, I don't believe have exceeded the 25, so there wouldn't be any additional flow off the site than what was discharged before from them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Rob, can I ask, do these systems, since they have somewhat of a filtration component,
is there a life expectancy? Is there ever a problem with them eventually not working as well?
They could. They could. And actually, I have a brand new project that was built in the last year, and we're already having problems with it. And the problems were that there was not proper stabilization on the site, in the fines from other soil on the site, or if you were to do a lot of sanding here. And one of the things that we take into account is that's why you have a 4-bay. Typically, you try to get things into a 4-bay that collects the sand before it gets onto the bottom of that. Well, every year, two things we have to look at this after every major rainstorm. If we notice that there's a problem and that there's water not draining out of it, then we need to go in and do something. And once a year, there's major inspections, and we will look at the surface of it to see if it looks like there is a very fine layer of silt that's on it that will restrict the flow through it. And in that case, then there's maintenance that's going to be required. And typically what you're going to want to do is strip off a couple inches to get those fines out, or to till the top, and then bring in new soil to put over it, and then you reseed it.
So if after this project is completed, and a few years down the road, Indian Point, somebody has a problem with what they think is excess water, they could come to the marina and point that out, and something might be done?
They would probably let you guys know, I'm sure, or an EP, and then we would have to address that concern.
You would have to, because of why?
If we're in violation of our permit, which says that we need to maintain that system. And once again, yearly, part of the report that we've submitted, there is a maintenance portion of that which has to be done on a regular basis.
In addition, thanks, their stormwater permit through DEP is going to have a 5-year recertification process with it. So every 5 years, DEP will send out a letter to the owner applicant, say you need to hire someone to recertify that your stormwater systems are working in accordance with the way they were designed.
Great.
So,
Thanks. Does that pretty much answer your questions on water flow?
I have a few questions.
You have a few more questions now. That were the, well, that's not allowed. You can all, no, go ahead.
I just have a couple questions that you might be able to answer easy. So thank you for clarifying some of those. So I wanted to get an idea, you were talking about, it's percolating down into the soil and all of that, but what if there's nowhere for it to go in the soil? If it's fully saturated, like the situation it is right now, we have standing water everywhere. Is there a trigger that there's a pump that would put it into sewer, like a sewer system somewhere else, or divert it from that area so that it isn't still, I'm sure it wouldn't still flow, but it's the water level is going to rise in there. So that's what I was just kind of, is there something that would trigger that? Or also if there are, problems, because it's not just yesterday's rain, right? This has been happening for the last 3 years, that we've had a lot of water runoff issues that we've been tracking. If it continues to be this way, right? Like, is there something that, maybe this needs to be either, I don't know the space, but like, does it need to be deeper or a different type of system or something in order to be able to handle that so that it isn't flooding us? And then, do you have with you a side elevation?
A what?
Like a side elevation of this, that shows what the grade is?
The contour?
Yeah, like the contour.
I don't have plans on me.
Okay, no, that's, I just didn't know. 'Cause I was
They're in the
curious with
plans
wall.
that are on the web that shows 2 sections of it, and a section of the overflow too.
Yep. So that was just, concern if there's nowhere to go, then there still would be some overflow there. And then a comment around the sort of like wall safety in that area, that it wouldn't be the public and only staff parking the boats in there, and that's, fine. And I'm definitely not asking for additional lights, but just checking on like monitoring that, because living adjacent to it, very often there's people, to say people, I don't know, staff, or there could be people coming in after hours, or owners of, or renters of boats or whatever, that are still in that area and kind of you know, there's like after hours kind of concerns, right? There's no one there that's monitoring some of that stuff. So just safety concerns in that. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Rob, one more question for you on the buffers and landscaping. Your southwest section 302, the smaller, thinner buffer that buffers Indian Point. We've talked about that. It buffers their leach field.
Yeah, the 15-foot buffer on their commercial portion.
Yep. So your buffer fully meets, as far as I know, Will, tell me if I'm wrong here, but your buffer fully meets the ordinance requirements.
I believe it exceeds it.
And I can remember from our site walk that it is mostly mature trees in that section. I think one of the individuals is concerned that when the number of those taller trees go away, that there will be very little visual buffer. I also, if my memory serves me correct, the buffer on the Indian Point side is mostly grass with some scattered shrubs. So I'm wondering if there can be some sort of joint project that you would be willing to discuss with Indian Point on a joint revegetation of that total buffer area. That's not a planning board request because it meets the ordinance. But if you would consider that, if Indian Point wanted to proceed and share in the cost of that, whether or not, saying, you don't need to give me an answer.
We will meet with the association regarding it and have a discussion.
Right. Okay, I think that answers most of the mail.
It does, except this is Barry McKay again. The visual barrier, I think you just addressed it, but my property doesn't abut. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not an abutter, and I'm not I am part of Indian Point Association, but I'm concerned about the winter time when they're not here. The visual barrier, and again, I think you just addressed that, but I'm not part of what you just talked about.
Okay. So where does he?
What?
One last thing. I don't know if Wayne wanted to touch on. We've been also coordinating with Wayne relative to questions of the fire rescue.
Yeah, Wayne will get his shot.
He'll get his shot in there.
For Wayne.
But
he's waiting patiently.
Yeah, I think he. All
right,
I'll let him speak then.
I do want you to do one thing for us, Rob, before you turn to do some other stuff. Would you go to Will's, if you have it, Will's memo? Do you have his memo handy?
I had it called up on my digital device here. Okay.
All right. Would you go through the final things that we are still waiting on?
Okay. Yeah.
Would you let me know if any of those have come in and or what we are still waiting on?
Yeah. Let me touch upon that because we reached out to all of them. Okay. I'm going to start off. I don't think it's on here.
I could read it to you if that.
No. I can see it. Let me just make it a little bigger. First of all, I don't think Portland Water District's on here, but we reached out to Portland Water District, and they gave us a revised service availability letter. Our service actually went down because all we basically want to have is a fire line in the bathrooms downstairs, no bathrooms upstairs.
Okay.
So that's not a big deal. U.S. Army Corps replied to me today. They will be looking at that at the end of this week or beginning of next week.
Okay.
Her comment was that, hey, you have a permit, you're reducing the amount of impacts. We don't see an issue.
Okay.
So, DEP, NERPA, and DEP Stormwater, I'm still waiting for a response back on that. They've had it about 45 days now. They should be getting back to us within the next, their time limit is typically a 90 days time limit. We will press them on that. DOT, once again, we did have a connection permit for that driveway. They had issued that. We've asked them, it hasn't changed the location. We've asked them whether it needs to be extended or do they need to issue a new one based upon the changes on site. We have not heard back from them. And I've also inquired about the initial submittal that we made relative to the water mains that we need to cross for our fire hydrant, our fire line and whatnot. Typically, DOT requires their roads to be protected after they do a major project, like the major paving project they did. In that case, we can't just open cut for those lines. We have to go back 100 feet in both directions, mill all the travel lanes, and replace all that. And that's what we've kind of called out on our plans. The initial meeting that I had with the district engineer, he didn't see any issues with that, but they have not issued any formal permit yet on that. We're pursuing that. And then the Raymond Fire Rescue.
Yeah, skip that one. We'll hear from Wayne.
That will be Wayne. Retaining wall design prepared by a Maine licensed professional engineer. What we require is when they go to construction, the contractor will submit signed and sealed plans that I will review prior to the wall going in. And I think the sunset clause is on there, isn't it? On the site plan from before.
Yeah, maybe it is.
So basically, they're all still outstanding.
What's that?
Basically, they're all still outstanding in the short version to that.
Half and half. Let's call it 50-50.
Where's the 50 that's not?
DEP and half the DOT.
Well, you said there's no response yet from them.
We have an initial permit for the access,
oh, okay.
but we have no
I see what
permit
you're
for
saying.
the open cut.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that we have 50% of them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Wayne.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we have been in discussions with the applicant since the preliminary plan submission, and we've been working on some language to add to the final plan when it comes before you again. And from what we reviewed, those additions or changes will satisfy our requirements.
So you're happy?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell
the only
sometimes,
other thing, the only other thing would be just in the findings of fact to make sure that the memo from July 31st is a condition that's included in the finding of fact.
Okay.
That's in my.
Yeah, in your thing there.
Yeah.
All right, the board.
Yeah, I just got a question handed to me from, it looks like John S. on Zoom. He wants to know if the gas pipeline has an easement, which yes, it does. And is the road as proposed behind the building outside this easement? And I believe it is, correct?
Good question. That was one of the ones that weren't on the list that I was going to fill you in on. We have also reached out to Portland Pipeline. Heard back from Ken Brown. There were 4 items that he wanted to have us addressed. We did address those, and those concerns were one where we crossed the pipeline. When we resubmitted to him, we didn't give him the detailed plan for that. And the question was whether we were still in conformance with standards. We didn't actually change that crossing. That's why the pipe goes in, does a 90 over to where we had previously designed. So that's not an issue. There was a comment relative to part of that treatment area to the east, west of the building is partially within the corridor. They have an old-fashioned easement, which says they basically have an easement. It doesn't define it. So there's a corridor that's been recognized of about 60 feet that they're in. So there was a question, or comment relative to the location of that. When we originally designed our locations prior to this submittal, we had met with them and inquired upon them what did they need for clearance over the pipeline and adjacent to it. and we were told they basically need to get a vehicle that would go along to be able to maintain it. And so what we came to was we would at least make sure that we had enough room to have the equipment centered over the pipeline, and then enough area to store materials or excavation within that area wherever we put the stormwater. The comment has come back that they will probably, their final email to us will condition it that if for some reason they need more storage area over there and they impact that storage area, then we're responsible for restoring it, which we're okay with.
Okay. And your pavement does not go over the pipe itself, it just goes over the easement?
It does not go over the pipeline. That's the same limits of pavement we had on the original design. One of the comments were that they were concerned relative to the fact that we don't have that yard to the west side of the building anymore. On the prior configuration, we had a rack that was on that side of the building, and plus there were going to be a couple bays where we could pull maintenance of boats in. So that was an area that we would need to operate in and temporarily put boats and whatnot in. Well, now it's only going to be a travel through for vehicles or for the marine forklift to turn into the building. And as part of the comment back to them, we gave them the fire truck routing that we've done for fire rescue through that area that shows that it will stay on the pavement. And we've also showed that a tractor trailer truck can make it through that area and stay on the pavement, and marine forklift can come over and turn into the building and turn out without going off the pavement. So that was part of the reply to that comment. And lastly, typically they like to see the buildings now held back 50 feet from pipeline locations. We are a little closer than that. There are two pipelines. One's a pipeline that's not currently being used but is there for blowing product through, and the other one's what's called a cathodic pipeline. It's there to protect the other one for corrosion and all that. In lieu of meeting, there's a federal standard for that 50 feet that they typically like to see. We're closer than that. In lieu of meeting that, there's a minimum requirement that you have additional cover over the pipe in those instances. And so there's criteria relative to whether your pipeline is going through like a field area, that's 30 inches. If you're going through next to an industrial area that there's no traffic or a residential area, it's 36 inches. Well, if you have a building closer, then they want to see another 12 inches over that. So we're required to have 48 inches of cover. When we did the initial approval for the parking in that area, when we had the boat storage, we had done a calculation for the district that showed that even if we put a tractor trailer truck on that based upon the thickness of the pipe and all that, there would be no detriment to that. Well, that pipe, that calculation was based upon a minimum 36 inch was what we had determined was there when we did inspections prior to that calculation. With the plan that we're doing now, we're adding more than 12 inches above that, so we meet that criteria. So we're waiting to hear back. Ken was on vacation last week and has not gotten back to me on it. Okay?
Okay. On the board, anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I agree with Will's memo that I have a concern with not having a safety barrier railing over the retaining wall. I know that you think you're going to have just employees there, but even they could take a tumble, and I would think you'd want to guard against that. But also, who's to say the public's not going to somehow wander in there at some point in time, and if some little kid fell over there, you know, it'd be a big liability on your part. So since it's a safety issue, and I think would help you out as well, I kind of would like to see a safety barrier railing over that wall.
We'll defer to the the board on that. You know, we can put, you know, a split rail fence or something, you know, along there.
Okay.
And then the only other question I have is the pictures you have of that you had of the building that were here a minute ago.
Sure. At the last meeting, one of the things that you wanted to see was to see some color on it. We basically, it's a gray tan color for the building, and then the windows, around the window area, that's a bronze color. And what the architect has done is shown you a couple examples on the bottom, on the plans that you have, of projects that they have completed or designed in the past. This is with your architectural feature in the front, you know, a New England barn type deal, the gable, and this is actually a restaurant down at Port Harbor Marine in South Portland, which they did for the client. Very good architect, you know.
So that's what it'll look like.
Kind of, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Kevin, you muted.
That's okay, because I didn't have anything to say.
Any other
I'm
questions?
good.
You're okay. Ed, you okay?
Yeah, I just have a question. How high is that retaining wall going to be? It looks like from the contours here, it's only a couple feet above.
Varies from, I think, 4 to 8. 4 to 8.
Oh, well, it's.
Yeah. It definitely goes up to around 8 feet, so that's why we made the comment about some sort of barrier there. It doesn't have to be a guardrail, I don't think, because it's not like there's cars up there. It's just something to make people aware that there's a 8-foot drop off. So in my opinion, I mean, Rob mentioned a split rail fence. That would be adequate as far as I'm concerned. It's just.
Does OSHA have anything to say about that? He says it's a work environment.
Or your insurance company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's agreed to, so that's fine. All right. So now, Rob, I was just trying to look through. I know you told us about the waiver of this parking. I'm still, I'm still kind of. I want to make sure we do this correctly.
I think at the last meeting, we talked about having
waiver.
reviewed that before and basically agreed to a lower parking amount. So
Yep.
I think we had determined that we didn't need a waiver.
Right.
I guess the question, and I don't have my ordinance book in front of me, but
You want one?
whether we really need that waiver or not.
All right. So, I mean,
Basically, they've provided an alternative, what I would call an alternative parking requirement based on the use.
Yep.
And
storage facility does not have a parking requirement, right? So.
right, I mean, the Raymond ordinance is very general in terms of parking requirements. They list it for, you know, a building, basically. A lot of other ordinances have specific requirements, so they'll go in and they'll have a requirement for office, requirement for restaurant, a requirement for, you know, most ordinances don't necessarily have a requirement for storage buildings. So one alternative is to go to a reference like the ITE parking generation manual or something like that. But there's so many different types of storage. It's, you know, which one do you use? So, I mean, to be, if you want to put it to rest, I guess maybe a waiver would be the right way to do it.
That's what I was thinking.
rather than saying, and go through those 5 criteria and just say, okay, requesting a waiver, go through those 5 criteria, make sure they meet the 5 criteria, and then we've covered it.
Because even for the number of spaces, we would need the waiver just for our, whatever we call those things.
The island.
The pylon, right, don't we?
There was an island.
Islands.
Requirement, but we waived that.
We waived it, but.
Yeah, I mean, again, with such a small space, a small parking lot, I mean, they've provided.
Yeah, no, I agree, it doesn't make sense, but I think we could roll that into the waiver as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And take care of the whole package.
Yep.
Let's just do it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Agreed? Agreed. Kevin? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. So, so the 2 big items, and we have not, in the past, I don't see us changing this right here, is granted an approval for a project with the outstanding DOT, DEP, stormwater, and all those, which I know you're aware of. But as far as the rest of the project goes, I believe everything is met, right?
Yes.
Is that everyone's consideration?
Yeah. Would this be just a preliminary approval?
Yeah. Yep. So we could do either what, up to the board. We could either table until the next meeting, when whenever that is and all the data comes back in, and then go to approval. If in fact everything looks good, we could do a preliminary approval with all of the contingencies waiting on coming back. Normally I would like to do a waiver first before we did that, but we can't do the waiver because we don't have it in writing and all this written yet. I'm going to leave it up to you guys what you would prefer.
I guess
to
I'm
do.
curious how much it would delay the project if we waited a month.
Well, it's not going to delay the project at all because we will not approve the project until we get the stormwater and DOT.
Then I think we should wait.
Just wait as table and wait.
Table, right. I think we should.
Yes?
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that? Kevin?
I'm good with that.
Will, is that...
I think that makes sense.
Okay, wow. All right.
So the only outstanding item is to come up with the language for the waivers and the approvals that we need.
Yeah, I think it would just be better to do it as a waiver, just as a package.
Yeah.
So we have that cleared up. And in that waiver, make sure you address the islands.
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay. All right, then we need a motion.
Move to table.
So we don't know exactly when that's going to be because we don't know
Right.
when you're going to be able to submit your permits.
I'm going to sit on the doorstep tomorrow.
Okay, so
Good luck with that.
I'll let you know how that works out.
So is there a second on the table? A second to the motion? Second, okay.
Second.
So the discussion would be, Rob, we'll say tabled until a timeframe where you have all those other documentation.
Until we get that, and then we resubmit, and then we'll...
Right, and the first order of business would be the waiver.
Right.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Rob?
Sandy, is that you?
Yeah. I just want to let Rob know if he's going to shoot for September. I needed a week from today. So chances are that isn't going to happen. He's laughing at me.
No, he's laughing with you.
Right? Yeah, I know, because I'm thinking, I don't see DEP getting him that by next week.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that might or may not happen. Okay. Any staff communications or updates? We have real staff communications here. So the last item is item number 5. I think we need to discuss that fairly lengthy.
Well, before you adjourn, Bob, unless Rob comes back.
What's Andy?
Unless Rob comes back by next week, nothing else has come in.
Oh, for next meeting. Oh,
Yeah.
So nothing better come in. We get a month off.
I thought you might like to hear that.
We will treat that.
And also,
We will consider any earlier submissions.
one more thing before we adjourn.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, one more from?
Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Oh, okay.
The Comprehensive Plan Committee is going through chapters that's being written by the planners, and we're reviewing them and so forth. And part of what we got to do is interview staff from the town, and the only one that hasn't been interviewed yet is you. So someone will be contacting you just to interview you about concerns or any issues to do with the planning board that might concern the Comprehensive Plan Committee. So
not specifically with you.
yeah, it'll be with me, unless you don't want me there. It'll be me and Sean McKillop.
That's fine. Just give me a call.
Okay.
Will's already gone.
Second, the motion to adjourn.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Hey, sorry. Sorry, I got kicked. I don't know if you guys had anything you wanted me to talk about.
Too late. We just adjourned.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Thanks for stopping in, though, Alec.
I was here, but I literally got kicked right as you guys were voting on the last thing or making your decision.
No, I think we're okay. Unless you have anything you need to tell us.
No, not really. I don't really have anything for an update. All right, you too.
Thanks, Alex.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting of the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond qualified by law to vote in town affairs to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 Webbs Mills Road in said town on Tuesday, August 15th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Then and there to act on Articles 1 and 2 as set out below. Article 1, to elect a moderator to preside at said meeting. I'll entertain nominations.
Motion nominate.
Joe Bruno.
Second.
Second.
Any further nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
Okay. All of you have ballots in front of you. If any of the audience wants to vote, they may. But I'm only required to have 3. Whoops, oh, you each have a little piece of paper with a pencil. So I need at least one more, please, otherwise it's not legal. You have one too, it's under your phone, Derek. Oh, you have it, there you go.
I have this one.
Okay.
You want me to do one?
Yes, please.
I got one. Yeah, I got 2. I got all kinds of them.
Miraculously, Joe, you have won the nomination. And if you could raise your right hand, but please remain seated, sir.
I'm not, just to let the audience know, I have a torn Achilles, so I will not be standing up.
I, Joseph Bruno, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the state so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof. So help me God.
I do.
I do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent on me as moderator for the town of Raymond for the August 15th, 2023 special town meeting according to the Constitution and laws of the state. So help me God.
I will.
So if you could autograph right there for me, please.
Phil, was it?
Thank you. And
Thank you.
there's this as well if you need.
All right, thanks. Article 2. To see if the town will authorize medical cannabis retail store locations operating with municipal approval as of December 13, 2018 to operate pursuant to a medical cannabis dispensary registration or caregiver registration in compliance with all applicable state and local requirements. There's a note of explanation. This change in no way allows any sale of recreational use cannabis in the town of Raymond. It does allow the 2 medical use sites currently grandfathered to operate in Raymond to register with the state of Maine as either a medical caregiver or a medical dispensary. the Maine State Statutes, Title 22, Chapter 558C, Maine Medical Use of Cannabis Act, subsection 2422, definitions including the following: caregiver retail store. Caregiver retail store means a store that has attributes generally associated with retail stores, including but not limited to a fixed location assigned at regular business hours, accessibility to the public, and sales of goods or services directly to a consumer, and that it is used by registered caregivers that offer cannabis plants or harvested cannabis for sale to qualifying patients. The registered dispensary means an entity registered under section 2425A and acquires, possesses, cultivates, manufactures, delivers, transfers, transports, sells, supplies, or dispenses cannabis plants or harvested cannabis or related supplies and educational materials to qualifying patients and the caregivers of those patients.
Motion to approve Article 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Article 2 passes.
Motion to
adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the August 15th meeting of the Select Board in town of Raymond. It is 5:36. First order of business is minutes of the previous meetings. We'll start with June 19th.
Move the minutes of June 19th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Minutes of June 27th.
Move to approve the minutes of June 27th, 2023.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. July 18th, 2023.
Motion to approve July 18th minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Public hearing. Special amusement application for cafe, well, what's it called now? East Side
it's
Cafe?
East Shore
Tavern.
Tavern. Yes, I should have changed it there as well. It's
Okay.
formerly Cafe Sebago.
Yeah. So we have an application in front of us.
Yes, and that's, Teresa has it. Mhm.
Okay.
And I think it was in your e-packet.
And this is for entertainment?
Yes,
Okay.
for the, like the
Is it-
karaoke kind of.
Open
things
room,
that he
patio
does.
area, security, late and weekends.
Okay.
DJ live music, open mic nights, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Does Alex have any more on that? No? Okay.
Any issues with Alex?
I guess not. Sorry, Alex, code officer for the town. Not specific to that, but the violations that existed previously still exist. They are all still unresolved from previous years.
From a year ago?
2 years ago, actually, at this point. Yeah. So the parking area in the back still hasn't been fixed.
So,
So, like the garbage issue?
They created a parking area behind the building.
Yeah.
Which was done without permits.
Okay.
And they were in the process of getting that permitted after the fact last year. Was going to require some survey work, and I haven't heard anything else.
Okay.
Hasn't gone anywhere. And the last thing I ended up hearing from the owner was that they were going to simply revegetate that back area, just put it back to grass. And
Okay.
that still hasn't been done.
And what are the violations?
So that one particularly, and then there was also a violation for the outdoor seating area, which I believe we did clean that one up, if I remember correctly.
All right.
So it's just the parking area that remains now.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the application until this thing gets cleaned up.
You're not in the position to make a motion yet. We're in a public hearing.
Right.
Oh, sorry, we are. Sorry. You're right.
Now,
Usually
Kyle
it's us.
cannot be here tonight, is my understanding,
That's
because he
correct.
got called to Florida.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes.
I assume we could table this until next meeting.
You
That
could.
would be my,
When does the existing permit he has runs out when?
He has gotten an extension from the state to go another month. And the state has indicated to him that they would probably do one other extension past that if need be.
Okay. So can I have a motion to table?
Can we do that in the public hearing? or-
No, you'll need to come out of the
Yeah,
public
you
hearing
come out of
first.
public hearing.
Okay.
No,
Then we can table.
Can you not do that?
Can we, we're still in public hearing. Anybody from the public have any comments?
Table it, go to the next meeting.
No? Okay, is that your public comment, Louise?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, Peter, if you could step up to the mic, please.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just to support what's already been voiced here, which is having been on the Zoning Board of Appeals for a number of years and knowing that there are other cases even now pending about non-permitted uses and individuals not pulling permits, I would certainly endorse no action on this until the violations are correct.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. I'm not aware of what special amusements means, and if you could explain
Yeah.
if it's entertainment,
Entertainment.
noise pollution, or anything like that.
Alex, can you explain this?
Yeah, so this encompasses really all of the entertainment from that location, and I believe it's indoor and outdoor is what they do there. And I think they're looking to go at 12 a.m. Is that the time that's on there? So that would include, I think they do live musicians, karaoke, DJs, all sorts of stuff.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I would think the neighbors would be here if they thought
Yep.
that was coming up tonight.
I believe Fire Inspector Jones has a comment.
Wayne, are you on there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Wayne,
Can
what
you-
you got?
So, just for the record, this special amusement runs concurrent with the liquor license. You have to have the liquor license to have the special amusement, just to clarify that for the board. So there's actually 2 components to this. And then the only other thing is, at this point in time, we have not been contacted to schedule our fire and life safety inspection. So just to put that on the record.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Any other comment? If not, I will close the public hearing.
Now you can move the table.
Now you can move the table.
Okay, but there's moving to table, and then there's making the motion to deny it until he can come back and have everything fixed.
Well, if you table it, it
Yeah.
effectively ends it for
Yes, it
discussion
does.
tonight.
Right, until he comes back.
Okay, motion to table.
All in favor? Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to take a couple of things out of order then and go to new business C and D and ask for tabling motions on both of those.
On what?
New business C and D.
You move to table
I see it.
new business C, which is consideration of East Shore Tavern liquor license and consideration of the special amusement application.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Tabled. All right. So we have a consideration of Budget Finance Committee vacancy.
Yes, that's a vacancy because no one ran for the seat.
Okay,
So
but we do not need to fill it.
you do not need to fill it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention
Okay.
if you wanted to do something with it. Otherwise, it will stay empty.
Mm-hmm.
They have a quorum potentially without it, but they will need to still have 4 members for a quorum.
Anybody feel the need to fill that vacancy?
I would think if they desired to have it filled.
They would ask around and have somebody apply.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, so we'll just move on from there. Consideration of planning board resignation.
Yes, Mr. D'Arcangelo, Michael D'Arcangelo is
D'Arcangelo,
moving.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's
How many-
moving back to Gorham.
How many people are on that planning board?
7, I believe, yes.
So you have 1 vacancy?
1 vacancy. There are no candidates right now.
Okay, I would probably advertise for a vacancy. on the
Yeah, we
planning
have it
board.
up in a few places, but I need to put it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Peter might want to do it.
Oh, that's an idea.
That was a yes look, right?
Yeah.
That was a very.
He's got experience.
Move to accept the resignation of Michael D'Arcangelo.
Second.
All in favor? Michael, thank you for your service over the years. We really appreciate all the volunteers that step up in this town.
And he also is on the Board of Assessment Review, so he will be leaving that as well.
All right, consideration of a quick claim deed.
Yeah, I have one here, the inhabitants, let's see, Daniel Emerson, map 004, lot 014, book 37080, page 22, book 38553, page 9, I really could that, book 39673, page 118, and it is, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not seeing it.
What you looking for?
The amount?
Which one? Map 4, lot 14?
Yeah, but no, it
Oh, the
doesn't.
amount paid.
$4,088.47.
$4,088.47.
That's, am I just
So that-
not seeing that on there?
It's on page
Yeah,
30.
It's not, it wouldn't be on
Page
there. What
34.
we're doing, that's releasing the, so,
Okay. Do I have a second?
second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Public comment? Peter? Yeah.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm currently co-chair of the Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. Just came here tonight to give you an update on our 1-year anniversary into the process. What I can tell you is, first off, that the committee has been dedicated to these proceedings, and we are satisfied with North Star as far as being the consultant planners involved in this process. What we were told at the beginning is this would be a 2.5 to a 3-year process. I'd like to also just shout out to Sue Look and to Dawn, and also to Chris Hansen, as far as they sit on the committee as municipal representation, and they've been extremely helpful, and the town in general has been extremely supportive of the process, and we appreciate that. The committee is extremely diversified, in my opinion. We have old, we have young, we have new people to Raymond, we have old people to Raymond, we have men, we have women, people with kids in the school system, retirees like myself, and a number of different professions, everything from healthcare to legal representation, a lawyer. We've got several realtors. We have a registered forester. We have also a number of individuals with backgrounds on committees, everything from budget finance to planning board. So we're well represented, and believe that we form a representative group for the town. That being said, I'm reminded constantly that it's not the committee that's going to write this report. What we do is we act as facilitators. What we do is go out and collect information. But ultimately, it's going to be the citizens of the town that care to get involved that will actually formulate what the report is going to be looking like. We have not done one since 2004, so a lot has changed in the interim. And we are just finishing up this month in conducting our interviews with municipal people. Everything I've talked to the Public Works department head. I talked with the fire safety, the chief and assistant chief. I've also just recently spoken with the chair of the planning board. But I think we're just about done talking to all the department heads. The questions that we've asked of them have been personal questions that we've observed from our experience in the town, along with requisite questions from the state in order to get a formatted plan that will be acceptable to the state. So the process just going forward is that once we get all this information gathered, along with the assistance, and we're leaning very heavily on the assistance to get the format right of the consultant planners. We then submit it to the state. The state looks at it, and they will either bless it or not. Prior to that, it's going to go to you guys, and then you will then bring it to the citizens for a vote. But the last step will be having the state say yes, we accept this, or they'll send us back to the drawing board and say, no, you missed a couple of chapters or components that need to be in there. So along with this update of what we're doing, I've learned that remember this presentation is always an ask at the end. So this ask is a very simple one. We're at 150 responses to our preliminary survey. In the preliminary survey, if you've had a chance to look at it, very general questions. But those questions really are going to formulate for us how to put our vision statement together, which is one of the requisites of the plan. The vision statement is what's going to be used then to have the public workshops, to run it by the citizens that are interested in the process, to voice their concerns, and then we go on from there as far as developing a full-blown plan. We've had 150 responses. What we're told is a good representation for something like this in a preliminary survey would be 10% of the population, which would be about 450. So the ask is that if the select board has not yet weighed in on that survey, it's online, it's very easy to get to. You just click on the icon for the comprehensive plan. It'll bring you right to the survey. You can complete it in 10 or 15 minutes. And I would ask that you also encourage your family members and your constituents to also engage in that preliminary survey, because we really need to hit that number to be representative, so that then we can then formulate our vision statement. It's been asked oftentimes, who can participate in the survey, and it's anyone. So it's residents of Raymond, it's seasonal people that come here on vacation, it's people that work here, it's people that visit. So anyone can take that survey, because generally what it's doing is just giving us an idea of where people that are involved with Raymond would like to see Raymond go over the next 10 years. Clearly, when it comes to the voting, you're going to have to be a resident and a voter of Raymond in order to vote on the final report. But right now, we're just in the information gathering. What we're looking for is just input from everybody and anybody who is involved in any way with this town. So if there's any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer them.
So where, can we move a button or whatever to the landing page on the website that would take people right to the survey?
There is.
Or do they have to go to the survey, to the comprehensive plan section first?
Yes. Well, they have all of this both. There's in the text in the document that's posted, they can go straight to it. Okay. Or they can go to the planning board, the comprehensive plan page. But I'll check and make sure that works. Yeah, I'll make sure that works.
Yeah, it pops up as soon as you open the page. Kind of nice.
Yeah.
Louise?
Peter, can you explain why it's necessary for the town to do this?
It's actually not necessary for the town to do this. Somewhere around 2014 and 2015, the state decided in its infinite wisdom to basically dismantle the planning office. And they didn't dismantle it entirely. But what there is one full-time employee and then another part-time employee that is still left in the planning office. Those are the individuals that will review our final plan to see if it's acceptable or not. But the requirement as of 2015 went away, so we don't have to do it. The advantages of doing it are everything, and I can tell you that from code enforcement to planning board, the comprehensive plan of a municipality forms the legal basis for every action and ordinance we take. So if let's say the very extreme situation where we end up in court over an issue, one of the first things that's going to be asked in Superior Court is, well, how is this in line with your comprehensive plan? And if the answer is we don't have one, then we're in a weaker position. There are also some benefits as far as the state allows more in the way of, let's say, flexibility or more of a liberal attitude towards municipalities setting fee schedules. If you have a comprehensive plan, you get a bit of break on those. And then I believe lastly, there are some grants, state grants, that are actually linked to your comprehensive plan. If you don't have one, generally you go to the bottom of the pile.
It opened right up on the homepage. Yep, as soon as you bring up RaymondMaine.org, you just click on it, it brings you right up to the survey.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Louise?
Yes, thank you.
I always think it's good to have a plan, whether you're a business, a town, or whatever. You need to know what people think and where you want to be. So. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Peter, thanks for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Public comment. Any further public comment? Okay. Seeing none. Selectmen comment? I just want to congratulate the Great New Gloucester Raymond Little League team for getting the Williamsport. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I don't know how many kids from Raymond are actually on that team.
There aren't any.
Not any on the All-Star team.
Not any on the
but
All-Star
yeah.
team?
No.
That's okay.
But that's
But
okay.
at least they're including Raymond in the news highlights.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's kind of nice that,
exciting.
that,
There were no
Yeah.
Raymond kids in there?
yeah.
It's the All-Star team.
But congratulations to them and,
The first game's tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow.
No, Thursday.
No, Thursday.
Yep.
Yeah. And they're playing the Northwest team, if I remember.
Yep.
Right? So, all right. Town managers report, communications. Sue.
So confirm the dates for the upcoming regular meetings, which is September 12th and October 10th. Does that fit in all of your calendars?
Take a look. Well, I'm going nowhere fast, so I can't even drive.
No.
So, well,
Well, if you're going to do a thing, you need to do it all the way.
I do. That's what I usually do.
September 12th and what?
September 12th and
October
October 10th.
10th, yep.
And then upcoming holiday schedule is September 4th on Labor Day. And I did want to let you all know that we've had our first review of the RFP for the reval, and Derek was involved in that. And that went very well. And the next step is that we will be contacting the vendors to ask them a few follow-up questions.
How many proposals did we receive?
We received 2.
2? Okay.
And then possibly in the September meeting, we'll be coming with a recommendation,
Okay.
or at latest October.
And it will not begin until 2025, is that correct?
The plan is to be finished in 26, so yes.
All right. Okay, have you contacted Matt? Is he,
I will now.
all right?
Motion? You want a motion now?
Yeah, we might as well. We're going into executive session, so we're gonna ask everybody to leave. We're under 6F, by the way.
A motion to go into executive session on discussion of personnel issue pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405 6F.
Second?
All in favor? Thank you.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the meeting, emergency selectmen meeting of September 5th, 2023. Can I have a motion?
Move to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6A.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? We're having executive session.
Move to approve the transition agreement between the town manager, Don Willard.
Second.
All in favor? In favor. Thank you. Town manager Don Willard has been out on sick leave and will continue to be out on leave through early next year, at which time he has informed us that he will be retiring. We thank Don for his long service to the town and wish him well. Until such time, Sue Look will continue on as interim manager. Thank you, everyone.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the September 6th, 2023 Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. I will state for the record that we do have a quorum. And our first order of business after call to order is minutes of the previous meeting, which would be August 2nd. Has everybody had an opportunity to see the minutes?
Yes.
And do I have a motion to approve?
You do have a motion.
Second. All in favor? And one abstention. I was not here at the meeting last. Thank you. All right. Under old business, first item is survey update. So I would turn to North Star and kind of give us an idea of how many people have responded to our survey, and you know, that all anticipated question of what have we learned.
Yeah, so as of right now, we've had 189 responses. We're hoping to at least hit 200, so we'll talk a little bit more about the process moving forward later in the meeting, but we were hoping to keep this survey open only for about another week or so till mid-September, so we can start working on the visioning work. So I think if we can, as a committee, agree to all try to push this out over the next week, post it on Facebook, any Facebook groups, hand out business cards, make your neighbors do it. Any other ideas you have would be really helpful to get a little more, just a little push before we close it.
I know I mentioned it last meeting, all the sports have started now, so
Okay.
school's open, so there's a lot more opportunity to just hand out the cards to people too.
Great.
Yep.
What's the objective again, Kate, for closing it down, not keeping it running, just to
so
move it
we,
along?
yeah, so we need some time to process all the data so we can start to use that to work on visioning with you, which is what's sort of in the schedule for next month. So we need a little time to process all the survey answers and then to share that with you. And there will be more opportunities for online surveys with later things we put together, where I'm sure we'll ask some of the same or similar questions, and we'll also be asking more specific questions going forward. This was really like the big, super high level ideas. What do you love? What do you want to change kind of stuff? And it'll probably get more specific going forward.
So Kate, if I'm not mistaken, our target was 10%. And that would be somewhere around the figure of 450. So we're not even closely approaching that at this point.
Yeah, so we sort of said, okay, what if we could get 5%?
Yeah, so we're lowering our expectations. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, I think clearly this was not, we had a little trouble getting the word out and getting people to take this survey. I mean, just anecdotally in some other towns, it seemed like people were maybe too busy during the summer to want to take online surveys. So I think that we need to keep moving the process forward. So we'll kind of end this part, see if we can get at least 200 people, and then we will kind of move forward with different public participation stuff in the next steps.
Yeah. So if I understand it, just in looking at the timeline, and I know this timeline was set up a while ago, but task 2.4 was what we've learned public meeting in January of 2024, which would probably have to incorporate a lot of the if I'm not mistaken, once again, it would be this first survey along with the department head interviews, along with the chapters. So those would basically put together the information that we need to establish some sort of visioning statement. And then the vision and statement values drafting is also for January 24. So are both of those, in your opinion, online or on time, on the timeline as being accomplished? Or
I don't have the timeline in front of me. I can pull it up. And we actually have this on the agenda to talk to you about later, maybe in more detail. But I think we had to start working with the committee on a vision statement in October. And I think we're still on track for that, because the way that that usually works is that a small group like the committee, with our help, will use input from public visioning questions, which we do have input from the survey, as well as the inventory chapter information and what you know about Raymond, to start putting together a vision statement. And then at that event, people will have a chance to react to either a draft statement, or sometimes the way we do it is have like kind of big ideas from this vision statement for people to react to and say, do you agree with this? Is there anything you think we're missing, as we put that together?
So later on, if I understand you, we'll be discussing what we've learned from the 189 that we've got so far. I would see that as being important information for us if we're looking to make a big push the last couple of weeks, such things as what's the demographic, age demographic of the people that have responded to us, and who should we target, and those types of pieces of information.
We're planning to process the survey data once it's closed, and then we'll share those results with you in the October meeting when we start working on the vision.
So that we won't have that information prior to closing the...
I can tell you right now from the live Google form feedback, it looks like in terms of age group, the highest group at 26% is 65 to 80. Followed, or actually, sorry, I'm reading this backwards. The highest group at 27% is 35 to 44. Then 65 to 80. Then in third is 55 to 64 and 45 to 54. And the majority, 87%, are year-round residents. We only got 9.5% of seasonal residents, but I know a lot of those people are leaving or left, so I'm not sure if there's a good way to reach those people still. And it looks like the majority of people who answered have lived in Raymond for less, or not the majority, but the largest group is people who've lived here for less than 10 years. 33% of respondents have lived here for less than 10 years. And 61% of respondents do not have school-age children. 38% do. So I think also if there's an opportunity for people with kids in school to do a push to some of the groups of parents, that would be great.
Yeah. And Sue, when do the tax bills go out?
They should. The agenda for next selectmen meeting is to consider the commitment and the mill rate. So if it's set at that meeting, they'll go out sometime either at the end of next week or early the week after.
And I know we had discussed, are there any opportunities to, if not put the survey there, attach just the business card or something like that to try and remind?
We could put the business card in there.
What does the group think about that? I mean, I'm thinking in terms of getting the feedback from some of the seasonal people, which, as I'm understanding, we're losing that opportunity pretty soon. So what does the group think about that?
Well, would there be enough time? Because I know you said mid-September is the last week of that survey. Would that give us enough time? Because they'd basically be getting there as we're ending the survey. Is there any way to kind of maybe give a little bit more time?
I mean, I think from our end, our sort of thinking on this is that we need to stay on schedule. We need to keep moving it forward, and then we need to close the survey with at least 2 weeks for us to have time to go through everything. So, I mean, if you think that the tax bills are the best way to reach them, we can see if we can get enough. How many business cards would we need, Sue?
We would need a little over 4,000.
Do you think that the business cards are self-explanatory enough in itself, or do you think a flyer that had the QR code and a little bit of info about the survey would be more effective as a
I think that would be a little more directed flyer that basically says, please take 10 minutes and take this online survey.
Yeah.
Rather than the business card. That's my own personal opinion. I guess my sense is this one. If I understand that North Star needs time to look at the data that's collected. I know that North Star needs time to also formulate some sort of a overall picture in order for us to put together the vision statement. But if we're not doing the vision statement until January, I mean, I know we'll start working on a draft in October, but if we're really not having the meeting to discuss the vision statement, the public meeting until January, is there an opportunity to keep the survey open a little bit longer in order to try and come closer to that target? I wouldn't think that when we talked about a 10% goal, that didn't seem to be too outside of the realm of possibility. And I have to tell you personally, I just think it's a little disappointing. I think we've done a lot of stuff to get the word out right now. And, it may just be that this reflects the overall apathy of the general public in getting involved in having a voice and where the future is going for a municipality or a state or a country. But it would just seem to me that, a 5% sampling is not really very, to me, not very indicative of where the community wants to go. Maybe it is. Maybe there are only 5 people engaged. Sue, when we have elections, what percentage of the people go to a town election?
It varies with the election.
Yeah.
And I have all the statistics. I just have to put my town clerk hat back on. Let's see.
I think this is our last shot, really, and then it would be a good measure too moving forward if people are actually engaged in what's in their tax bill. Then that would be a good measure for the town to see if people actually open them, and then use that for the future.
Yeah, hopefully.
One thing we open.
Yeah.
Presumably that respondent rate is fairly high.
Yeah.
I do think isn't it true that a lot of people in Maine, their tax bills go directly to their mortgage lenders?
Yes.
Like, I don't personally get a tax.
Well, no,
bill that I open.
we do send them to the people.
Yeah.
They don't open them.
Mine
Yeah.
never gets opened.
Yeah.
It's tucked away in
Yeah,
the corner.
because-
I need
Yeah.
to find it 2 years later.
Because most people do get paid by the mortgage companies. I would guess 75% get paid by the mortgage company. And the people just know the mortgage company's dealing with it. They might open it, but most of them don't.
And Sue, so I know just from my tax bill, it's not like in an envelope. It's like one of those like
Ours is in an envelope.
Okay, yours is
We
in an
stuff them
envelope.
ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, we took that on in-house.
And
so.
so what are we talking about as far as if it was just a direct mailing?
If you were doing a direct mailing.
Yeah, as far as cost.
For cost?
Yeah.
Right now, postage, I believe, is 51 cents per. So we're talking $2,000, and that's not including the cost of the whatever you print, the paper for it.
Yeah.
We do have a folding machine, so that makes it fairly easy. And if it was between things, I could probably have my staff stuff, or you folks could stuff. We could actually do that as a group activity. But
Bring the brownie.
but there is some cost involved.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So I think if the committee feels like the tax bill is a way we should go, then that's totally fine with us. We can work around that, and I think we can just maybe follow up with, Sue and maybe Peter and Kayla to just go over the schedule and stuff. But I think we should just figure out when that's going to happen, and if there are enough people who are available to help Sue stuff all these flyers into envelopes before we commit to doing that.
Sue, can
Yes.
you confirm, because I haven't looked, has it gone into the Wyndham Eagle?
Yes, it's been in there twice, I believe.
It's not my normal course of action,
Yeah.
but I'm going to be a little bit, the glass is half empty. It's not normally how I think. It's already gone to every household and every mailbox in Raymond. I personally think that the tax bill is a waste of our time because hardly anybody really opens it. I would agree if we do go that route, we would have to do a flyer, not the little card, because I don't think that the little business card is explanatory enough. When I've been handing it out, I've been having to tell people what this is for. Go to this website, do this. I don't know. We've already sent it to every household.
It's a good point, Kelly, and I guess I would say that it's, it is what it is as well. So if the committee feels that 5% response from the community on, for us to go forward and formulate a vision statement for where this town's going to be going for the next 10 to 20 years, and the committee feels that way, I'm fine in saying, okay, then that's it. That's good enough. If I understand it, Kate, that what the state requires is that we demonstrate that we made the effort, not the return.
That is true. I will also add, this is not our only opportunity to hear from people. We have a whole public participation plan that, there's going to be a lot of different points in this process in which we'll be reaching out to people, both online and in person. And I think, we might want to consider, in terms of mailing or taking the time to put something in everyone's mailbox, that we might want to do that once we have a date confirmed for our first event, because while it would be awesome if we had a bigger response to this survey, it would be really, really great if we could get a lot of people at that initial event. So what we've done, like for example, in some other towns, is done an every door direct mail postcard that has a couple of the dates upcoming or things like that to try and get people in the door. So this is just the first of a series of public participation. I don't think we need to sort of, think that that's all we're going to hear from.
I'd suggest if we could go another 2 weeks, and we should all just lean on it as best we can. And I think that having public participation in person, will be as, if not more, meaningful. I think the survey was intended to just give us a preliminary sense,
yes.
Right? It wasn't meant to point the arrow of the final direction.
This is not the only,
initially, and it'll help us stay on track and on schedule. I'd love to see it open for another month so we could push out a little more. But I think Kayla's right. Everybody's seen the notice for it. They've probably seen it on the town office, the Roadrunner. So to go that extra mile, if we could have another 2 weeks, is that feasible? Is that a reasonable compromise for the gang here to try to hit it and reach out?
I believe that was the deadline, right? I thought September 15th was the target to close it.
Yeah, and we can even push it to the 20th if you want a full 2 weeks from today.
So what's the pleasure of the committee? I mean, by unanimous consent, we'll go keep the survey open until the 20th?
Well, yes, because I think we can ask the PTO now that school's in session to send it out. I'll throw the cards at the parents of the kids that I'm coaching for soccer. Maybe Jackie, you could do the same thing.
First practice is tomorrow. I'll
Is
bring
it?
cards
Yeah.
with me.
I missed the opportunity yesterday with our practice, but I see them again tomorrow, so I'll.
So be it. That's what we'll do. We'll keep it open until the 20th, and I'll remain optimistic, the glass half full, that this is not a reflection of the engagement of the community.
It sounds like we're missing the demographic of parents right now, according to what you were saying. So is there any way we could get it into the school's hands?
No, I think that actually was the demographic. we
Yeah,
had.
it was like 30 to 44.
Older parents, maybe parents
Yeah.
my age. Maybe not young parents.
Right.
Older
Okay,
parents
so
like
what is
myself.
that? So
Almost grandmother.
Okay, but is there any way we could get it to the school, maybe to?
Oh, so I think the PTO would be willing to do it. I'm not so sure that the school will send it out on their listserv because it's not school or curriculum related. But I think we can ask the PTO to do it. I think they would do that for us on their own website or their own, although most of their communication goes out via the school, to be honest with you. But, I mean, I'm sure we can ask and see what they can do.
Yeah, and how, can you remind me, I know we're gonna lower the number down, but how many do we have now versus that target of?
189, and we want roughly 400. So we're about halfway there.
Could we have them do a mailing to the people that they have addresses for if we paid the bill?
And one thing with mailings, Sharice corrected me, the postage has gone up. It's been a while since I've done a mailing. 63 cents.
What's a postcard?
It's actually 51 cents now, I think.
Yeah, I think
It's over
that's what I
50
was
cents.
thinking about is.
Yeah, you can, I know we did, this is back of the napkin math, but we did an every door direct mailing in a town that I think is roughly twice the size of Raymond, and that was $3,000. Because you get a bulk discount when you do the every, or something, when you do the every door direct.
If you get a bulk mailer.
Yeah.
Permit from the post office.
Right,
And that
yes.
makes it different, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Personally, I
But
would
it
rather
takes some work to
spend
get
money
that
on
and
that
have
for
something
something
to
we
do.
really
I know,
need.
yeah.
That I mean, I'm not opposed to spending that type of money for a direct mail, but I think it should be on something we really are adamant that people get. Not the first survey, but maybe public engagement or
Getting
the
people to the
big survey.
Getting people
I mean,
to the meeting, I think, would
yeah.
be really.
I agree. Where we spend that.
I think
Yeah.
That's where I
we
would
spend it.
recommend spending the money.
Okay. Well, if everybody on the committee reached 10 people the next 2 weeks, that's 90 people. That's half of it. So if we could try to commit to 10 people.
Good, good, Sean.
And it doesn't even have to be people
Yeah.
who live in Raymond, it's
Yeah.
people who are around Raymond too, so we could do 20.
One of my coworkers travels through Raymond. I'll throw the
Yeah.
card at her tomorrow.
Or parents whose kids go to pre-K in Raymond, even though they're Wyndham residents, so there's a fair amount of folks we can lean on.
Can someone on here do that reach out to the PTO, or do you need us to do any contact with the
We have a
schools?
PTO member sitting right next
Former.
to you.
I
Oh,
will do
former?
it.
Oh.
Yes, I had to. You have to relinquish some things.
Oh,
You can't
yes.
keep-
I thought you were still there, I'm sorry.
No, I gave it up.
Are there any election statistics you still want, Mr. Chair?
No, I think that's it. So, big push from the committee to get people by the 20th in town, or visitors to the town, or anybody that's interested in Raymond to take the online survey before September 20th. Okay.
Can I just, do we have someone who can do the PTO reach? Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, moving on the agenda, department head interviews. Have we completed them? And does anybody want to report on any interviews they participated in?
I just want to make sure we did complete them all, correct, except for the town manager?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to double check. I personally enjoyed my department head meetings. I mean, I think I got something out of it, learned things I didn't know before.
Who did you interview?
Finance director,
Oh.
assessor, and library.
Yeah, the interviews, great job with those. They were very thorough. We got a lot of good information. And those will be, so just so you know what happens with those, is that we've been pushing out first drafts of those inventory chapters, and any information from those interviews that needs to go into a chapter will happen when we do our kind of first big round of edits.
Any other department head interviews?
I mean, yeah, we had ours the day of the last meeting, so, and that was with Alex, so that was really good and informative.
That's code enforcement.
Yeah, it was code enforcement, yeah.
You feel like he has enough resources?
I think he had a number of ideas that for streamlining operations, and I don't know that we've folded all of our notes into John was with me, into the latest draft of department heads. I'm quite sure we haven't actually, but we have those notes, and yeah, it was a solid hour and a half of good information.
Anything to add, John?
I agree. We have not folded those notes in, but I did review them today. So we should have those coming up in the next week or so.
Okay, then those get forwarded to North Star, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right.
I would like to say, I think between our conversation with finance and then also our conversation with planning is that I heard one specific thing, which is the town is getting ready to turn over a lot of employees. We just don't have the people to replace them. So that was really interesting to hear, not just from one department head, but from the two that I did.
The three, one of them was with you, but the other two, that's something that is a similar thing, is I could use more help, or I'm understaffed, or I could use this, or we are understaffed. I mean,
issues with
Very
I
much so
think
at the library.
Yeah,
When the librarians have to be their own janitors.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right. Otherwise, if they have a program, and it seems they have a couple of programs a week,
yes.
they have to break down the entire front of the library, the two of them, move it, and then when the program is over at 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night, they have to put the library back together before they can go home. I mean, I just don't think that's kosher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme. I'll tell you, in Sean and I talking to the chair of the planning board, I thought it was quite enlightening. Just a few comments and questions. We asked about the minimum lot sizes or prohibition of two-family or multifamily housing, or the lack of public water supply having the effect on excluding households of modest means from locating to Raymond. He basically didn't see a problem with that. And I found that interesting. In the 2004 plan and in the implementation committee of 2010, the recommendation was that there should be an affordable housing committee established in the town. And yet that never, although that was recommended, that never came forward. We also asked questions about just as far as open space is concerned. In 2004, there was a lot of work that was done, and then the Conservation Commission put together an excellent plan for open space in this town. I think it was 2009.
7 or 8, I think.
Yeah, and yet when we asked the chair of the planning board if he felt that those had been effective in including enough in the way of enticements for development to the areas that had been designated for development in the town, meaning basically village. He didn't feel that those had been effective. And so I guess the question that this committee might ask is, why is that? Why is it that we made such things as lowering the lot size in the village residential and including portable housing or trailer parks in those areas? Why is it we haven't seen any growth in those areas? And it seemed to me that one of the things that was missing is that we don't have any type of goal or plan to incorporate that with any of these subdivisions, a requirement that 10% of the housing be affordable. And it was interesting. The chair of the planning board said, well, affordable housing, that's a relative term. It's really affordable based on the community. So, it's what the community can afford. And we did spend some time talking about, well, that's not what HUD, they have an actual definition of what affordable housing is. And I asked him straightforward, do we have any plans? Is there any discussion for having a requirement that 10% of all open space developments include 10% affordable housing? And he said, well, no, there isn't any plan. So I just bring this up as far as thinking in terms of when we go forward with recommendations. And once again, this is nothing new. This is a recommendation of the 2004 committee. And yet it was never implemented. So I just raised that. The only other one I was thinking of is, and I'm sure we're all aware of the 26 units, multifamily and single homes that have gone off of Route 85 in the village area, where it's 40,000 square feet for a single family home and 20,000 square feet for a duplex, that there are 26 units that are in the process of being built there. And I think that's great. I think that's something that the state would like to see in our plan. I think that also, if I understand it, they brought water to that development.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So there's actually water. It's private. It's not, the town didn't do that. The developer did that, right?
Right.
Right. But so that's also encouraging. When we asked the planning board chair if he thought that, increasing water supply, public water supply to any of these areas where we're trying to encourage development, if that would be an enticement, he didn't think so. So I guess I'm a little confused. But as far as the development on Honey Hill Lane, that's going there now with 26 units. The one thing that's missing that I saw, or at least that I understand, is there was no requirement as far as how affordable housing was concerned.
No,
there wasn't.
I don't think that they will be affordable. I don't think they'll be. They're like large homes. They're 2,000 plus square foot homes.
So if we had an ordinance in place that said in those areas where we're encouraging development, there's a requirement that 10% of the homes be affordable.
Mm-hmm.
In a 26 unit development, that would have been, what, 2 houses? 3 houses? 2.5 houses?
Yeah.
So would that have destroyed the deal, do you think?
It may have.
It may have and it may not have. But the bottom line is we don't know because there is no requirement.
That's right.
Okay.
Well,
All
some
right.
of the unaffordable things I think we've done ourselves. The fire department has changed it so that houses are required to have sprinkler systems. If it's 4,700 square feet of gross area, that's an increase in the cost.
Yep.
And
So
we've increased the requirements for private roads. So that's an increase in cost.
Sure.
So we're just as
and
guilty
those
as-
things drive costs up. Once again, but by the same token, this developer put 26 units that can be sold at market on 12 acres. That's a pretty big enticement, I would think, from a developer's point of view.
Yeah.
When
I agree.
lots in rural and rural residential are 2 and 3 acres.
I was like it would offset those 2.5 houses.
It would think. But once again, I'm just making the case that I think somewhere in this plan, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But certainly it would behoove us to say that we believe that there should be
Bring affordable
an
housing
affordable
forward.
housing committee in town, and that we should be looking at ordinances, especially with open space subdivisions that say, if you want to do this and we're giving you this break, then this is what we'd like to see. So, all right. Any other department head interviews? No?
I had the opportunity to meet with Sue, our interim town manager, and it was a lovely, lovely meeting. And we went through all the topics, I believe, and I still have to incorporate in my notes as well. I'll get those too. But I think Just as everybody was saying, the staffing was one of the biggest issues we talked about. In line with what we were just discussing on affordable housing, one of my favorite parts of the conversation was with Jenny out of the town office, and the discussion about how Raymond is actually a bedroom community. People don't work here, they sleep here. And there's really very, very little opportunity for people to work here. So when you remove certain things that we've discussed in the past few meetings, like transportation, and when we don't prioritize having local employers where individuals and residents can work and live in the same community, you develop this commuter town that we currently have, and it aligns itself with the housing situation that we have developed. So if we are talking about trying to promote affordable housing, that's got to go hand in hand with bringing more local employers into the town as well. So we don't have to get into the details of that, but on the tail of that discussion, I just want to make sure that point is known, because that was a big part of my discussion with Jenny.
Finance did the same thing.
No, I think that's been part of the discussion right from the start as far as affordable housing. It's not just the housing. There has to be the infrastructure to support it. What the demographics, I believe, are going to reveal is that this is an aging community. It's probably going to continue to be an aging community. I think at some point, Raymond's got to decide what it wants to be. You know, does it want to have a diverse group living in the town with all age groups? Or does it want to become the Miami of Maine? That's really, you know, a choice that the community makes, not any one individual. Nothing else there? We'll move on. Public outreach event, early 2024.
Sue, have you had any conversations with the middle school about us potentially having a January event there?
Fire station? Oh, no, I haven't. Okay. But this January wouldn't be that bad of a time to do it, so, on a Saturday.
So we, Sue and I had a follow-up. This was right after our last meeting, so it feels like so long ago, Sue.
I'm gonna write it down.
But what we discussed is, I think what would make the most sense is to have it in a big enough venue, like say the middle school cafeteria or gym or something like that. And then we don't need to worry about having it live streamed or filmed like this meeting is. We have the capability to film a presentation. And then we'll have the space, we'll have the parking, we'll have the facility to have kind of a big drop-in style event like we talked about.
I only see one problem. January basketball starts and basketball games are
On Saturdays?
on Saturdays.
Oh.
Just throwing it out there.
The elementary school might, they don't have a full court over there. They may have a better availability for us to be over there. I know in the middle school, it's both school and rec programs go through there.
So the idea that we kind of settled on in the last meeting that Sue and I talked about was picking a Saturday afternoon in January. We'll pick a date, and then we'll also pick a snow date just in case. And something like maybe 1 to 4 p.m., 2 to 5, some kind of time slot like that, where we will have a presentation that we can give once or even twice if we get kind of waves of people. We can also just have the slides playing, like we have a projector, we can have them playing on a wall for people who are dropping in, and that there will be sort of activities placed around the room for people to participate and see what we're up to. These will be based on both the committee's draft vision statement ideas and people's reactions to some of the data we've collected. So this is where we're starting to go from inventory chapters to kind of what Peter was just saying, where we say, okay, Raymond is aging, we have more retired people moving here than young people. What does that mean? What do you want to see? What's your reaction to that? So that's the kind of things that we'll be talking about at this event. So I think the next steps for this would really be to make sure we have a venue for a Saturday afternoon in January, and set that date and that backup date. And then I know some people in the committee had mentioned that it might be nice to offer multiple, like to either do it again, or to have other times that they could do it. And I think we will have an online version where we'll have the slides and probably a online survey version of the questions. And something we can also do is basically give you what we call a meeting in a box. So we can give the committee the slides and the materials, you know, even give you like your own stickers and charts and stuff. And then if the committee wants to either bring this to other town meetings or have your own event with your own other groups that you're a part of, you can kind of go ahead and schedule those to have as many as you want. And that way we sort of we'll kind of keep the momentum going, and yeah.
Well, and it is easier with the school if I have a specific date, because otherwise they don't.
Yeah, so I think if the committee, if we can look at our own, I think probably not the first week of January, but like the 13th or
the 20th.
The 13th, 20th, 27th. Which one's a holiday weekend?
The 13th is a holiday weekend.
Okay, so I think the 20th was the date we talked about tentatively. So if everyone is still okay with that, we can try for 20th, back up 27th. It's up to you if you want to do like 1 to 4, 2 to 5, 3 to 6. You tell us.
2 to 5 is probably good. Like after most of the sporting events, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, if you do it in the morning, you will miss out on every parent and child.
Yeah, that's what.
Is that when they play the basketball?
It's usually in the mornings. If I remember correctly, it's in the mornings to very.
By 1, they're all wrapped
Yeah.
up pretty much. Yeah. Or even 1 to 4. I don't know. It gets dark early, and people probably want to be home by 5 o'clock. Maybe 1 to 4 would be better.
Yeah, because we have people that won't want to drive in the dark.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me. 1 to 4 seems
Good.
Anything else on public outreach event?
I think once we have a date and venue officially confirmed, we'll move forward with planning the details in later meetings.
Okay, Community Resilience Partnership.
Real brief. I think Katie brought that one up, and we shared some information on it. It's something that's I get regular mailers from the Governor's Energy Office who helped organize the Community Resilience Partnership, and we're 30% of the towns in Maine are on board. A fair amount of coastal, but a fair amount of not coastal, and you know, we'd be amiss to not jump on and to that train. I'll speak personally, and I'm real hesitant to jump into to try to lead Raymond's role in that, although a lot of the stuff is things that I'm pretty deeply interested or working on, so renewable energy and conservation, and so thinking about it this afternoon, I think having it somehow incorporated into the comp plan as an action item, because the timelines for that work is right in front of us. There'll be funding that's probably not available in the course of another 2 years, maybe less. And most of those communities that have jumped in have probably already gotten some modest starter grants. So would love to have input from the rest of the committee on their interest and availability to to help help incorporate it. I don't see it rolling out in parallel to our comp plan process, because that's probably consuming much of the available time that the folks in this room have, maybe not. Frank, I'm seeing you eager to jump in.
Will it be the selectmen that will make the decision whether or not to join?
That's correct.
So do you think we, as a group, should urge them to join?
There's a process where they need to be, we're going to get on the agenda and get a request and an approval from the selectmen for it. And in order to do that, we'd need a good sheet of the content of what it'll involve. And I don't think there's much, really, there's no financial input needed from the town. It's all going to flow the other way. It'll just be needing someone to manage and deliver the projects that would come out of it, to develop the projects and deliver them. So that's the challenge.
I did email Sue.
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you, but I did read a bunch
this week. Because one of the things is that we as a municipality have to do a resolution, is to join. And that's just not something I've heard of us doing.
We have.
before.
There are several resolutions the selectmen have done. One of them was to be the influence, for instance. That was a resolution. So they have done that. But in reading some of the materials, and I haven't had the time to read it in depth because I'm wearing more than one hat at this point. Right. But it looked like, unless some of the committee members or some citizens wanted to step up and do quite a bit of work, as you're just discussing, as most of you found when you did your department head interviews, we're short-staffed. Right. So to put the amount of work that it appears at first blush that it's going to take, I mean, you're saying that you're hesitant to take it on. I'd certainly be hesitant to task the town staff with it unless the select board did say, yes, we want to go with this and jump on. I'm not making any judgment on the quality of the product or the value that we would get out of it. We just simply don't necessarily have the staff to implement something like that. Right. So, and that's only at first blush. Like I said, I haven't looked at it in depth.
The Center for Ecology-Based Economy based in Norway is a service provider for those grants.
I'm sorry, could you go to the microphone only because this is
I think I'm on the agenda next as
Oh,
well. So.
cool.
Good.
CB, the Center for Ecology-Based Economy based in Norway, is a service provider for the Community Resilience Partnership and has helped Otisfield, Casco, Norway, Lovell access grant funding through that program. I believe GPCOG as well can do that. GPCOG assisted the town of Bridgeton in accessing funding through that program. So there are organizations out there who can help communities with the capacity that's needed to access that program.
Yeah, I would just add that I would recommend, I don't know if someone on the committee wants to volunteer to do this, but reaching out to the person in Norway whose name I don't remember, Center for
Ecology-Based Economy.
Thank you. Or GPCOG. You don't have to be, so the way this is set up is not just like whether or not you're a GPCOG member. Some of these organizations were given state money to provide technical assistance to communities. So the place in Norway or GPCOG might be able to be that technical assistance staff capacity that you need to help you do this. I don't know, I can't make any guarantees, but I think that's what they're supposed to do. So I would recommend reaching out to both of those people and see if they can help you.
I will take it on to reach out to them and report back on my failures to do that in a month, or not, hopefully.
Well, yeah, and if you don't hear back from, well, at least with GPCOG, if you don't hear back from them, let us know.
Okay.
We'll
give them a little elbow.
Yeah.
Great. Good. Well.
Anything else on Community Resilience Partnership? Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. We have Mark Marquardt, Executive Director here from Loon Echo Land Trust.
I'm going to introduce Matt. Hi, I'm Sheila Burke. I own property at 63 Hancock Road here in Raymond. It's been a long time since I've been in the broadcast studio. I served on the planning board here in Raymond. I was also an elected budget finance committee member for a brief moment in time until COVID interrupted. I want to thank Peter for the invitation, and I think when you talk conservation, hopefully many of you, if not all of you by now, are familiar with the properties that Loon Echo has either fee-based acquisition or under conservation easement right here in Raymond. Matt knows upside down, inside out, many of the projects that are happening in this area. He'll update you on our participation in comp plans in other towns. Matt Marcotte, our executive director.
All right.
Yeah.
It's the best introduction I think I've had in quite a while. Thank you, Sheila. And John, I'm happy to put you in touch with the folks at CB.
Great, thanks,
if
Matt.
that would be helpful for you. These are someone's reading glasses as well. I'm not sure.
They're there in case you need
Gotcha.
them.
Okay, not mine, but for someone. Great. So I see that it says presentation. I don't have a presentation prepared, but I can certainly update this committee on the work that we're doing at Loon Echo, how we have liaised with other recent comprehensive planning processes that are ongoing or recently completed in the Lake region. And then I'd be happy to answer questions from the committee on what we're doing at Loon Echo, what's our vision, what are our strategies moving forward, what do we see as opportunities, concerns, challenges, etc. I'd also like to say that Raymond does have an open space plan, which we have used at Loon Echo many times over the years to help us prioritize where our conservation work should happen in the town of Raymond. It's also been very helpful in raising funds, using as a document to support proposals to various grant makers. At the moment, we don't have any active land conservation initiatives or projects in the town of Raymond. We are focused on 2 large acquisition projects in Naples and in Casco, just on the border of Raymond. And I don't want to bore you with the details on those, but you know, we are seeking to strategically commit our limited resources within the Lake region. We are focused on, of course, natural resource protection, but public access. We're seeing, of course, you all are as well, trends in terms of loss of public access to private land. So we're continually seeking to protect that public access where we can. We're partnering with a lot of other organizations who are looking at the same type of land use challenges that you all are. We're increasingly thinking about affordable housing and how that interfaces with our conservation work and open space protection. And it's really great to hear the conversation about affordable housing. I don't know how familiar this group is with LD 2003, but that's certainly something that I'm sure I see some head shake. So, and I'm just happy to answer questions from this group. I can continue to talk at you, or we can have a conversation. So, I'd prefer a conversation, frankly.
Questions for Matt or Sheila?
Go ahead.
Oh, can you tell us where, where are your current kind of areas within Raymond that you already work on conservation?
Yeah, so Raymond Community Forest is probably the most well-known, and that was an acquisition project that Loon Echo completed with the help of the town of Raymond, financial assistance from the town of Raymond back in 2016. I think a lot of folks in Raymond now just assume that's been there forever. It wasn't. Very popular. We actually have data from the trails in terms of the use through an infrared trail counter. I can't remember exactly what it was last year, but it's somewhere in the range of 10,000 visitors a year just on one trail that we have. So a lot of use at that property, and I'm sure most of you have been up to Pismire Bluff to see the view there. We're also very focused in the Tenny River area, the Panther Pond and Crescent Lake watersheds. We did complete a addition to an existing conservation easement property on the Tenny River at the end of 2021. So there's now 50 acres on the eastern shore of Tenny River that are permanently protected from development that's owned by the Pine Tree Council. And we're very interested in more land conservation along the Tenny River. It's a really unique sort of wild river in southern Maine. We're also really interested, broadly speaking, in the Sebago Lake watershed and working with Portland Water District to analyze where the most important land is from the perspective of water quality. So I'm sure most of you know that Sebago Lake is the drinking water source for 1 in 6 Mainers. Sebago Lake has a drinking filtration from the EPA. It's a pristine water source. It's one of only 50 out of 13,000 water supplies in the United States that has that filtration waiver. So we're working with Portland Water District to identify where the most important land is for water quality, and then seeking to protect that either via conservation acquisition or conservation easement with private landowners. So those are sort of our focus areas. We have the larger Sebago Lake watershed, the Tenny River area, places that sort of interface with Raymond, Pine Hill, Owl Pond, that's in Casco, but very close to Raymond, and also Rattlesnake Mountain as well, which we'd love to see permanently conserved at some point. A really popular destination for folks in Raymond and beyond.
I do have a question.
Yes, Greg.
Are there any chances of conservation easements being made so that they expire and are renewed?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Term conservation easements were once a more popular tool used by conservation organizations. They have fallen out of practice for a variety of reasons, but there's been recently some discussion at the federal level about actually creating funding programs for those types of term conservation easements. The trouble with them is they do expire. And so it's hard to value what's the value of something like that, and it's hard enough for an appraiser to put an opinion of value on a conservation easement. Now you add
Well, the thing about in perpetuity is it's forever. We don't live forever, and we don't know what someday that land may be useful for somebody else down the road. And I'm not really keen on that kind of thing in perpetuity. But if you could have a conservation easement that expires and is renewable, at least it would give people an option to make a decision for themselves instead of having us make a decision in perpetuity.
Well, I mean, no one's making that decision except for the landowner, right? We don't work with landowners.
Well, it doesn't matter who makes it. It's in perpetuity, and I'm not sure that's a wise thing to do in my mind.
Well, we're working with landowners who this is their goal for their property. We're working with communities oftentimes that's their goal. So in addition to the Raymond Community Forest, we've worked with the towns of Denmark, Sebago, Bridgeton, who's in most of those cases actually in their comprehensive plan as goals for the town to own land. We think of places like Pondicherry Park in Bridgeton, Raymond Community Forest here. These are places that are going to be available to folks to access, to recreate on in perpetuity, which I think is a really important thing. And I will also add that, as Raymond is growing, and there was a comment about Raymond being sort of a bedroom community and sort of the suburban of what we're seeing is that, there's a real risk, and we're seeing it already, of the loss of access to these places. So people, the long-time traditions of hunting, fishing, cutting wood, these are things that really are at risk as we're seeing land use change throughout southern Maine. And Raymond is, right at the forefront of these changes in land use for the Lake region. You're like the bulwark moving up 302.
Outside of Tenny River, as you already mentioned, are there any other bodies of water that you're interested or looking at to increase public access? We have a couple bodies of water that don't have great access, even including Panther Pond. That is a very small sort of inlet that you can get in there. I'm just curious,
Yes.
Are there any other bodies of water you're focused on?
All of them. Yeah. The loss of access to water bodies in the lake region is something we're very concerned about. And whenever we can increase public access to water bodies, we'll do it. And in fact, we have a conservation easement under contract right now on Sebago Cove in Naples, which would provide another public access point for low impact activity, that kind of thing, to Sebago Lake. So absolutely, whenever we can work with a landowner to increase public access to a lake. I mean, this is something that I've talked about probably to every select board in the lake region, which is that, you know, you need to be thinking about public access to your water bodies because it's increasingly more expensive to acquire land on waterfront.
What do you see as your biggest limitations? I mean, I can kind of guess you're going to say funding and people and time, but can you be more specific when discussing some of those things that keep you from really functioning at the level and the pace that you'd like to?
It's capacity, really. And this is a really good time for conservation funding. The Land for Maine's Future program has $40 million in funds appropriated in the governor's last budget. There is funding from the federal government through the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill for various types of conservation. There's increasingly private philanthropic funding that is focused in this area. We just can't do it all. We have a staff of 3 people. So we're really looking to develop partnerships, especially with towns, to assist them in their own open space goals. So again, I'll use the example of communities like Denmark and Sebago that actually own their own conservation lands. We assisted both of those towns in achieving those goals. We can do that with Raymond, for instance. We did that sort of with the town of Raymond, with the Raymond Community Forest, but of course the Land Trust owns that. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is another opportunity that towns can use to fund open space acquisition. So we just don't think that we should be the sole owners of open space conservation land in these communities, and we'd be happy to work with towns to identify where there are acquisition opportunities for open space and then to help them access the funding to do it that's not coming out of the taxpayer's pocket or out of a town budget.
What does that look like to work with towns practically? Is it having conversations? Is it meeting with planning committees and identifying certain areas and concerns within open space plans, or how would a relationship be formed?
Oftentimes it starts at an open space committee level. And those conversations begin there, and then of course that committee can make recommendations to a select board. We can assist with grant writing, we can assist with identifying where open space should be, although again I would congratulate the town of Raymond on having a really good open space plan, which we've actually used as an example to other towns in the lake region of what they should endeavor to do. So we can, that's generally how it works, right? And for instance, the town of Bridgeton didn't have an open space committee, so we just helped them get their own open space committee, but that's where the conversations really start. And then of course, you know, having those conversations with landowners as well.
It seems like in terms of this current comp plan, we might reach back to the open space plan of 2008 and see whatever updating it might or might not need. I think there's significant parcels in there that were identified in addition to the community forest and acreage on in the Raymond Pond watershed and the Gay Brook areas. There's some large parcels, and I'm sure we can all come up with some other favorite parcels. But that I would see this comp plan hopefully providing some guidance on the next project that would make the most sense for Raymond. And I trust that the select board would be cautious about embarking on an aggressive conservation agenda. And I recall when we were finishing up with the community forest, you know, there was a question from the board on how often the Conservation Commission would be back to do another one of these. And I think I found myself saying it'll be just, you know, one a decade or so. And so, fair enough, it's been a decade.
It has.
We're back.
Yeah, and you know, the energy on those committees can sort of wane as projects come and projects go. But I would encourage folks who are involved in that committee to maintain some regular meeting schedule, and we can assist with that too. I'm happy to come to meetings and talk to folks and share recent information, data, etc. But I will say that we use. Some people think, oh, comprehensive plans, they sit on the shelf and they collect dust, and that might be the case in a lot of instances, but we use them a lot. They help us, again, define where we think we should be doing our work. It's a vital tool for us to understand what the community needs and what the vision for a community might be. We work with seven different towns in the Lake region, so we don't always have our ear to the ground exactly of what the community needs might be, and we use them to raise money as well. So they're vital tools for our organization in terms of the work that we do and our ability to go access the funds to do it.
A question, maybe, Sue, I know you can't pull it up right now, but I was looking basically on the town website. In 2010, there was a balance of $45,000 in the Raymond Open Space Fund. You wouldn't happen to know off the top of your head how much money is in there right now?
I wouldn't, but we happen to have Sharice on this call, and
Yeah.
I can send her a text while she's listening. So,
Yeah.
Sharice, do you know that answer by any chance? How much we have in open space, roughly? Though she may have stepped away for a cup of coffee or
Sure.
something else in it.
In reading up on this, though, I was able to educate myself in the fact that money can be raised for open space and to help encourage all types of either fee ownership transfers and conservation easements. Either by adding it to a town warrant article, and it can even come from the general fund of the town. So basically lobbying the select board to include in their budgetary decisions that a warrant article that says we're gonna put $40,000 this year, this budget cycle, into open space fund would be something that could be recommended in a comprehensive plan, that something like that be done.
Absolutely, and that's how it worked last time, and I think we also made a change to the town budgeting so that the properties that are taken out of tree growth and pay a tree growth penalty, that the penalties for that would go to, some of that would go to the open space fund. To the extent to which that has happened, I'm not sure.
And Sharice has unmuted, but also Kate said that she's gotten that
Would
information
you like to
from...
reveal
It's about 28,000.
annual, sorry, the
Financial
audit
audit report
from 2022?
Do you have anything to add, Sharice? I noticed you unmuted.
No, I just was going to say that I provided that information when I was reviewing and providing suggestions to the fiscal chapter. So I think that's where you just got it from.
Thanks, Sharice.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Those funds can be used to leverage other funds as well. $28,000 won't go a whole lot, very long way in terms of acquiring land, but certainly in leveraging other funds, other types of funding. And I would also encourage the town to think about open space holistically as well, so not just conservation of undeveloped land, but helping people access that land as well. So thinking about what types of access improvements or infrastructure improvements might be needed, and how could that funding assist with it. I've had some great conversations with Joe Crocker, his department, about what some of their needs are at some of the existing town-owned space. So when I think about open space, I'm really thinking about, yes, open space in the physical space, but also how people are accessing it and what amenities might be missing to increase accessibility for all residents for the town.
And there's pros and cons, and the committee's discussed impact fees, but there's the potential for that as well, that incorporated into development of open space, there'd be an impact fee to basically would be paid into that fund as well.
If there was any area of the town's open space plan, or as it exists right now, that I would recommend looking at, it would be those sort of funding mechanisms and updating them to kind of come into best standards, practices, or opportunities. The town of Wyndham, actually just your neighbor to the south, had a really innovative funding mechanism for a large acquisition project that they just finished, the East Wyndham Conservation Project. They bonded a significant amount of money, $2 million, to help purchase the property, and then they created an impact fee, and the impact fee will pay down that debt.
Yep. I think we actually even heard our assistant code enforcement officer, who came from Wyndham to us, who it basically has that same idea, having seen it work in Wyndham.
There's a lot of different ways to do it, and what's great now is we're not talking about like a community in Massachusetts that did it that way. We can look to communities in our region who are doing it and learn from what they're doing, what works best, what doesn't work. But it's great to see towns in this part of the state being innovative with their conservation funding mechanisms.
So how does the impact fee work with affordable housing?
I guess we've had this conversation, Greg, and that's why I said there's pros and cons to impact fees. My sense is this one. An impact fee on affordable housing could be simply something that's in my opinion, could be used as some sort of an incentive to the developer to say, you know, if you give us 10% of those buildings being affordable, we'll waive that impact fee, and we have the ability to do that. So I'd see it as a carrot to a developer. So it's not always that you're going to collect the money from the impact fee in order to put it into the fund for the open space, but what you end up getting is a little bit more in the way of affordable housing.
And if I just might add to that conversation as it relates to that, it's great to hear that there already are, the town has already recommended, I'm not totally familiar with the zoning land use ordinance as it stands right now, but decreasing minimum lot sizes in your residential zoning areas, that's something that we're very supportive of. What we don't want to see from the land trust perspective is sprawl and fragmentation of habitats. And so we work with some communities, Casco is a good example, that have really large minimum lot sizes in their residential districts, which promotes sprawl. And you know, communities like Raymond, like Casco, like most Lake Region communities are not suburban communities. They're not really rural communities. They're definitely not urban communities. And so there is a challenge. And what does land use planning look like in a community like this? But I would hope that what we're not doing is just importing a suburban land use model into our communities in the Lake Region, because that's...
And Matt, I think part of the safeguard of that, if I understand it, and North Star are experts on this, but the state requires that we identify those areas within the comprehensive plan that we don't want touched. And that would hopefully be the safeguard against sprawl. It would be identifying, you know, what is considered to be prime agricultural land or a vista view, or certainly we already are pretty stringent as far as the lakes are concerned. But I'm hopeful that all gets incorporated into the plan, as I believe it was pretty well done in 2004 as well. But that is a requirement of the state, right? That we identify those areas.
Yeah, and then for sure, but also thinking about how will that influence future ordinances, land use policy, zoning, et cetera, so you can add some teeth to those recommendations.
Sure. I hear that term teeth used a lot by code enforcement. It seems like sometimes we seem to lack that.
Yeah, I think most code enforcement officers complain about their lack of teeth. I want to reiterate that point, because I think it's something that's a challenge for communities here in the Lake Region, which is, you know, what is our model for development? And there's not a great one. So it's a leadership opportunity for communities here to say, what does the future look like for these types of communities? But it's a challenge, right? Because we don't really have that, you know, perfect model pathway, because we're different than suburban communities. And we're also different from like Mattawamkeag or Rangeley, right? So we kind of fall in the middle there, and that's a challenge.
Other questions for Matt? Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it. Very informative.
And we're happy to continue to be a resource for your committee as you move forward. Let us know.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. Open invitation here.
Yeah, we'd love to
coming out. That was
keep in
great.
touch. So I don't know if you want to sign up for our mailing list, but or let us know the best way to, you know, keep inviting you.
I have taken the survey. I do get your emails.
Okay, great.
And I'd also like to add that 5% is a pretty good number.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah, we'd love to see you at future events and as we start talking about goals and strategies and stuff.
All right, review of chapters and materials from North Star.
Thank you, folks.
All right. So I believe we sent on August 10th, we sent the Water Resources, Recreation, and Public Facilities chapter, as well as a PDF that had all the first draft of the maps in it. And I see we did get some good comments on those. Just for your information, there are 3 left for you to review. One is fiscal capacity, and Charisse and Sam connected on that very recently, so you'll have that soon. And then the others are housing and existing land use, and we're just coordinating with codes to finalize those, and then should be able to get you those this month, and then
I did rattle their cage.
Thank you, Sue. Sue has been busy rattling cages for us, and we're very grateful. But yeah, I think we will be right on schedule then to complete those inventory chapters in September.
Great.
And Mr. Chair, I did hear from Chris, and
Yes.
he had a family issue we needed to take care of.
Sure. All right, and next steps in vision statement process.
All right, so just want to actually, before we move on, make sure everyone, so I think probably for the inventories, if we send the last chapters to you this month, maybe we can set a date in October for everyone to have reviewed everything, set a deadline for your comments. Especially with the maps, because we're not actually doing that in-house. We have someone who does the mapping for us, so we want to make sure that everyone please take a look at those maps. So if there's anything, any local knowledge that we've missed, we can make sure that's incorporated.
So is the committee ready to commit to a deadline for having reviewed all of the chapters?
Sure.
Would the end of this month work?
I think, well, we might want to wait to see when we get the stuff from codes.
Yeah. And they have had a surge in permits, oddly enough. And this week, they won't be able to get
Yeah.
to them.
Okay.
I'm hopeful, and they're hopeful that
So-
it'll slow down a bit next week, or possibly the week after.
So could
I'll
our
know
goal
better
be
soon.
October 4th, the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, let's say that for now, and then if we'll at least get you the fiscal chapter, and if we have to, we'll figure it out.
All right, so as far as the committee's concerned, why don't we have a tentative deadline for October 4th?
And for
Okay, is that all right?
Any members that are having trouble accessing or making edits or suggestions? Just want to make sure everyone has equal access to this, to their chapters and making edits.
Nope, doesn't look like any difficulties, all right.
Great.
You're seeing all the edits come through
We
from
do see
folks?
them, yep.
And it's working.
Yeah, it all looks, these are all really helpful. Like I said, usually the way we do this is that we wait until everyone's had a chance to review. We'll compile all the comments and we will go through them and start addressing them. Some are usually simple things to add in. Others we might need to come back and ask you a question or confirm some things independently. But
How would you like us to handle those sections that are the bigger highlighted sections that don't have any information under them? They need attention, but they're not yet drafted. We may have, would you like us to just kind of incorporate our comments onto the side of those and then, but I guess my question is more related to the content. What's the best way to come up with the content for that? Are you looking for content from us or are you looking for us to go find the information for you? Specifically internet infrastructure, that's been something that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Or that's somewhat of a priority for the town, and it's I'm sure there will be information coming from department head interviews, but
I think if you know the information in those like outstanding questions or highlighted sections, or you know where we can get it, please just put a comment and let us know.
So I'm not sure that, did anyone interview Kevin Woodbury?
I don't know.
Because he really is not a department head.
We need to.
And I think we overlooked him. So he'd be the internet guru, and that
Okay.
might be something North Star would want to reach out to Kevin.
Yeah, we can just reach out to Kevin and ask him that question.
Well, and there has been the regional committee that's been working with, is it called CoLab, I believe? And they're doing a presentation on where they are to the select board next Tuesday night. So
The next
that's-
meeting?
Yeah, at their next meeting. So that's another, we'll have a good update then to know where we are with the broadband in particular.
Yeah, so then we will, if you know the information or know where we can get it, please drop a comment or even just send us an email. At the end of the process, if there's still some things outstanding that we haven't answered, we'll either figure out where we can find that information, or for some smaller towns, there are things in the state checklist where the answer is this doesn't exist, or this isn't something that's tracked, or, that kind of thing, so.
So is there one of the committee members that would like to interview Kevin? One or more?
Should be me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I haven't done any yet.
Sarcastic.
I totally missed the email that you guys sent. I get so many emails. I look for it and I still missed your email.
We can always also just email Kevin over a list of questions too, since we've been working with him on the website.
Yeah.
So
He would give you all kinds of information.
yeah, that's a good point. We totally overlooked that because he's not technically a town
Yes.
employee.
He's a
He's
contractor.
out of all
note
knowledge.
for me. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about inventories, maps?
Maps look great, I thought.
Yeah, I think they look really good.
Little edits, but yeah. Who's doing that work? Is that for GIS?
Yeah, we work with they're called Rumline Maps. It's a guy named Ben Meter who works out of Bristol, and he does a really great job. Plug for my friend Ben Meter here, friend of North Star. But yeah, I think they look great. Okay, so.
Any other questions on the chapters, or how about the vision statement process?
Yeah, so so basically we wanted to talk about how we're moving forward from here now that we're wrapping up the inventories. And we covered a bit of this earlier, but the next step in the process is to start to put together a vision statement. And the way that we'll do this will be that the committee will look at the survey data, think about the inventory chapters, think about what you know about Raymond, and start to draft a vision statement. And I meant to print out a copy of the old vision statement for all of you, and I forgot, so I'm sorry. But Sue, I actually sent you a stealth email with the vision statement in it. Did you get that?
I can open it.
We'll see if Sue can put it up.
Oh, stop. This thing should know by now what I want to click on, not what I actually click.
But yeah, so we will start with reviewing the 2004 vision statement as well, and give that to you to look at. And then in the next meeting, we'll talk more in detail about drafting a vision statement. So I think there should be Raymond.
Raymond?
Yeah, put Raymond up. Thank you, Sue. You're a big help.
Let's see if I can make that more bigger to put it in technical terms.
I think it's on the. Where did they move the little plus on that?
Oh, here it is.
No, it's on the top actually. So if you next to the
there
page number. No, sorry. Right.
Oh, there it is. Yes. Goodness. Because otherwise, no.
Beautiful. So we will also send this out in an email, but basically we we were hoping to give you all a little homework assignment to read the vision statement from 2004, which Sue has put up on the screen. Thank you, Sue.
I can get that away. There we
And think about what things in the vision statement you might like to keep, what things you don't want to keep, sort of go through it like that before we bring you survey results and stuff like that. So we can look through this now if you want. You know, there's usually a lot of things people want to keep in these because they're meant to be long-term. So, you know, a lot of discussion of natural resources. I think that's something that's still going to be really important.
And I can scroll more if
Yeah.
folks are ready for me too. Wow, this is a book.
Yeah, so the
Yes, sometimes with vision statements, they vary for different towns. Like sometimes they're very short, just a couple words or phrases, and sometimes they're quite long. I think with this one, like Kate said, definitely like natural resource protection is still something that is relevant today. I think one thing that's missing from this vision is more like land use and how the town sees development happening.
Yeah, and I think, you know, our recommendation, and you can do this however you want. I sent Sue a couple other examples, which I'll also send around to you all via email. But, you know, I think if you open the Town of Gray one that's in there, this one was very short. So this is a lot shorter than the Raymond one. It's a couple paragraphs, it's basically a couple of ideas for Gray in one paragraph about each one. I think the other thing that is important to think about with vision statements is making sure it's specific enough to be about Raymond. Because I think when you're thinking about these things on a vision level, there's a tendency to want to say like, you know, Raymond is, you know, friendly and positive and free, you know.
Place.
Yeah, Raymond is a wonderful place, which is, it is, but that's not really a vision of Raymond. We want to try to kind of tie it down a little bit to make it specific to Raymond. And like I said, it can be as long or as short as you want. There's another one, we don't need to pull it up now, but I'll send it around for the city of Bath, which is a big city, but they decided to kind of talk about different parts of the city in the vision statement. So they split it almost geographically. They said, like, you know, downtown Bath is this, rural Bath is this, the whole city, and then gave a vision for the whole city.
That seems like it makes a lot of sense.
So there are a lot of different ways to do this. Yeah, and you can see in Gray as well, they have their second paragraph there is about the Gray Village. So they had a specific, the first paragraph is kind of the overall vision of Gray. Then we have a section on the village specifically, and that's very specific. It's talking about, you know, streetscapes, public space, a playground, new homes. Then they move on to rural Gray, and then there's kind of a summary thing about transportation and moving around in Gray, which is a big, I'm sure you all drive through Gray a lot. They have some concerns there.
Yes, they do. 20 minutes late to work today. I'll be finding a new route from now on.
So that's kind of your introduction to what a vision statement is. And I'll share all this with everyone. I really apologize for not printing it out, but does it seem like, would everyone have time over the next month to sort of look at the 2004 statement from Raymond and start to put together some of your initial thoughts? Sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then so we will come to the next meeting with survey results to share with you, and then our initial thoughts based on those survey results of some themes that we're seeing that we think should probably be in the vision. And I was hoping if we have time on the agenda, we could have a little more of like a working session looking through the vision statement.
Okay. And can you remind us where we can find that 2004 vision statement?
I will email it to everyone. It's in the 2004 comprehensive plan. I'm not sure.
It's the one of the first pages in the plan.
You should be able to find it online on our website.
Cool.
Yeah, but I'll send that around to everyone, and I'm sure Sue can print it if you ask her very nicely.
Well, I can also send out what you just sent to everyone.
Sure.
So I can cheat.
And we can share more examples too. These were just 3 that I pulled up really quickly, but we can share some more as well. So I think to just give you sort of a little bit more of a look forward, the idea is that we will start drafting our vision statement in October. Then we'll have time in the November, December meeting to be planning for that January event. Because we're holding that event in January and not in November or December, we actually have a little bit of extra time in between. So we can think about how the committee what you want to schedule during that time. And like I said, I think we might, after this meeting, have maybe talk to Sue and then maybe Peter and Kayla to just confirm some changes to the schedule since we originally started this project. So we're still on track with all these things, but I think some things are going to shift and move around a little bit because we changed when this event is happening. So yeah, the next step will be the vision, planning that event, and then once we hold that event, we'll be moving into the more goals, policies, strategies as part of comp planning. So that's my sort of look forward for all of you. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Goals, policies, that all be the second half of the winter,
That will start after we hold that event.
the January event.
Yeah.
Very good. Moving on the agenda, the next meeting date is October 4th. We have a kind of majority of people here feel that they can make that?
Yep.
Need to change or anything? Okay, we'll go forward with that for the next meeting. Sue, any public comment?
I don't see any public in attendance.
Okay, and is there any committee comment?
Following.
I have one.
Kayla?
John shared with Sue and Peter and I a little information about sustainability talks. So I was talking about just an opportunity for a little bit of sustainability education. So if anybody is interested in that, I will email the committee just regarding a link to that.
Great, thanks for sharing that out.
Any other committee comments?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
When I read the part about recreation, I thought about a client that owned a lot of property in Gloucester, and they dealt with the public a lot using their property. They never posted their land, which is a good thing, and most landowners are very gracious, including John, for keeping their land open. And I just thought I'd bring these posters they had made up. This client of mine, I can pass these around so people can look at them. But it's something to think about, and maybe in terms of even making them available from the town for landowners that have issues with people dumping stuff or establishing trails.
Could you read one or two, Greg, just
yeah,
so that, because people that are watching won't be able to see them.
This one says, "Walkers welcome. Please, no ATVs or four-wheel drives. Thank you, Chandler Brothers."
This one says no trespassing in open pit area, no ATVs, no four-wheel drives, no shooting, no target practice.
This one says public vehicle access. Please pick up, carry out all trash so everyone can continue to enjoy this vehicle access.
So we need to be kind to private landowners too. Them right.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the time.
Any other public committee? My only comment is just informational, and I went to not the last select board meeting, but the one prior to that, and gave an update of the committee's activity kind of on the August anniversary of our first year. Select board was appreciative. I did take that opportunity to also put a plug in for the select board, their family members, and any of the constituents to also take the public survey on our website. I will tell you that if I'm able to read expressions, I didn't get much of an acknowledgement that they knew what I was talking about, but that's just my own take on it as well. But anyway, I did that. And a question for Sue: I have seen emails about the annual reports. Does this committee owe you an annual report?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Peter, we do. And I will try to work on that. Maybe we can craft one up super quickly.
Sure.
Using other ones as a template.
Sure.
Because I like to steal.
Okay.
And we just sort of insert stuff into
And
it.
you could insert the code to take the survey or to go to the website.
To take the space.
Because I can have as many pictures as I want. This is the report that is only, I don't print it, it's online. But it is on our website, and it's a way for the committee to say, this is what we've been doing, this is why it's worthwhile, this is what we're aiming at, or whatever you want to convey to the town.
Well, I appreciate that, Kayla. If you want to kind of draft something up and shoot it to me, and then we'll get it off to Sue.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved. A second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting for September 12th, 2023. We have a full quorum. First order of business is Collab Broadband High-Speed Access presentation. Andrew Davis?
Thank you. Yep.
All right. Clara McCool?
Yep. That's
Aye.
Hello, everyone.
Anybody else?
We also, Randy Shido from Sebago Fibers.
Great. So go right ahead, and the quicker you do it, the happier we will be.
Hello everyone, my name is Clara McCool. I work with the Greater Portland Council of Governments, GPCOG. We're a regional planning agency. We deal with a lot of different issues, including sustainability, transportation, housing, and also broadband. So I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about the history of this regional project that Raymond is a part of, and how we came to the recommendation that we're going to be talking about tonight. So just to start off, why does high-speed internet matter? It's become a very essential part of our lives to participate in daily society. A lot of people use it for education, people working from home, telehealth, and like we are tonight, using it for civic engagement. So allowing people to tune in to select board meetings like this, town council meetings from home, and participate in their society. So, and this, as we've seen over the past couple years especially, there has been more difficulty in reaching rural areas with infrastructure. So back in 2021, the Cumberland-Oxford Lakes Area Broadband Project was formed, also known as CoLab, at the request of several town managers who were hearing from their residents that they were not getting universal coverage across their town. So the group now consists of Casco, Naples, Sebago, Standish, and Raymond. And our goal over the past couple years was to identify and recommend a reliable, future-proof broadband solution for these communities that will continue to serve residents and help them keep up with technology as it advances. So this group has been in partnership with GPCOG, so that's who I'm representing. And we have also brought on a consultant, Mission Broadband, and they have helped us interact with internet service providers and sort of provide that technical expertise for the town. More recently, last fall, we applied for a grant with the state, and we were awarded $50,000 collectively to do community engagement and outreach. And we're now getting free legal services and communications consultant from the state. So that has been an exciting recognition from the state of the work that we've done. So over the past year, we have issued a request for proposals. We put it out to different internet service providers in Maine and nationwide, inviting them to come in, look at this Sebago Lakes region, and identify how they would serve. We were looking for a universal coverage, so making sure that every resident and every business in all 5 of these communities gets served by whatever recommendation the community ended up going with. So we had formed a steering committee that consisted of select board members, town managers from each of the 5 towns, met every other week to evaluate the responses that we got. We got responses from Charter, so Spectrum, GWI, which is a fiber internet service provider, Sebago Fiber, who's here with us tonight, Consolidated Communications, and Surtex. So each internet service provider provided their own pricing and business model that we went through and evaluated. So tonight we're going to be talking about a private internet service provider model with the towns as a municipal partner, so they'll be working with the private provider. We also looked into a broadband utility district, as well as a private model in which the internet service provider would be fully operating independently from the town. So that's sort of what is happening right now with, I know Raymond has coverage from Spectrum, so that's sort of that relationship where the town doesn't really have a say in the service they're getting and in where the build out happens. So we did a variety of interviews with all of these different internet service providers once we received proposals to determine what model the steering committee would then recommend to you all, the select board and the towns. So at the end of this process, the steering committee decided that they wanted to recommend the private ISP with municipal partner model. That is the model that we're going to talk about tonight with Sebago Fiber. This model was able to offer a phased and more affordable build out of fiber. So Kevin's going to talk a little bit about fiber later in the presentation, but essentially fiber is a lot more future-proof than cable, which is what Spectrum offers currently. Spectrum can offer very high download speed, so that's what it takes to take things from the internet and download them onto your computer. But the upload speeds of cable do not match. And we're starting to use upload speeds a lot more. That's what you use when you're on Zoom. A lot of businesses are starting to put their retail online. So as we move forward and become more dependent on the internet, it's actually really important that we have upload and download speeds that match. And so that's sort of how we came about choosing this recommendation. The committee was really wanting to get fiber into Raymond so that people could continue to access reliable internet for years to come. So this goes into a little detail about the recommended model. So as I said, it's Sebago Fiber. It would be a private internet service provider build out with the town as a municipal partner. So some of the benefits of this is that the town won't be financially responsible for the network, which can definitely be a burden on towns. However, the network will guarantee in the MOU that the town can define the service quality of the network. So a lot of times when you're working with a big internet service provider that it's a fully private model, the town doesn't really have any say in service level agreements. So under this model, though, the town would be able to require certain speeds. It also supports speeds that will continue to serve you in the future. So right now what we need will be different from the speeds that we'll need in 10 years. But this model will allow you to get those speeds without replacing having to replace the infrastructure in another 10 years. It's a local Maine-based company, so very nearby, and that was something that the steering committee was excited about was, if issues arise with the network, you're able to actually call someone and have them come to the town and help you out instead of dealing with a huge corporation that it's sometimes hard to reach someone and get that customer support. And we've been able to have sort of these regular committee meetings with the owner, Andrew Davis, which is the steering committee really appreciated. The only challenges are it does require some town financial contribution, and the ISP would have the exclusive rights to the network, but the municipality would have an IRU for municipal fiber, and that's something that Andrew's going to describe a little bit. But that sort of town contribution can be seen as, you paying to have a little more control over the network and the speeds that you're getting. So that's sort of the overview and context, and I think now I will pass it on to Andrew to go into a little more detail about this recommended model.
So we have a full presentation. The key thing to think about this is Sebago Fiber looks at the town as a partner and as a customer. So in the participation on the capital side, it's really about getting you the needs to connect your buildings together, and that capital acts as a catalyst to accelerate our existing plans to build out in the area. We'll go into detailed examples as followed, but let me turn it over to Kevin, who wanted to talk briefly about the town of Raymond's needs on the municipal fiber side.
The big thing that we're looking at from my standpoint is to get the municipal network to a point where it'll service us the way it should. You can see all the locations on there, and I don't know if you can, if it's a good, if you guys can read the slide or not, but those are all the current and future locations that we could see that would be served by what we call a dark fiber ring. And the reason for going with a ring versus a star network where you have it runs to each one, which is where we're operating now, we basically have a star network using virtual private networks that go back to Spectrum and then come back to us, and is extremely slow. There's no way to do backups. There's no redundancy. If one of those links fails, that location is down completely. So redundancy is one of the primary things on a ring. So the scalability in the fiber ring makes it much easier to slice into the ring than if we want to add a node. Let's say if we don't put in the places that are listed, like the beaches and the Memorial Park and the other places, we can add those in later by just splicing. It's not really, sometimes it's splicing, sometimes it's doing a different technology, which we won't talk about tonight. But having the ring gives us extreme flexibility to scale into any of those locations that are shown on there. When it says equal cost access, that's a network term saying that you avoid congestion at a central hub and everybody has equal access to the high speed that's available in the ring. The cabling is much easier than a star network, and that reduces cost, and it gives you, again, back to the redundancy. If you cut the ring anywhere, everybody still has service. And right now, if we lose service quite often to different locations, and you can't do that with a Spectrum type network. Even though Spectrum has said, we will go fiber, what their fiber is going to be is extending fiber to places that don't have service right now. So they're not going to extend fiber to the home, and we're going to extend fiber to the home and to the businesses directly so that they get that kind of service. Depending on what you put in place for hardware, the costly switching equipment that you'd need for every location is not necessarily needed at every location. Fiber has a technology called add-drop multiplexing, where you use one fiber and then you can split it into many, many frequencies. So it really is an amazing technology and gives us much better future-proofing. Again, the bandwidth is really, really amazing, and no other technology can match the fiber bandwidth. Again, future-proofing everything that we will need, and we will probably start off with the municipal dark fiber ring running at 40 gigabits per second. So that means every place on that ring could have real-time video, real-time backups almost immediately done, which we do back up a lot of data. Disaster recovery and all those type of needs will be guaranteed if we use a fiber ring. And troubleshooting is much easier. So the last line, which is everybody's concerned about cost. Well, the initial implementation is higher cost, but the long term it's much lower. And the cost, and they will be talking with Sebago Fiber on how we implement that ring, because they will be able to use that ring to build out their network to the public. And so we will be able to hopefully split the cost of that main ring, which will give a lot of flexibility to everybody in getting access to the high-speed fiber. And I'll let Andrew comment more on that, because I think that's a good place where the private and public sharing of the network is going to be a real benefit.
So the comment I'll put here is one of the big differences between my company, Sebago Fiber, and the other ISPs like Spectrum and Consolidated is we're willing to do dark fiber relationships with the town. That's a very straightforward thing. We're already doing both virtual networks for Fry Island and dark fiber private networks for them. Something we're willing to do. I'm going to jump into my presentation here. So I'm Andrew Davis. I'm the owner and manager of Sebago Fiber. I've got Brandy Shido with me, who's got about 20 years experience in marketing. She leads our marketing and community engagement efforts. I've spent about 20 years in the software industry in very large companies and managed about 150 engineers worldwide. So I've got a lot of experience with big corporate America. With Sebago Fiber, we take a very different approach than that big corporate America. I'm a hands-on engineer. I can do everything from the fiber design to be up in the bucket truck and train the staff. We're a Maine-based company. We're currently, all of our equipment's on Fry Island. We plan to build an office and storage facility either in Raymond or around the Sebago Lake area. We do participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program outside of Fry Island, not on Fry Island for obvious reasons. Our team's lean and efficient, very different than a big company. We have an in-house team of staff and contractors. We have 3 senior team members, and then we have a staff of 4 techs who live in this local area. 2 of them are actually women, have learned the fiber tech role. We're supported by a team of contractors, primarily from Lewiston, Stanford, and Casco. And we actually aren't just a company on paper. We actually own bucket trucks that lets us to do things very efficiently when we need to. And when we're doing build-outs or construction, we bring in our contract partners. So what makes us different our goal is to be a regional fiber provider to the Sebago Lake region in southern Maine. We do business a little differently. There's no investors, there's no private equity or big corporations. We treat every dollar we invest as our own because it is. It's funds that I've invested in the company and the fiber networks we built. We take a disruptive approach based on lessons learned from software engineering. We do a lot of things different. When we work with a contractor, we work to make them optimize it to save them time. They make more money. We get things done efficiently. We try to make it easy for customers. We don't like people calling away on the phone. It's not good for us. It's not good for them. We do things differently by email first support. We have real people based in the US, make things very quick. We do publish service guarantees. That's what they're referring to in the earlier slide about MOUs. We will publish standards, and we have drafts of those that have gone to Kevin and to some of the other towns already of what our network latency standards are to get off the network. We already exceed those by a major order of magnitude on our current network on Fry Island. We also do things different with pricing. We don't do bundles. We don't do prices that change over time. We have one set of pricing for everybody. It's available on the website. There's one set of pricing for Fry Island because it has different connectivity issues than the mainland, but there's one set of pricing we're proposing for all 5 towns around the lake or for any of our mainland operations. So to give you a little background on a project in Fry Island, we had a plan to build a full fiber to the home network to 60% of the island over 3 years, and we started that in 2020, entirely privately funded. We started construction in fall of 2021. We do things in a sort of a weekly cadence that we literally put the whole network together, lit up customers in about 7 days, and they all were lit up on time, on schedule. It was 3 days before the island closes for the winter, if you're familiar with Fry Island. So we know how to do things on a schedule, and we know how to do it incrementally. That first winter, we built the 1.8-mile loop around the north and lit up those customers. The following spring, we planned to do just the outside areas along the east and west side, and then we ended up expanding that due to demand and interest from people signing up twice before we even started building. And then going beyond that, we then expanded at the middle section, and then literally 5 days before construction started, we added the whole middle section down to the end by the golf course, based on people's signups in real time, and then we do the engineering in iterations. We ended up finishing that first year at 96% coverage, and this spring we ended up getting 100%. So while we didn't set out to do universal coverage as a statement of goal, because we did a phased build-out approach and the word spread and demand increased, we achieved universal coverage without planning to spend all the capital up front. Each stage helped fund the next stage of the build-out. Now the island's done. We have 774 passings, all 565 homes on the island can be served this time. And as of basically this week or next week, 2/3 of the customers from the existing incumbent DSL have switched to us as the provider. That's in under 2 years. So I'm going to talk a little about our approach here, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Brandy. So our approach that I just described is about community engagement. We build that support and to reach the unserved areas or the people who want better service. We do this with what's called a demand survey. That's a survey that we do online. We did one of these for the initially on Fry Island. The map shows the people responding of interest at different times and colors based on the time when they expressed interest. The north end you see as the most signups. That's why it got built first. We do this on a street-by-street level of detail to decide where we build and where the phases will be. And that then validates our capital investment plan. Do we have enough interest to build this section or not? And then we build it out. And it tends to go not really from based on density, but based on interest. There can be a street where 100% of people sign up and there's only half the number of houses, but because 100% of people signed up, we go there first. So it really leads to a lot of community engagement of where do we build and based on how important it is to them. So I'm gonna let Brandy walk you through. Oh, sorry, one more slide. So the town of Raymond, just a baseline, you're looking at a drawing here from, this is Maine Connectivity Authority's analysis of the town of Raymond. Blue dots is underserved, meaning you have spectrum. You have less than 100 service. Almost all of Raymond is underserved. There's very few red dots that are unserved or not connected, which makes the area really not eligible for grants during the current rounds. So while you might technically be eligible, you're not competitive in applying for those, and therefore we've not recommended that. And that's the case for the majority of the area around Sebago Lake. So I'll let Brandy explain what a demand survey is.
So as Andrew mentioned, our approach is to start in any town with a demand survey. So this is an example of what the survey looks like. We ask people who their current providers are, what their satisfaction is with those current providers. We tell them what the pricing is and ask which plan they would sign up for. And if they're not interested, they can say no thank you. They let us know that they're not interested in a fiber plan with Sebago Fiber at that time. And then we ask them to confirm their location. They don't have to provide us with their name or contact information unless they want to, but they do need to give us their address so we can confirm demand. And as Andrew said, this is what we use to decide where we're going to go first and how we're going to build out the network in that phased approach. And so in order to get really accurate data here is where we start with the community engagement. So this is just an example of the town of Sebago. We started their survey about a month ago now. Yeah. And so in Sebago, the folks that had Spectrum reported only a 28% satisfaction rate with the reliability and speed of their existing provider, and only 17% satisfaction with customer service. So that's not great. There's definitely improvement to be made there. So, and Consolidated was significantly worse than that. So this is the type of data that we would provide back to the town as well to show you what your current status is. So again, an example in the town of Sebago from the survey that they've been running. We received about 219 responses in the first month of the survey, in the first 27 days, and almost 200 of those were from, and 23% were from year-round residents, which we think is really important to reach those folks that live and work in town all year long. One thing you'll notice on here is that there's a wide distribution, and everywhere that you see a green dot is people that were actually interested in signing up for a Sebago Fiber plan. So it's 94% of respondents would be interested in the town of Sebago, and only 6% were not currently interested. So this is the type of results that we have seen so far. So we get this survey out and get the word out about the project in a variety of ways. It's really important to reach people in the way that is, that they are interacting with information. So you have to reach people digitally with some social media, digital news, etc. But not everybody is on Facebook or whatever. So we find that email distribution lists, we would work with your town. If you have email through the library or through the town that we can send out to let people know about the survey, we would work with you for that. Print is really important, so things like road signage. People are driving around town, they might go to the grocery store or specific areas around schools, so we would put out road signage and flyers at local businesses, town properties, and that gives us an opportunity to go in and actually talk to the people at those locations so that folks in town can also help spread the word. And then we would plan to reach out through newspaper articles and ads in the local newspapers. And then in-person events are really important. We discovered this, or we proved this, I guess, in Sebago. There was a specific area that we had not reached at all. And we went to the farmer's market and talked with a whole bunch of people at the farmer's market all day. We were able to reach some businesses in town we hadn't reached before, and a whole geographic area of folks who came to the farmer's market but hadn't seen the digital outreach so far. So these are the types of things that we want to do to engage with you and your community in the places that you tell us are important and where your residents go. We do participate in the federal ACP program, the Affordable Connectivity Program. This is a program that has about 381 Raymond households will be eligible for this program. And it is money that people can get to help get internet service at their house when they could not otherwise afford it. So we have a plan for this, and we can help people sign up for the ACP program if they need it. And one thing that's important here is while we're doing that community engagement, we'll do our best to try to reach these households as well, to let them know that there are programs to help them. And we might need to reach out to those groups differently because they might not have the same connectivity that others have.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about our public-private partnership model in a little more detail. We usually refer to it as a private ISP with a municipal partner, but what this really means is at Sebago Fiber, we look at the municipality as a customer first. You're our biggest customer, and you're unique because you have unique needs to connect your town buildings that benefit all of your residents. We start this with a meeting with the town manager or your IT administrator, and then we evaluate the town's internet connectivity needs and also the connectivity needs between their buildings. You're fortunate that Kevin's pretty articulate on what his needs are here. We take this information and we build a plan for what the future municipal network look. The one on your right is the one we did for the town of Sebago after meeting with them. And we discuss how the municipal needs can complement our company's plans to build out the fiber to home network in your area. So our goal is to build fiber to the home out around this whole lake in the next 5 years. And there's ways that these two things can work together to accelerate that. The municipal backbone here in the town of Sebago, if you looked in the previous picture, we saw the dots. It's exactly in the center. It connects the unserved areas of the town together and provides that way to accelerate the project. So we then create a proposal for the town that meets your municipal needs, and we show how that intersects with our plan build out. So we show the phases that we build out and how the town, by making a choice whether you want to build 5 miles of fiber or 14 miles of fiber for your needs, how those two things work together. And then the town makes a capital contribution based on your needs, and you get what's called an IRU, which basically says you own a portion of the fiber of the cable that connects your buildings together. And that's sort of a perpetual lease on that you have the rights to use it in exchange for your capital contribution. So Sebago Fiber, we own the pole attachments, we own the overall network, but you guys basically own the fiber that connects your building, and you're free to do what you want with that. You can have your in-house staff light it up with service. You can hire another company or an IT contractor. For that fiber, you can use whoever you want to provide service on that portion of the network between your buildings. So you're not locked into even us for that portion of the network. So for Raymond, this is sort of a high-level concept. We've already done, I think, 2 more iterations of this today that I did not get a chance to pull into this slide today. But in general concept, it's a ring or a figure 8, depending on the poles and different configurations in the area. And this would basically serve as the core to reach the other homes around the network. It's about 14.5 miles. To give you a market reference or a number you can use roughly to construct fiber on existing poles, around $60,000 per mile. And I give you that number as a reference. Our goal would be to get you a proposal that's below that number, because it'll be a combination of the fiber to the home needs and your needs. So the two can work well together in harmony. And the goal will be the fiber to the home partially offsets the cost for the town's municipal needs. And the town also gets something concrete, which is you own an asset, which is that IRU of the fiber connecting your town buildings. This is an example, as I was describing in Sebago, of how the core connects in the middle. And on this drawing, the tiny little red dots are the unserved areas of the community. And the interest is well geographically distributed to the unserved areas, as well as the areas where they already have spectrum or consolidated. There was a uniform need. But the areas in the center of the town, that blue line is, there's very few homes there. That's why the municipal contribution really helps, because it connects the more dense areas of the town and makes the whole project viable. So the next steps for us, we did a presentation tonight to sort of give the Board of Selectmen here in the town of Raymond an up-to-date on the efforts of GPCOG CoLab. We're doing this with all the towns to get feedback. The CoLab group has planning funds available that Clara mentioned. They're really looking for feedback from the board tonight on how you want to move forward and use those. We're also seeking a letter of support from Raymond in support of a grant application to Maine Connectivity Authority for the town of Sebago. So Sebago on the other side of the lake is unique, that they have about 18% that's unserved. They have a higher probability of getting a grant than any other place on the lake. They also have the 3-ring binder, which serves all of Maine there. And building a fiber network there will help extend the reach of that fiber network to Naples and then get it closer to you guys. So there's nothing needed beyond really just a letter of support that basically indicates you're supporting the GPCOG CoLab project and that you'd like to see that grant be awarded by the state. If you want to move forward with the planning efforts proposed here, mid-September through October, we would launch an updated version of the demand survey for Raymond and all the towns to collect that data. And we would basically want to work with you to identify who the advocates are and what voice you want to speak in that community engagement messaging that would work with Clara and Brandy to really focus on getting that survey out there. With that survey data back and as it comes in, we would start as part of the planning grant at Sebago Fiber a high-level design where we literally take all the locations in your town, we do a high-level design of the network, and then based on the data coming back from that survey and the interest street by street, we would build a phased approach to build the town out in phases, just like we did on Fry Island. And then in the future, we come back and present that to the Board of Selectmen and give you your options. If you want to invest and build 1 mile municipal fiber, here's how that would accelerate. If you want to build 14 or 20, how can that accelerate the plans that we have? And this also, the combination of that demand survey and the high-level design lets us decide where we're putting our private capital to see how, even if you did nothing, no investment from the town, what our build-out would look like. And we can have a discussion with you about that to reach a plan. So, it may not be year 1 universal coverage in Raymond, but it could be a developed plan that over 2 to 3 years, we achieve universal coverages in phases as both Sebago Fiber and the town want to make investments in the area. So I think that's it, and we welcome questions on anything we've asked.
So the ring in Raymond, is your service limited to that ring, or does it shoot off from there?
That is that's the locations where the municipal dark fiber would be.
Okay.
If the town of Raymond wants to build that ring, as Kevin has proposed, that would all be in the phase 1 area, and any home that's within like 250 feet of that would get fiber to the home that we would build out from that immediately. The interesting thing would be to look beyond that to see if you do the whole ring, what are the other areas that, based on interest, would we put more money in and you can go further in phase 1?
Because I'm looking, you're going up Webb's Mills and down Meadow Road and then cut across Plains Road, but Raymond's much bigger than just that area. You got the whole Raymond Cape area.
Yes.
You got North Raymond.
So this is...
Are you guys already down Raymond Cape since this goes out?
How happy is it, man?
We use a combination for Fry Island. We are not currently providing service on Raymond Cape on the mainland. There are a number of areas in the town of Raymond, to follow up from your question, that we consider commercially viable, that we were planning to build before CoLab reached out to us. So we would look at the intersection of those areas. They tend to be the higher, more dense areas around some of the lakes that we would build out. But yes, this ring, to be honest, the Webb Mills Road area on the right here has some of the lowest density. This area would be a challenge to be commercially viable. There's other areas that have higher density. So by building the centerpiece, it then makes the cost for us to go to those more extreme areas much more realistic.
Can we have a copy of your presentation?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
How are you feeding Fry Island then?
So like every ISP, we use a combination of services from other carriers. So there was already FCC CAF2 funded fiber coming to the island. So we feed over that from a partner, and then we build out fiber to the home for the last mile distribution on the island. So we do not have dark fiber to the island yet. That is in a plan that's coming up. And obviously Fry Island and Raymond would be connected pretty quickly. But Raymond Cape is an example of a very long road. If we had to build fiber down Raymond Cape to serve Fry Island would never have happened. Raymond Cape has a higher density at the southern tip of it, and there's middle parts of it that would be very expensive to build.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Just as a comment, I mean, you know, the intent is, you know, this was a presentation to the board without having, you know, getting a lot of questions and answers, but there'll be other presentations and whatnot that'll get more community interaction and things like that, because, you know, the whole key is to let everybody know how it's going to work, what it's going to work, and things like that, so that you can get the buy-in that you need, so we can get the buy-in that we need. So, thank you.
Yep. The one last thing I say is the ring we've showed you is not a statement of what phase 1 would be. It's simply the inputs to the process, and we're looking for your feedback if Raymond wants to move forward with that planning grant. And then we will work with your designate, whether it's Kevin or others, to come back to you with the presentation of here's what the phased approach looks like. Okay. And we've basically been asked by CoLab to do the similar presentation to all 5 towns to get feedback, so they can then make the decision to go ahead with the selection and move the planning grant forward. And there'll be a lot more detail to how we reach those extreme areas at the different edges of Raymond at that point.
Okay. So you would like a letter of support. I saw it in the packet. So do you have one printed out?
Yes, it's in the envelope that I gave to Lisa.
Okay. Can I have a motion from someone to
move to sign the letter of support for the Sebago portion?
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for the time this evening.
It's fascinating. Hope it works. Yeah.
Do we start with the?
And so next month you're going to start the surveying, or
if the instruction, I guess that's the other question, is a direction from your board.
Yeah.
If you want to instruct CoLab to release your portion of the planning funds, then we will start, you know, literally on Friday, getting the survey ready to go and out.
Okay,
that's really the direction from your board. I think is that correct? What you're looking for?
Yep. Yeah.
So Ralph, you're the liaison, you and Kevin?
Yep.
All right. So you want a motion from us to direct you to continue? Is that, can I have a motion to that effect?
Move to continue with the survey phase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, set to go.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And do you want this letter, or who does it go to?
That would be great. We would digitize it and put it in the packet to Activity Authority. Really appreciate that.
Yep.
And when you scan it in, could you also send me a copy, since they're giving you the original right now in front of their town clerk?
Oh, sorry.
We will. Would you like to scan, send it to us, Sue?
Yes, that I can do. Thank you.
Okay, would that be easier?
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keeps us in line.
Very interesting. All right. Approval of the minutes of previous meetings.
Move the minutes of August 15th.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. September 5th. I have a motion.
Move the minutes of September 5th.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right. Old business. Kyle Bancroft. Liquor license application and amusement application for East Shore Tavern. We tabled it at the last meeting, if I remember, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Wayne, Wayne, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Any issues at all? I just got the report around 4:30, so.
Yeah, we only did the inspection yesterday, so my apologies to you for that. We're still having a little bit of issues with the grease hood. I think we've got, I mean, Kyle has hired a different company to do his grease hood cleaning. So I'm working with Kyle to try to address that issue. I think with the filters that are missing in his grease hood, that's part of the problem. So as a condition of approval, you know, requiring him to do the 6-month cleaning as required, and then in 6 months for him to schedule with us to come in and re-inspect the hood and see if we've started to correct some of those issues.
Because I saw in the inspection report, he put in new steel,
yes,
right, to redirect the smoke?
Yeah, redirect the grease vapors through the filters instead of just up the stack and through the fan.
Okay.
So I'm hopeful that will correct some of that grease buildup in that ductwork and in the fan that we've been experiencing over the last few years.
Okay. And then on the amusement license application, same thing. He got the state of Maine to sign on the state fire marshal to sign off, right? So we're good to go on that one?
Yes.
So your recommendation is contingent approval with a contingency?
Yes, please, with conditions.
Okay, the conditions would be to do a 6-month follow-up inspection?
Right, and continue doing the 6-month required cleaning. Those two would be the conditions that we're asking the board to approve.
All right. Any questions of Wayne or Kyle? Alex, you have anything?
I have no updates from last month. Nothing's changed.
No violations?
No, the violation of the parking still exists.
The violation still exists?
Yeah.
All right. Kyle?
Good evening.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Parking lot issue hasn't been fixed?
Yeah, so I'd like to talk about that a little bit. When we originally leased that land, was with the intent to extend our patio area into that new leased land. Speaking with code enforcement and going back and forth of the cost and then the survey, possible engineering, water runoff calculations, stuff like that, we've abandoned our expansion project. So at this point, there is no portion of our licensed business that operates on that leased portion that's separate from our facility right now. So what I've done is I have a 5-year lease on the land. There's no structures, nothing of my business is there, but it does abut the current establishment that is licensed. So where we've abandoned the expansion, everything is still within our lot. We did, when we took possession of the leased land, pulled off the topsoil, but other than that, there is nothing there to indicate that we're going to do business there, we're going to expand our business there. So that's where it's been kind of a standstill. We spoke with a surveyor, that's going to be about $3,500. Another $2,000 towards engineering, probably another $4,000 in repairs to actually just bring it up to speed where it could be used to expand onto the property. So at this point, we've completely abandoned any future projects on that, and it just remains a vacant piece of land that is next to the East Shore Tavern.
Did you talk to Alex about all this instead of doing it here? Because we had it last month on the agenda.
Sure. So, I mean, when we last talked with Alex in the office, the plan was to still expand into the patio into the newly leased area. That's where all this came up. This is what we're talking about. The zoning's residential, so it'd be a change of use, a buffer. We'd have to do all these things to get it up to speed to even do this, and it's just not feasible. So at this point, we've retracted anything that we're going to do on that parcel. So that residential parcel is separate from my commercial parcel. And yes, we do have a right with a lease, but we do not operate and we don't have a license to operate anything that happens at East Shore Tavern on that 10,000 square foot of leased land.
So I want to ask Alex.
Alex.
Yeah. So where are we at then? So did you know about any of that?
Yeah, so Kyle had reached out last fall and asked if he loamed and seeded that parking area, if that would get him out of violation, and I said yes, it would. So that would be, you know, if it's restored back to an area that's not used for parking, then yeah, the violation goes away.
And that has not been done yet?
No, it's still just
dirt
parking area, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know there was, at one point, he had some dumpsters stored back there. And, you know, I don't know that I've seen cars parked back there recently. I don't know if anyone else has, but, you know, that's kind of where we left it off. Last year was if it was loamed and seeded, then that would take care of the violation.
And when did you have that conversation with Kyle about loaming it?
That was probably November, maybe, October. We had met, I think, last fall, right after you guys did this last year. And he reached out to a surveyor, and that's when he got the quotes that were, I think, a little higher than he wanted to spend. And so it was, you know, if I just make it go away, does that make the violation go away? And it does, yeah.
So again, since the violation still isn't fixed, we table it again until it's done? I mean, this is what happened last month.
You can make it conditional that the violation gets fixed.
Can I speak to that for just one moment? The violation, in my opinion, should have never been issued. The violation was issued because it was an understanding that my commercial property was trying to utilize a residential property for its purposes. So if you look at the violation itself and look at the wording, it actually, the work that I did doesn't require a permit. And where it is a residential property and not a commercial property, and it's not tied to the business, it kind of separates the two issues. According to the zoning, I don't need to pull a permit up to move that loam there. And as it sits right now, it's a 10,000 square foot bare piece of land. So there's nothing on there that's, you know, I'm operating my business from, and nothing today that you're voting on with my license has anything to do with that parcel. So, I mean, if we're going to table or going to look at, you know, holding me back because of that, I think that we should look into what that denial allows. And I looked into it this afternoon, and if my parcel was in a violation of code or ordinance or zoning, then it would be feasible for you guys to say, hey, we're not gonna, or we're gonna table this. But where this is two separate parcels and two separate owners, and there is a clear separation between commercial and residential, I think that it would be a mistake to combine the two and try to, you know, hold me up with my liquor license because of an issue on a separate parcel.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, Kyle.
Sure. I mean, and I'd like to, Alex.
We listen to our CEO because technically, if you use that parcel as part of your business and people are parking there.
We don't, though.
But we don't know that, you know. So
but that's one of those things that.
It's one of those.
There's no park. It's not a parking area. There's no parking stalls. There's no parking. You know, there's nothing there other than a parcel of land that I plan to expand on, and found out from the town after talking to them it was going to be too much money to do. So now I'm stuck with this lease that's next to my building, but it is not part of the commercial operation. It's not part of the liquor license or anything that I'm applying for today. If you guys want to look into coming after, you know, me for the code violation separately, I think it's a separate issue.
Well, we're not coming after you, Kyle.
No, but what I'm
trying to work with you.
No, absolutely. But if we wanted to address, that's improper wording. Excuse me.
Wouldn't a simple solution to be put Jersey barriers there so that then there's no question there can be no parking there?
Well, then I don't have any access to my leased land, so I need to have access to the land that I've leased.
Gate there for sure.
I mean, you could come up with some, you know, you gap, whatever, you know, but.
I mean, we could tighten it up as long as I had.
You know, so that way you have no possibility for someone to go there and park. As it is now, with nothing there, someone could inadvertently or whatever. If you do something like that, that precludes that. That's not that.
But my consumption area is already defined within a gated area. So anybody that would be out there would simply be exiting the building. So there's no liquor consumption allowed on that parcel at all. So anybody that's leaving is going to be walking out of the building, and that exit dumps out my back exit there to that corner. So kind of the corner goes to the left and right.
You just said you're going to kind of
raises a red flag to me where why would you put the Jersey barriers up there if you didn't have access to it?
No, I said, if you wanted me to like, make it smaller, but I need to have access to that parcel, and I pay a monthly lease fee for that. And my only access is going to be through my lot that I run my business from.
What do you use the parcel for?
The parcel, well, the parcel is only to be used for expansion, and I signed a 5-year lease that I cannot negotiate my way out. So now I have 10,000 square feet of ground that I intended to, what I spoke with it about expanding. We're no longer expanding. And my liquor license and everything that I've presented today keeps the same footprint as we have for the last 3 years.
What are you using that parcel for?
At this point, it's done. I don't know what I'm going to use it for. It's stopped.
But that's what I mean. If you put Jersey barriers up and you're saying you need access to it, you need access for what? Foot traffic?
If I wanted to park my vehicle there, if I wanted to put a trailer there, if I wanted to do anything that I want to do with lease ground that's within my rights to do, I need to have access to it. It's completely fenced off from every other side.
You also have parking down at the previous tie-dye place too, correct?
So I leased that on a separate lease. Yes. So it's available for overflow parking, but my office resides in there currently. That's what I use that primarily for.
I guess I'm looking at your whole application here as that was part of this thing, and that was what was originally done, and because it wasn't originally done and you had to back off of it, it's still an issue to me that has to be fixed.
Well, that's why nothing is submitted in this paperwork that would signify that this is whole. That's what I'm here to imply today, is to say that this parcel was a plan, and now that we found that it's not feasible, I still have control of this property, but there isn't any aspect of the business that I'm asking you to approve or to send to the state tonight that is conducted on there. If anything, it's there. I don't know what, so I'm not going to put up a fence and then square in a 10,000 square foot area and pay X amount of dollars a month and not have access to it.
So when did you get this? When did you get all the information on the survey stuff, all the pricing and stuff like that? How long ago?
It was probably late fall, early winter before I had gotten a call back and was actually able to get some pricing.
So you've had this violation since then? Since back then?
Yeah, and if you look, if you have a copy of the violation, I'd like you to take a look at it, because the violation clearly states that or the subsection that it refers to is the work in the impervious surface would not apply to a single-family dwelling lot or a residential lot. So that's where I said I think that we ought to look at the wording and where the violation lies. The violation lies on me and the intent to extend, because you guys, when I had done it, had figured that we're going to extend. So a violation was issued to stop me from expanding my current establishment into this leased land. That's no longer the fact. So I think the violation needs to be looked at again and looked at the verbiage. And it states in the very beginning, unless it's, with the exception of single-family home, single-family residential lot, and then 3 or 4 other items, then it goes into you cannot add on into impervious surface, and that pretty much within the commercial district. But I would ask Alex to come up here and clarify if I'm wrong. I could pull this up, but the way that this reads is that I wasn't required to pull a building permit to remove the soil.
How big is the lot?
What's that?
How big is the lot that the soil was?
3 acres.
No, the whole lot.
3 acres.
And you are leasing 10,000 square feet of the 3 acres?
Yep, on the front end. Yep, he was my immediate abutter right there.
But you've had months to actually fix this, if he said he talked to you back then, and it simple, like...
Well, the intent is that I didn't need a building permit. I don't plan on fixing this. Like, we had started this process and invested the money with the intent to get a return on it by expanding out. Now that we see that that's not feasible, that work's already done. If you look at it in the context of not a commercial issue, it's now a residential zone, then you'll see that I wasn't required to have a permit to pull the topsoil, and that's all that's been done in there. So now we have a lot that's got topsoil removed with the intent to do something with it that we can't do now.
Did you ever call Alex and say, hey, Alex, I'm going to pull my permit, I'm not going through with this?
No, I mean, the last time we spoke, we were going to loam and seed, but the cost of trucking in all that loam and seed, that's another expense. I mean, I can't even recoup the thousands of dollars that I've put out with the intent for this project to go forward. So I'm losing money, trying to continue to do all of this. And the way that I read it and I understand it is that, yes, there was a violation, but the violation was issued to me when I planned on expanding my commercial operation onto that land. And now that that's not happening, I think that we should revisit that and look at the actual wording of the violation. And it's very clear, it says at the top that this situation would not apply to single-family lots, which is where the 10,000 square feet is located. It's LRR2 zoning, it's not commercial zoning.
Then that's something that he needs to work out with Alex.
Yeah.
Well, Alex and
Alex, can
Board of
you
Appeals and.
get up again, please? All right, so Kyle's saying, hey, this lot I'm not going to do anything with. I tore all the loam off of it, you know. I'm not going to do anything with it. What's the violation?
I mean, I think to the average person pulling into that parking lot, they are not going to be able to tell the difference between the parking lot for the restaurant and that dirt 10,000 square foot area. So will it be used as parking? Probably. So it's going to be off-site parking for this business. I mean, whether or not he wants to use it as that, then, you know, that's great. But I think that ultimately it's going to get used as parking. You know, there is an appeal period for a notice of violation. That appeal period passed probably 2 years ago at this point. You know, this was issued, I think, in 2021. So we're talking a couple of years. Yeah, he's changed his plans, you know, but I think ultimately there needs to be some fix to it so that it's not just off-site parking or an expansion of that.
So if there's a fence across, so you know a car will not go park there?
No parking sign, something,
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah. I think it would be great to be able to use that as parking area, and that's what we were trying to help him go through that process to get that approved. But it is expensive. I mean, it totally is, and I get that. It's unfortunate. But
Well, some of that is state regs, though, on
Yeah.
runoff and all that.
that's out of our hands, unfortunately, yeah. Because I do think the parking would be nice, but it just doesn't sound like that's what he wants to do right now.
But we need some barrier there to make sure, or signs that say no parking.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, just driving by, looking back there, you can't really tell that. It looks like you can just loop around the building.
Right.
So, I mean, if it,
And I'm sure that's probably been done.
yeah, probably.
Okay, thanks, Alex.
So Kyle, the other question is,
Sure.
I know that the tie-dye place that you bought or leased or whatever,
yep.
You said that was for overflow parking, but now it's going to be for trailer parking or whatever. Who's to say that you're not going to say, well, I told my employees they could park back there, or I told a friend they could park back there?
I mean, I would be well within my rights. I mean, I leased that land. So, I mean, what I choose to do with it, as long as it's not in violation with the town, even if I was to park my vehicle and 5 other personal vehicles on that land, I'm not violating any condition with the town. I leased that land. I have the right to.
Right, but you're using it, you just said I asked you about the employees, and maybe I'm not saying it right.
Are we talking about 2 different things?
You're using it for commercial purposes.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking
Whether
about
you and your
my
employees
lease.
park there, that's a commercial use of that land.
No, I'm talking about are we talking about my
think he's
lease
talking
space,
about
the office, or are we talking about?
Tattoo place.
No.
I thought he.
Okay.
I think he's talking tattoo, and I think you were asking,
Okay.
and he's on tattoo.
Let me
Yes.
clarify. Yeah, because I know you got, all right, so the tie-dye place.
Yes.
You used it for overflow parking for employees or whatever.
No, it's
the other place.
is an option, and that was
Okay.
one of the things that we had talked
Right,
about.
and
is-
now you say you can put your trailer there, that's right, you leased it, but the same thing goes out back of the restaurant too. Because all of a sudden, if you want to have access to it, and you know you've got a busy night, hey, employees, come on back here, you guys can park back here. Yes, it is your land, you can do with it what you want. But when you're saying, hey, my employees can park back here because it's overflow parking, that's technically the business parking is what it is. So that is the commercial.
Sure, but when I said overflow parking, that's going to be over at the tie-dye shop. So I'm not speaking about the land. You asked me about the tie-dye shop and said that's where my overflow parking would happen.
Well, I was making the reference before you were going to do the overflow, but then now you're mentioning possibly having your trailer there. Or
No, I was just saying, for instance, if I wanted to park
Right.
my trailer there, if I wanted to park personally
park
owned
it out
vehicles,
back.
you know, I could park it out back. But that doesn't mean that I'm inviting anybody. You know, I mean, we can put up no parking signs if that would, you know, help. But my biggest thing tonight is, you know, hinging this violation on the approval. I just think it's unwarranted. I think that if we want to look at this issue, then I'm more than happy to work some, but it's no longer connected to East Shore Tavern. It's no longer an issue on my license side. And we could revisit that and put signage up. I'm willing to work with you, but I don't want this violation to be, holding me up tonight and moving forward.
So if we were to prove it conditioned upon the no parking signs being installed.
Sure.
You're on
Yeah.
board with that?
Yeah, no, I'm willing to work with you. We could put signs all across that back fence and, we'll put, I don't know about when you first come in, but the way that it's set up, it goes like this, and we could set up some no parking signs in the rear just to let people know. I mean, it doesn't, even right now as it sits, we don't get a lot of parking. We have a 48-seat facility, and we're not busy all the time. So our turnover in our parking lot with the tattoo shop that allows us to park out in front or on the side of there, we're pretty much in good shape most of the time. So no parking sign would not be an issue with a condition. I'd be happy to put that up if it meant moving forward and getting it done.
Your place can't hold 48 cars for parking.
No, 48 people.
48 people.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what my license
I was
allows.
gonna say, there's no way.
All right, so a couple of conditions then. The grease, that needs to be cleaned every 6 months. Re-inspection by the fire department. No parking signs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve the liquor license application for East Shore Tavern, subject to the conditions.
I have a second.
Second.
Yes.
I guess I want the condition on there too, that those signs are put up right away, within a certain time period.
Yep.
So whatever that time period is, that's gonna be.
14 days, 2 weeks.
We cut it down to 7 days. I'll get on it tomorrow.
Okay, 7 days?
7 days.
All
It'll
right.
be done by tomorrow, so.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Now I need a motion on the amusement license.
Move the approval of the special amusement license application for East Shore Tavern, subject to the same conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right, Kyle.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You guys made a big mistake giving the license to him.
He does use the parking in the back, just so you guys know. I mean, if I can get up and speak publicly.
Well, it's a little late.
It's late, that's.
Yeah, it's late for what? I was never offered to get up and speak public comment.
All you have to do is raise your hand.
Raise your hand, yeah.
Well, it's,
I'm not
we've
used to
already
meetings like
approved
this,
it,
but
yeah.
that man right there absolutely uses his back parking lot to park vehicles, or people use it to park there. I was a former employee there.
Come on up.
How many drunk people leave there driving and get pulled over? It's absolutely insane. He
So-
overfeeds alcohol like it's no other.
So I am a previous employee from East Shore Tavern, where I have experienced many violations that Kyle does on a daily basis there. No payroll offered, liquor is being poured from bigger bottles into smaller bottles.
What do you
He
mean,
purchases.
no payroll?
No payroll.
He doesn't pay his employees, and I
Okay,
have a
stop.
daughter that's served there underage.
Hang
You
on,
have to
hang
stop,
on.
please.
That's why I'm here.
All right, you'll have your chance.
Stop.
Okay.
No payroll offered. I used his establishment to basically serve his patrons and make tip money, and that's what I walked out with every day I worked. I have text messages that I can forward to you guys that I have gone back and forth with Kyle, asking him to start a payroll so I can have myself on document. So if I ever want to buy something, I can prove that I have the income. As to which he would say, I'll think about it.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about a year and a half.
Without getting paid?
I did not get an hourly wage there, no.
How did they pay you?
He didn't.
The tips, he said.
I strictly was given tips by my patrons, and that's it. And if we can just go back to the parking, because I know you guys are really stressing on that. The back lot is absolutely used for parking. All the construction workers that live in the area don't want their wives to see them out of work early, so they park behind the building. You could probably go by there right now and see all the cars parked back there. Plus, the dumpsters are back there, so there needs to be access back there so they can get dumped, which I know is another issue.
Can you give us your name, please?
Yeah, my name's Carrie. I'm from Wyndham.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I actually have talked with the liquor enforcer because I was concerned about the renewal of the liquor license because of liquor being purchased across the street at Circle K when we run out. RSVP was one liquor vendor, I believe, that he used that would maybe deliver to us every couple months. But if you go back and you look at liquor sales and you match those with what he has purchased from RSVP, you're gonna find a huge, huge difference in what came from RSVP and what has been sold off that shelf.
Go ahead, George. Can I speak?
No.
Not yet.
No.
I'm running the meeting, all right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, have brought many concerns to Kyle, only to get no answer from a text message, or I'll take care of it when I get back from vacation, where he's purchasing vehicles and probably selling those illegally too, I don't know.
Kidding me. Off a lot, three buildings down.
You're gonna come up. You're gonna come up.
Hang
in a
on.
second.
Have you,
Yeah, so.
how'd you say?
What's that?
Are you done?
Yeah,
We didn't want to cut you
yeah,
off.
no,
I don't
that's
wanna
okay.
cut you off.
I did email two of you here and didn't hear back from any of you, so I just wanted to come tonight and.
Who did you email?
I emailed you this afternoon and I emailed him last week.
I got one and I had no clue what that was about. Because I got the carry, I'm like,
It was
what?
it
Who
was
is
just
this? And what? It was one sentence, and I was.
One sentence, no. It was a very long email.
Did you send it to my home one or to a data?
I believe it was your main at main.
I got one from there, and it was.
That's okay.
I didn't know what.
I'd also like to add that that one of the, or I'm sorry, the only cook that works there is drinking on the job, consistently drinking on the job, and I'm told I can't drink on the job, so why can another person drink on the job? These are all concerns that I have brought to Kyle, only to be told nothing half the time.
Have you filed a complaint with the state of Maine?
Yes.
Did you hear back from them?
I have not yet.
Because what you said are a couple of big violations.
Yeah.
Not getting paid.
Yep.
You can't just get paid tips.
Right.
There's a minimum wage.
And I understand that that's my fault too for participating in a business that isn't paying somebody. I will recognize that.
Okay.
But
All right.
when we've had several staff meetings asking for a payroll, only to be told, sorry, I'm not doing one. I'd also like to add, I did ask numerous times. We have, or when I was there was a underage child that was being cared for by the head cook there, who is also very young herself, should probably not be taking care of a 15-year-old who was removed from a home because of whatever is happening in that home, is placed into the care of a 25-year-old who has an obvious addiction. She drinks on the job, and this 15-year-old is there for 9 hours a day this summer, every day, being exposed to drunk patrons, marijuana, the liquor cabinet, I mean, anything.
DHS
He had
must
access
call
to
them
it.
that.
And that was another thing
Who did
I
you
asked.
file your complaint with? Was it Department of Labor?
Department of Labor, DHHS. Yes, I have not heard back from, I heard back from DHS right away. The Maine Labor Board, I can't remember. I may have received an email back. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I had asked several times for this to not happen because that's on me, being the bartender, the only person running the show there, to have a 15-year-old standing behind the bar.
Oh my God.
It was a nightmare. And I asked several times for it to not happen, only to get, well, I don't know, I'll have to touch base with her. I don't understand. I told this, I don't want it to happen. And then it kept happening. I kept asking, only to get no reply through text message. So
Alex,
that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
I think I
thank
told
you.
you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, have you spoken to liquor enforcement?
I have not, no. Nor have I heard from anyone.
Have you heard this kind of stuff?
Yes, we've heard some of these complaints. You know, a lot of the stuff that she's bringing up, and I did get an email, I think, from you as well. A lot of that stuff, or all of it, is not considered a land use complaint, so it really didn't end up on my plate. But there is some stuff that, you know, I think possibly the health officer, fire inspector might need to look into. But I haven't spoken with anyone at the state.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak?
Yes, the gentleman in the corner.
So it's better off if I don't, sir.
Anybody else?
We'd like to hear from you, sir.
Hang on. Please state your name.
I'm Courtney Edwards from Wyndham. I had a friend of mine that was someone that used to go to the East Shore Tavern on a few different occasions. And one morning, after I woke, I went next door to see if he was an elderly man, a little bit older, and his car wasn't there, and I was kind of concerned. I know he had gone out that night, and I knew he was at the East Shore Tavern, and I went upstairs to find him bloody in his bed, and I ended up speaking with him, and he told me, you know, that he was really drunk. He got really blacked out drunk at the tavern, so I drove down to the tavern because he was very lethargic. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't like to speak publicly. But so I ended up driving down there, and I wanted some answers on what had happened the night before. Well, it seems that he just was being served shot after shot, drink after drink, until he no longer could stand anymore. That he went down on his face, split open his head, and had Kyle's father had to bring him home, escort him home in his own vehicle that night, which I'm very grateful for, but I just can't imagine how many other people that enter that bar that I personally know of, that there's no like cut off of alcohol. They literally get so drunk that, I mean, you can look at the police reports too from just leaving the tavern, how many people get pulled over extremely intoxicated from his bar. So I ended up taking my friend to the hospital. He had a concussion. Luckily they found that he had blood clots too, but that was nothing to do with that. But regardless, I mean, this is just ridiculous. I've heard about needles in the back parking lot. I know of people that have used needles and shot up in the restaurant and outside of the restaurant. And unfortunately, you know, that's not on him either in terms of people using drugs. I know that that is a terrible thing, but just throwing it out there, I think that this is a little bit to the extent of crazy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to sign it.
Anybody else? Sir, you have your opportunity now.
You're better off if I don't.
I would like to hear what you say. If you're walking out the door and saying we were in error granting this license.
Because this guy right here.
Can you state your name, please?
Joe Grant, Wyndham. This guy here serves underage kids in high school. I know two of them, and mouth behind me needs to be quiet.
Hey.
Hey.
See?
Please.
Stop. You got
don't pay attention
So
to that.
all I'm saying is your liquor license shouldn't depend on a parking lot. It should depend on people's health.
Yes.
Well, this is the first we're hearing of it.
Yeah.
You guys keep giving them 90 days, a year. It took them 2 years to put loom on the ground that he never did. But you're giving them a liquor license like it's nothing.
But we haven't heard from you guys.
this
You know what? I'm sorry I didn't
It's
read the
okay.
email.
I'm under the impression.
So who does the inspections? What are you doing here?
I'm under
But
the
the state
impression that
liquor
you're not
board.
allowed to speak out like I am right now during meetings.
Well,
That's why I
you-
was waiting for.
No,
public
you
comment.
can. You can during our deliberations.
Okay, all right, I did not know that.
Okay.
I mean, the biggest thing, you gotta look for safety reasons, not just because he runs a business with 48 seats. There's kids are gonna get killed by drunk drivers leaving there. and you guys just say, okay, let's give him a license, even though he didn't fix what he did, right? 2 years ago, you told him to fix it.
No, he did what
He
we
does
asked him
everything
to do.
under the radar.
Or once it's been brought up, then.
But when he kills a kid, it's gonna be on all you guys, because you issued a liquor license. You're a fucking thief. Thanks for listening.
But wait a second, come back a minute. Just come back a second. But we don't know this until people come tell us
But
this.
you guys have him on record for 2 years. He's on a temp license. What kind of inspections are done?
Not for that though, but we need eyewitness testimony like you guys are
Do
giving
you guys get
now.
police records?
This is
For
the
what?
first time
We
we've
We do
heard
not
this.
get police records.
No.
So you go on a
If I
license
get
without
the
a speak,
police records,
without a
What's
record?
that?
Forward them to you.
You have
You
police
can,
records?
well, you can FOA.
I mean, the sheriff's office know him by name. I was pulled over 2 weeks
All right,
ago.
if you're
And
gonna
they
talk to
asked,
these
the
guys.
sheriff pulled
Straight up.
her over 2 weeks ago and asked her if
They
he's still
recognized my truck.
selling cocaine out of his business.
Everything under the book here, right?
Who's on? Who's on?
Hang on.
Please shut your mouth, whoever's next to me.
Hey, hang on.
So what I'm
You
saying,
need to settle down
yes,
a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
settle down.
And you're accusing
we
us
back
of
off
something
for a
But
that.
you gave him a liquor license
Can
to
we change it?
But what if you kill somebody?
Oh, look, that's not on us. If he meets all the qualifications for a liquor license,
He doesn't. He's been on. You've held it as.
Well, you have my information now?
right, now it's a different
It's
story.
a different story.
But what I'm saying though is like his 2 years on his violation, right? 2 years
To fix it.
to fix dirt.
Yeah, but
I mean, do you think he's gonna fix his restaurant up?
Well, and we try to work with people
Right.
with stuff like that too, but that was, to us in our head, that is just the dirt issue. That's not all of
Dirt
this that we
versus
are just
killing
now.
kids. It's a
Yes.
little bit different than dirt.
So
Yes,
you don't look at police reports for.
we don't get
We
them.
don't
get
those,
them.
Joe.
We don't get them.
So why wouldn't they give out the liquor
FOA
license and
them.
say that, Kyle, this is what goes on there, this is how many times we've been there?
there's liquor enforcement that's
There's,
supposed to go in there.
there's state, that's state law.
State
not
board
state.
should be
But
looking
sheriffs don't
into
tell
that.
you that.
No,
No,
I don't, no, sheriffs don't come up here and talk to us about what's going
Okay.
on.
All right, so that explains.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle, I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you a chance here.
Thank you. Let's get a little context to the situation. Carrie over here for the last 3 weeks since I fired her for her performance, her attitude, and a lot of the drama that you're seeing here tonight, has decided to go on social media, Facebook, every time that she gets a
Not in
chance,
3 weeks.
Please.
every time that she gets a chance to try
Be
to,
transparent, Kyle.
Let them talk.
Please.
We let
Please.
things.
Just as long as he's gonna be transparent.
All right, let Kyle talk.
Okay.
she's been running around since I fired her, and this is simple. This is nothing but her being angry that I don't employ her anymore. Now, since then, she has called DHS. DHS has come down. They've found nothing. The liquor inspector just spent an hour and a half in my facility yesterday investigating every claim that she made. Left without violations, shook my hand for being transparent.
You fixed it.
The
A
department,
week before.
are we gonna?
Go ahead.
The health inspector was down 2 days before that, looking into all her claims, unfounded. So every inspecting agency that has anything to do with my license has looked into her claims, come to my facility, left without writing any kind of fine or citation, and apologized because clearly they knew that this was